The Last Great War stands as one of the most significant and transformative events in human history. Though much of its specifics remain shrouded in ambiguity, the war, waged primarily with nuclear weapons, wreaked havoc across vast stretches of the globe, leading to the near-total destruction of Russia's population centers, the devastation of the United Kingdom, and severe damage to parts of Alaska, Siberia, and Canada. These areas were left uninhabitable due to radioactive fallout. Despite the unparalleled destruction, the United States and China emerged largely unscathed, thanks to their geographic size and military preparedness. This resilience, combined with the catastrophic consequences faced by other nations, set the stage for the eventual unification of the surviving powers. Out of the ashes of the war, Super Earth was born. An amalgamation of political, economic, and military power designed to ensure the survival of humanity in a world irrevocably altered by the war's devastation. Welcome to the world of Helldivers. Helldivers is a squad-based shooter developed by Arrowhead Game Studio set in a dystopian future where humanity is governed by the managed democracy of Super Earth. As part of the Super Earth Federation's elite Helldivers unit, players must cooperate to protect Super Earth and defeat mankind's enemies in intergalactic warfare. Helldivers is a top-down shooter released in 2015, while its sequel, Helldivers 2, is a third-person shooter, which was launched on February 8, 2024. In this video, we will explore the lore and setting of the world of Helldivers, the history, the factions, and the units of both the patriotic Super Earth Federation as well as their supposedly fascistic and socialist enemies. We will start by going over the history of both Helldivers 1 and 2, and then go over each faction alongside their individual units. The history of Helldivers is quite unique in that the result of large-scale player operations directly affects the direction of the galaxy-spanning story. Thus, the story is ongoing as of the publishing of this video. I will give the full history of the universe, which has been determined up to the point of this video's publishing, with the potential for an updated version of the video in the long-term future if the demand for such an update exists. With that out of the way, prepare yourself, fellow patriot, as we dive into the grand universe of Helldivers. In the year 2084, Super Earth found itself in a precarious position, encircled and threatened by three distinct and hostile factions: the insect-like bugs, the mechanically augmented cyborgs, and the enigmatic Illuminates. The bugs, one of the first alien species encountered by Super Earth during its galactic expansion, were declared enemies of the state. The government labeled them a grave existential threat, citing their potential to end humanity as a whole. However, a curious and convenient discovery soon followed the declaration of war. The bodies of the bugs could be broken down into a valuable resource called Element 710. This resource became a significant asset for Super Earth, fueling the war effort and further justifying the continued extermination of the bugs. Despite there being no clear evidence that the bugs ever harbored hostile intentions toward humans, questioning the government's stance on the species was swiftly deemed treasonous. The conflict with the cyborgs began in the aftermath of a devastating attack in which a group of cyborgs detonate a large explosive in District 48, supposedly killing thousands of civilians. Super Earth responded with swift and violent retaliation, branding the perpetrators as terrorists. However, rumors began to circulate that Super Earth had long marginalized cybernetically augmented humans, subjecting them to oppressive policies and discrimination. In time, a movement emerged among the cyborgs, with many seeking independence from Super Earth and the formation of their own government. Therefore, the Federation, unwilling to allow such powerful groups to break away and potentially destabilize its control, deemed the cyborgs a threat to mankind. Despite these rumored peaceful intentions, the cyborgs were branded as enemies of the state and forced into a brutal conflict aimed at quashing their aspirations for autonomy. Meanwhile, the Illuminates, an ancient and enigmatic species, had been observing humanity for centuries. When they finally made contact, they offered peace and the possibility of cooperation. However, Super Earth's intelligence agencies soon uncovered that the Illuminates possessed technology far beyond anything humanity had developed up to that point. The Federation, perceiving this advanced technology as a direct challenge to its authority, declared the Illuminates a threat. Publicly, they were accused of harboring weapons of mass destruction, which were capable of wiping out humanity if left unchecked. But whispers amongst citizenry suggested that the true motivation for the war was far less altruistic, that the Federation's aim was to steal the Illuminate's technology for itself and to use it to cement its dominance in the galaxy. The war, which spanned nearly 4 decades, was long and brutal. Each of the 3 factions, the Bugs, the Cyborgs, and the Illuminates, fought fiercely for their survival and independence. But in the end, Super-Earth emerged victorious, defeating each faction through a combination of military might, strategic alliances, and, in the case of the Illuminate, the theft of their advanced technology. While the Federation claimed the war was a fight for freedom and survival, its true motivations, domination, resource extraction, and technological supremacy, became increasingly apparent to those who lived through it. The Helldivers, the unsung heroes of the conflict, were instrumental in these victories, often deployed in the most dangerous and covert missions, carrying out orders that shaped the future of the galaxy and secured Super-Earth's place at the top. The war's conclusion saw Super-Earth solidify its position as the galaxy's dominant power, securing peace and stability across its territories. In the aftermath, the Helldivers, Super-Earth's elite and feared task force, were dismissed, their mission now complete. With the Bugs and Cyborgs subdued, the remnants of these factions were subjected to harsh fates. The Cyborgs were captured and sent to labor in the mines of their homeworld Cyberstan, stripped of their autonomy and forced to work for their conquerors. The Bugs, whose bodies had proven invaluable for the production of Element 710, were placed in controlled environments, effectively farmed for their resource that had played a significant role in the war. Meanwhile, the Illuminate, once the most advanced civilization in the galaxy, were driven out of known space. Their superior technologies, including the coveted faster-than-light travel, were seized by Super-Earth. This technology unlocked the stars for the Federation, giving Super-Earth the ability to colonize distant planets, ushering in what came to be known as the Great Democratization. For nearly a century, this period of peace and prosperity flourished. The colonies established by Super-Earth spread through the galaxy, and the ideals of freedom and democracy were promoted as the universal truth. It was a golden age, during which the Federation's influence expanded, its economy boomed, and its citizens were led to believe that their way of life was the ultimate expression of humanity's potential. Meanwhile, the Helldivers, once the embodiment of military might and brutality, faded into legend. However, come the year 2224, Super-Earth found itself embroiled in escalating tensions that would lead to a new era of conflict. The immediate catalyst for this renewed conflict was the emergence of the Terminids, descendants of the Bugs. Having broken free from their enclosures, these insect-like creatures began to reproduce unchecked, spreading chaos and devastation across the galaxy. Super-Earth's armed forces struggled to contain the outbreak, facing significant challenges in quarantining the Terminids on their designated farm planets. With military resources stretched thin, the threat they posed was growing increasingly dire. As if that situation wasn't perilous enough, a new enemy arose on a separate front: the Cyborg Automatons. This faction, characterized by their mechanical enhancements, emerged as a formidable adversary, reminiscent of the earlier conflicts with the Cyborgs during the First Galactic War. Their emergence added to the pressures faced by Super-Earth, forcing the Federation into a corner. The combination of the Terminid threat and insurgent automatons necessitated a unified and forceful response. In this dire context, Super-Earth had no choice but to reactivate the Helldivers. Mobilized once again, the Helldivers were tasked with confronting these twin threats head-on. As they prepared for a new wave of operations, the Helldivers embodied the Federation's resolve to eliminate the growing forces of chaos and maintain the fragile peace that had been hard-won over the previous century. The stage was set for an intense and multifaceted conflict, one that would test the limits of Super-Earth's military might and the resilience of its ideals in the face of a rising tyranny. The next section of this video will go over Helldiver 2's major orders. Major orders are overarching objectives that serve as key goals in Helldivers 2. These orders are so large in scope that they require widespread participation from the Helldivers community to achieve progress and completion. In the lower middle portion of the screen, you will be able to see the name of the major order being discussed, and in this corner, you will see the date the major order was active in our timeline. The probability of widespread devastation from the Terminid outbreak, particularly the horrific risk of child eviscerations, was at an all-time high following their initial outbreak. In response, Super-Earth scientists devised a bold solution. Federation's engineers had constructed a network of advanced termicide dispensing towers, collectively known as the Terminid Control System. These colossal structures were designed to act as a planetary defense mechanism, capable of exterminating every Terminid on the barrier planet and inculcating the planets against future infestations. The mission for the Helldivers was therefore to ensure all planets between Super-Earth and the barrier planets, specifically Heath and Nagel's Venture, were liberated from Terminid tyranny in order to pave the way for the construction of the Terminid Control System. Helldivers launched a series of coordinated offensives to cleanse these worlds of the Terminid scourge, clearing out the infestation that had spread unchecked for far too long. Their efforts paid off, as the mission was marked with success. The planets were reclaimed, and the way was cleared for the Terminid control system to be deployed. On the other front, the conflict with the Automatons had escalated dramatically as they executed a series of cowardly surprise attacks on multiple highly populated planets within the Super-Earth Coalition. The initial assaults overwhelmed the Super-Earth Armed Forces, or SEAF, leaving millions of citizens vulnerable to death and disenfranchisement. As civilian populations were targeted, the sanctity of their homes and the very essence of freedom were under siege. Super-Earth leadership vowed that this grievous attack would not go unanswered, and the call to defend their territory rallied both military forces and patriotic citizens alike. Despite the valorous effort of the Helldivers, the tide of the conflict turned tragically against the Super-Earth Coalition, leading to the invasion of Automaton marauders into Super-Earth territory. As the Automaton invasion progressed, the Helldivers had to set their attention towards liberation of the planet Veld, where the Terminid infestation threatened to escalate if not addressed promptly. With the deployment of specialized tactics, including the use of napalm strikes, the Helldivers initiated an aggressive offensive to eradicate the Terminids and secure the safety of the colonists. The operation concluded successfully, marking a significant victory for the Helldivers and the Super-Earth Armed Forces. SEAF containment teams were swiftly mobilized to oversee the cleanup in inculcation operations. Despite the victory on Veld, Heath and Angel's Venture's Terminid plight was far from over. Swarms of Terminid spores overwhelmed the colonial militias stationed there, causing another outbreak. The relentless expansion of the Terminid hive seemed almost intent on dishonoring the sacrifice of the Helldivers who had previously liberated these worlds, many of whom had paid with their lives in the fight for freedom. Thus, the Helldivers returned to the battlefields they had previously won, intent with the Terminid swarm's eradication and recontrol of Heath and Angel's Venture. Against overwhelming odds, their efforts culminated in success. Heath and Angel's Venture were brought back under Super-Earth control, preserving the legacy of those who had fought and died previously for these worlds. Meanwhile, Tianquan housed the sole arsenal of new exosuit technology critical to the Super-Earth Coalition's military effort. With intelligence suggesting that the automatons were rapidly closing in on the production facilities, there was a pressing need to secure this vital resource before it fell into enemy hands. Losing Tianquan would not only jeopardize access to advanced combat capabilities, but also empower the automatons with technology that could turn the tide of the ongoing conflict. As the Helldivers mobilized for the operation, they encountered an unexpected challenge. Intercepted communications revealed an automaton plan for a significant counterattack, indicating increased resistance as the operation continued. Nevertheless, the Helldivers pressed on, demonstrating their resolve and tactical prowess in the face of mounting opposition. Their efforts culminated in a successful liberation of Tianquan, restoring it to the care of managed democracy. The Morganson arsenal, along with its stockpile of freshly produced exosuits, was recovered fully intact. With Tianquan liberated, the Helldivers embarked on a series of high-stakes operations across the barrier planets, Errata Prime, Fenrir 3, Meridia, and Turing, in order to activate the Terminid control system. Fenrir 3 was secured first, and the Terminid control system was fully activated, bringing hope to the beleaguered citizens. Turing followed suit, as the Terminid control system was brought online there as well. Meridia and Errata Prime were subsequently liberated as well, and the Terminid extermination systems were activated across the worlds. Heath, a planet that had long been a battleground in the Terminid War, also stood firm, holding back the relentless wave of insectoid invaders through countless sacrifices by the Helldivers. Finally, the Terminid control system was successfully operational across all the barrier planets. The Termicide worked as intended, rapidly culling millions of Terminids from the affected areas, securing a future free from their relentless assault. With the Terminid control system activated, Super-Earth citizens could finally rest easy, knowing their homes and children were safe from the devastating threat of being consumed by the fascist insects that had once terrorized the galaxy. Following activation of the Terminid control system, Super-Earth's efforts shifted towards expansion of its civilian population, and in order to meet the growing energy demand for faster-than-light travel, the Helldivers were dispatched on a crucial mission to cull the burgeoning Terminid swarm within the quarantine zone. This operation focused on the liberation of Zagon Prime and Fori Prime, in order to harness the valuable resource, Element 710. However, the mission encountered unforeseen challenges that would ultimately lead to its failure. Shortly before the operation commenced, intelligence reports revealed the emergence of a new strain of flying Terminids, which appeared without any prior warning. Despite the culling of numerous Terminids, the Helldivers were unable to penetrate deeply enough into the quarantine zone to fulfill their objectives. As a result, the anticipated expansion into new planets was curtailed, and the expected yield of Element 710 was significantly reduced. The Federation's ambitions for further colonization were thus set back, and procreation applications, vital for the future of Super-Earth, were put on hold pending a reassessment of the situation. Following this reassessment, a new crucial phase of operations concerning the Terminid threat began, as civilian biomass collection teams were deployed to gather and process inert Terminids. The Helldivers were tasked with ensuring that designated planets remained under Super-Earth control until these vital operations were complete. The specific planets, Fori Prime, Istanu, Crimsica, and Hellmire, were essential for the ongoing efforts to stabilize the region and secure resources for the Federation's expansion. As the Helldivers undertook their mission, they faced significant challenges. Reports from the Ministry of Science indicated an unexpected surge in Terminid spore counts, leading to a dramatic increase in resistance on the affected planets. Additionally, a recent cybersecurity breach had compromised critical information within the Galactic War tables, critically damaging wartime operations. This breach was swiftly addressed, with responsible parties apprehended and dealt with severely. Despite these setbacks, the Helldivers persevered, maintaining control over the designated planets. Ultimately, the operation concluded with success. The last of the crude solid Element 710 was collected, processed, and shipped off planet, providing a substantial boost to Super-Earth's colony settlement efforts. With their collection complete, the planets could now be vacated, allowing the Terminids to repopulate under careful supervision. On the second front, interrogators successfully extracted alarming information from captured automatons using unpleasant sensory experience simulations. This intelligence revealed plans for an operation known as the Reclamation, which hinted at a massive automaton invasion of unprecedented scale. With the details still murky, High Command swiftly authorized Operation Swift Disassembly, aimed at the total eradication of the automaton threat. The operation was to unfold in several critical phases, beginning with the disruption of enemy communications by capturing a long-range communications array located deep within automaton territory on the planet Troost. The Ministry of Defense responded by fast-tracking new support weapons to bolster their efforts, including the powerful LAS-99 Quasar Cannon and the MG-101 heavy machine gun, which were made available for immediate requisition. The mission culminated in Helldiver victory, as the automaton communications array on Troost was swiftly decommissioned. While analysts began sifting through the data, much had already been erased, but a crucial finding was made: a transmission containing blueprints for a new type of automaton, aerial gunships. This advanced warning allowed Super-Earth to preemptively construct its factories to accelerate the production of effective anti-air weaponry, preparing for the impending challenges that lay ahead. Super-Earth intelligence then identified Tibet as the primary planet responsible for producing automaton combatants. The liberation of Tibet was deemed essential not only to disrupt the enemy's abilities to replenish its ranks, but also to prevent the further exploitation of Tibet's natural resources, which were being siphoned by the automatons. Thus, liberation of Tibet would significantly hamper the enemy's war machine while preserving vital resources for future generations of Super-Earth citizens. However, the mission to liberate Tibet was met with fierce resistance. As the Helldivers advanced, intercepted communications revealed that the automatons had prepared in advance for a significant counterattack. Despite the best efforts of Super-Earth forces, the automatons managed to retain control over Tibet. Worse still, reports indicated that the enemy had already begun ramping up production on other worlds to compensate for the losses. The automatons' counteroffensive was likely imminent, and Super-Earth would have to adjust its plans accordingly to face an even greater challenge in the coming months. As key military objectives were being targeted, Malevolent Creek had fallen to the enemy in a devastating assault that saw millions of brave Super-Earth soldiers perish in defense of its rich resources. The automatons had since begun an occupation of the planet, mining its valuable rhodium deposits and desecrating the memory of its fallen heroes. In response, Super-Earth mobilized its forces for a critical mission: liberate Malevolent Creek and end the automatons' illegal occupation. This mission was not only about reclaiming resources, but also about avenging the fallen and restoring dignity to the heroes who had perished. and Super-Earth forces were indeed successful in their liberation of Malevolent Creek. Colonists who had once been driven from their homes now returned to the ruins, hopeful for a prosperous future. With the dawn of a new day, the planet was free, and the fallen could finally rest in peace, knowing justice had been served. This victory was celebrated not only as a military achievement, but as a profound moment of collective memory and reverence for the fallen heroes who sacrificed much in the defense and liberation of this great planet. Thus, April 3rd was officially decreed as Malevolent Creek Memorial Day. This victory would provide the morale necessary for the Helldivers to continue the offensive against the Automatons, as well as motivation for vengeance from the Automatons. Therefore, the Automatons amassed their remaining resources for a large-scale counterattack aimed at retaking critical planets and stalling the progress of the Helldivers. If successful, this reinvasion could jeopardize Super-Earth's ability to eliminate the bots before their next phase of reinforcements arrived, potentially setting back the timeline for their destruction. However, the Helldivers held their ground, successfully repelling the Automaton counteroffensive. The key planets of the counterattack remained firmly under Super-Earth's control, with their resources drained and their offensive thwarted. The Automatons were forced to retreat, unable to sustain their large-scale assault. The final assault against the Automatons would mark the culmination of a long and brutal conflict for Super-Earth. Helldivers were mobilized for an all-out assault, with the mission to eradicate every automaton-held world. The battle began with the liberation of Tibet, where critical factories were destroyed, crippling the enemy's ability to produce new combatants. This victory forced the enemy to stretch their remaining forces thinner, further hastening their defeat. With each planet liberated, Durgan and Maya among them, the automatons were driven back further. In the end, the automaton threat was fully eradicated, and with it, the looming specter of the Reclamation was extinguished. The galaxy was once again free from mechanical tyranny, with Super-Earth's citizens safe and the fallen avenged. The war against the automatons was decisively won. While SEAF teams continued to comb through the remnants of automaton facilities, ensuring no further threats lingered, the bots were gone, and the reign of managed democracy had been preserved. Following the successful eradication of the automatons and the containment of the Terminid infestation, Super-Earth found itself at a pivotal moment in its history. The brutal wars and the hardships that followed had taken a toll on its citizens, but with the major threats neutralized, the Federation could now focus on building a brighter and more prosperous future. The next step in this vision was the construction of E710 farms, a critical development designed to further secure humanity's economic and environmental future. The plan was straightforward but ambitious. Establish E710 farms where Terminids would be raised in controlled, spacious enclosures, enhanced with the latest nutritional supplements and overseen by strict supervision. These farms would not only provide a reliable source of element 710, but also usher in a new era of resource management, safety, and economic stability. The Helldivers were tasked with clearing the way for the construction of these vital facilities by liberating the planets of Hellmire, Istanu, and Crimsica. Thanks to the efforts of the Helldivers, the operation was a resounding success, and construction began on the first of many Terminid enrichment and extraction centers. These new facilities would incorporate cutting-edge security measures, refined E710 extraction processes, and accelerating growth additives to optimize Terminid farming. With the successful clearance of these planets, the typical 180-day procreation review process was reinstated, marking the beginning of a new era for Super-Earth. However, victory and celebration were short-lived for the Helldivers in Super-Earth because, in an unprecedented and catastrophic turn of events, the Automaton Legion launched a full-scale invasion of Super-Earth territories, revealing the true extent of their military might. This attack, which came to be known as the Reclamation, unfolded with terrifying speed and precision. Unlike the smaller skirmish-like incursions that had plagued the Federation in the past, this invasion fleet dwarfed the previous automaton forces. Tens of thousands of warships descended upon the Valdis sector, and in mere hours, nearly every planet in the sector had fallen to the relentless onslaught. The speed of the attack was compounded by a crippling delay in communications which had been compromised by a series of targeted strikes on planetary networks. The Federation's ability to organize an effective defense was severely hampered, and despite the quick mobilization of SEAF reserves, it became clear that the full extent of the automaton threat had been vastly underestimated. Helldivers were immediately deployed to slow the advance. However, despite their valiant efforts, the Helldivers were unable to halt the momentum of the automaton war machine. The invasion fleet was overwhelming, and the Reclamation moved forward with a brutal efficiency, Planet after planet fell under automaton control, with the once beautiful worlds of the Valdis sector becoming nothing more than battlefields and graveyards. Despite the heroic defense mounted by the Helldivers, the odds were insurmountable. Colonists were either driven from their homes or slaughtered, their votes and voices silenced forever. In a final, desperate effort to bolster the Federation's defenses, Super Destroyer fleets were upgraded with Level 4 modules, a cutting-edge technology developed by Super Earth's top defense contractors. These upgrades were expected to significantly enhance the firepower and resilience of the Federation's fleet. But even with these enhancements, the automaton onslaught was too great. The reclamation had begun in full force, and the Federation was reeling from the devastation. The true nature of the automaton's intentions remained unclear, but one thing was certain: the battle for the galaxy was far from over, and the automatons had brought with them a threat unlike any Super Earth had faced before. In the wake of this devastating invasion, Super Earth's defense efforts reached a critical juncture. The Helldivers were tasked with a pivotal mission: to halt the automaton advance and establish a stronghold that could serve as a launching point for a counter-offensive. The order was clear: hold the Menkent line, a strategic line of defense encompassing the planets of Menkent and Lesseth. The goal was not just to defend the worlds, but to create a foundation for orbital defenses that could be critical in stemming the tide of the invasion and giving SEAF engineers the time they needed to fortify the sector. The operation was a hard-fought success. The Helldivers fought tooth and nail, successfully establishing the defensive line that would serve as a barrier against the automaton fleet. These installations were quickly augmented by SEAF and civilian laborers working tirelessly to bolster their capabilities. Additionally, the SEAF Forward Command Base at Vernon Wells was activated, ensuring a steady flow of recruits and supplies to reinforce the front lines. In response, the automaton fleet sought to punch through the established Menkent line, targeting a single planet, Marfark. In a desperate bid to break Super Earth's defenses, as predicted by Super Earth intelligence, the enemy deployed their formidable Factory Strider, a massive and heavily armored automaton unit designed to serve as both a walking war machine and a mobile fabricator. These units, previously seen only in limited numbers as prototypes, now arrived in full force, adding an alarming new threat to an already desperate situation. Despite the enemy's superior numbers and new weaponry, Marfark was held. The Helldivers managed to hold the line against the automaton fleet, and the Factory Striders were neutralized through a combination of precise coordination and relentless aggression. In the wake of the defensive successes of the Helldivers, a temporary reprieve allowed Super Earth's forces to regroup and refuel their war effort. The most urgent need was to replenish E-710 reserves, and the numerical estimates for the task were daunting. 2 billion Terminids had to be killed and processed for their valuable biomass. This critical mission to gather resources would provide the necessary fuel to sustain the counter-offensive against the automaton threat. In typical fashion, the Helldivers rose to the challenge, not only meeting the target, but exceeding the expectations. As a result, millions of tons of Terminid biomass were safely processed, with E-710 now flowing through the refinement pipelines. This surplus of fuel would enable the transport of weapons, supplies, and reinforcements to the front lines, ensuring that Super Earth had the logistical means to mount an effective counteroffensive. This reprieve did not last long, however, as both the Terminids and the automatons launched large-scale coordinated assaults on the Federation. With little time to react, the Helldivers were tasked with defending the Federation on 2 fronts. While ground was lost in some sectors, their fierce and disciplined resistance ultimately broke the back of the joint assault. The combined might of the Terminids and automatons was no match for the sheer determination and tactical brilliance of the Helldivers. The defense of at least 10 critical planets was secured, and while the enemy forces were exhausted, the light of liberty burned brighter than ever over the worlds of the Federation. And though the war was far from over, it was clear that the spirit of freedom could not be extinguished. Following the defense on 2 fronts, Super Earth intelligence identified 2 key locations where brave citizens were still holding out, trapped in the midst of automaton-controlled worlds. On Chuhei, dedicated citizens were testing a new fortification, while on Penta, others were synthesizing caustic chemicals for a new support weapon. Both had unwavering loyalty to the Federation's cause, but only one planet could be reached in time. After careful deliberation, the decision was made to liberate Penta, where the RL-77 airburst rocket launcher was deployed to assist in the liberation. The mission succeeded in securing 90% of Penta's chemical factories, allowing for the widespread distribution of the newly developed airburst rocket launchers. Sadly, while most of the chemical technicians were rescued, many perished from toxic fumes before help could arrive. Meanwhile, Chuhei was lost. The Helldivers fought valiantly to free the explosive technicians and prevent the loss of the critical anti-tank mines, but the Automatons, ever calculating and cruel, thwarted these efforts. The technicians, whose knowledge was essential for the production of the mines, were slain by the Automatons' merciless blades. This loss was far from the worst thing Super-Earth would encounter in the immediate future, following the defense on two fronts. In a shocking turn of events, the Terminid control system failed in a way no one anticipated. What was once thought to be the ultimate solution to the Terminid infestation had caused a catastrophic situation. The termicide that had once been so effective against the Terminid swarms began to exhibit strange, unforeseen consequences. On Meridia, the exposure of termicide triggered a hyper-reproductive adaptation in the Terminids. Rather than killing the survivors, as anticipated, the termicide caused a dramatic increase in reproduction rates, with the population growing exponentially within a matter of days. This phenomenon was later identified by the Ministry of Science as a hormesis response, a biological process where low non-lethal doses of a harmful substance can induce beneficial effects, such as enhanced resilience. This response, while minimal on most barrier planets, was profoundly amplified on Meridia, leading to the planet's transformation in what would later be called a supercolony. With reproduction rates now akin to those of the Terminid homeworld, Meridia became a beacon for the spread of the Terminid threat. Conventional Helldiver operations were deemed ineffective in such a vast and rapidly evolving infestation. The first priority of the war effort became the deactivation of the Terminid control system on the remaining barrier planets in order to prevent further termicide exposure and the potential for similar adaptations to occur. The Helldivers, acting swiftly and with discipline, carried out this order, effectively halting the further spread of the hormonally enhanced Terminid resistance. With the termicide control system now inoperable and Meridia lost, the Terminid threat was more complex than ever before. The Ministry of Science began developing a new strategy, but in the meantime, the Terminid supercolony posed a far greater threat to the galaxy than anyone could have anticipated. In the aftermath of these events, the actions of the scientists responsible for the creation of the termicide were placed under investigation. Unlike other infested planets, the Meridian supercolony began producing spores at an exponentially higher rate, leading to sudden and unpredictable outbreaks on nearby worlds. Within weeks, the colonies of Heath, Angel's Venture, Veld, and Akamar 4 were all affected, and containment efforts were launched in a desperate bid to prevent further spread. Despite the best efforts of the Helldivers, the situation quickly spiraled beyond control. The supercolony had become too thoroughly infested for any conventional military action to have a meaningful effect. The Helldivers' attempts to liberate the planets failed, and the rapidly expanding infestation left entire populations in panic. Evacuation orders were issued, but the sudden nature of the outbreaks meant that many citizens fled with little more than their families and the clothes on their back. The Terminid scourge continued its spread, claiming more systems as the Ministry of Science struggled to identify viable countermeasures. On Super-Earth's other front, in the wake of the tragic loss of both the MD-17 anti-tank mines and the countless civilians to the relentless automatons on the war-torn planet of Chuhei, production efforts were swiftly redirected to reclaim the resources necessary for survival and resistance. Plans were swiftly drawn to decommission the automatons in large numbers, hoping to recapture the precious metals and materials they had stolen and reforge them into the vital weaponry needed to turn the tide. As the battle raged on, however, it became clear that even with the best efforts of the Helldivers, the decommissioning of the requisite 2 billion automatons would fall short. The result was a devastating blow to morale. Industrious laborers, eager to contribute to the war effort, found themselves without the materials necessary to forge new weapons. As a result, construction of the MD-17 anti-tank mines was once again delayed, and the Helldivers' arsenal remained incomplete. Liberty now found itself under unprecedented threat, with the forces of tyranny encroaching at every frontier. In response, the government of Super-Earth made a monumental decision. What had begun as targeted military operations was now officially declared the Galactic War on Tyranny. A full-scale mobilization of the Federation's military and industrial sectors were launched, and billions of citizens, driven by patriotism and fear, eagerly volunteered for conscription. The construction of massive new training facilities was swiftly authorized across a select number of lightly populated planets. These facilities were designed to process tens of millions of conscripts, putting them through the grueling 72-hour SEAF basic training course that would prepare them for the horrors of war. The Helldivers were tasked with an essential mission to secure and hold these planets long enough for the construction of the SEAF training facilities to be completed. The fate of the new recruits, and by extension the war effort, depended on the Helldivers' success. Planets like Acer Pass, Vernon Wells, Heath, and Angel's Venture were chosen. The Helldivers were forced to fend off relentless attacks from the enemy, ensuring that the planets remained under Super Earth's control. As the battle raged on, their efforts proved triumphant. The facilities were completed, and the first class of recruits was successfully trained. With their newly acquired skills in rifle operation, mobility, and obedience, these new soldiers were now ready to take the fight to the enemies of liberty. With patriotic fervor running high, citizens from all walks of life had volunteered for frontline duty or filled critical roles on the munitions lines, keeping the war machine in motion. The government, eager to reward this dedication and fortify the resolve of its people, ordered a monumental task for the Helldivers: to slay or dismantle an unprecedented number of enemies. 3,141,592,653 foes in total. The sheer scale of this directive was a clear signal to all that the might of Super Earth would not falter, and that the enemies of liberty would be ground into the dust beneath the collective boot of a united citizenry. Terminids, automatons, or any other foe standing in the way of freedom would be eradicated. The Helldivers, true to their reputation, launched an aggressive offensive, decimating vast swaths of enemy forces. The numbers were staggering. A sea of Terminids and automatons fell before the relentless barrage of firepower and tactical superiority the Helldivers are known for. Yet, despite the immense carnage wrought upon the enemies of liberty, the anticipated result, an overwhelming surge in patriotism and morale, failed to materialize. The citizens of Super Earth, already deeply committed to the war effort, were unmoved by the scale of the slaughter. Their loyalty and resolve had already reached unprecedented levels, and their expectations of the Helldivers' prowess were so high that even a victory on such a monumental scale was seen as simply another day at the office in the fight for freedom. The intended goal of stoking great enthusiasm for the war was not achieved, though this in itself spoke volumes about the unwavering faith of the Federation's citizens. As Helldivers slaughtered enemy forces on an unprecedented scale, surveillance satellite security uncovered the automaton petafactory on Virilia 5, a massive crude industrial facility, which was a clear and blatant imitation of the famed Morganson arsenal on Tien Quan. Unlike its predecessor, which stood as a symbol of advanced, efficient craftsmanship, the petafactory was a chaotic and soulless mass production engine, churning out weapons of war under the oppressive supervision of robotic worker drones. These drones, forcibly enslaved to an endless cycle of labor, were a testament to the automaton's totalitarian ambitions. The environmental degradation caused by the factory's operations was equally appalling, with vast expanses of the planet laid waste to fuel the war machine. Yet, within this abominable structure lay the potential for something far greater. By seizing control, the Helldivers could transform the petafactory into a facility capable of producing the highly coveted Exo-49 Emancipator exosuit. As the Helldivers launched their offensive on Virilia 5, reports indicated that the automaton resistance was intensifying in a last-ditch effort to prevent their inevitable defeat. The Helldivers, undeterred, pressed forward, knowing the importance of securing the planet before the petafactory could become too entrenched in its despotism. Meanwhile, a growing Terminid threat on Angel's Venture had demanded immediate attention. Yet, even as the Helldivers fought to defend that crucial front, they remained resolute in their mission to liberate Virilia 5. The battlefield was brutal, but the Helldivers' resolve was unshakable. With their unwavering efforts, the petafactory was liberated. The victory on Virilia 5 was a monumental achievement. With the factory now under the control of human engineers, retrofitting began in earnest. These new exosuits, armed with twin autocannons, would serve as a potent symbol of quality craftsmanship and a force multiplier for Super Earth's military. Meanwhile, the growing threat of the Terminid supercolony on Meridia had reached a critical point. Spore production from the colony had surged to catastrophic levels, pushing the Federation to the brink of collapse as nearby planets faced imminent infestation. It was clear that only a decisive strike could end the menace once and for all. Super-Earth's top scientific minds had been assembled on Moridesh, working tirelessly to weaponize dark fluid, a highly classified substance liberated from the Illuminates after the First Galactic War. This exotic matter, once thought to be beyond human understanding, had been synthesized and repurposed by Federation scientists into a weapon of unparalleled potential. The plan was simple but daring. Forge a path to Meridia, secure vital staging grounds, and then deploy weaponized dark fluid to annihilate the Terminid supercolony, once and for all. The destruction of an entire planet was an irreversible act, and all Super-Earth citizens understood the gravity of this choice, but the Terminids had left no other option. The first phase of the mission called for the Helldivers to establish a secure route to Meridia, which would involve holding key planets until the necessary quantities of dark fluid could be weaponized and deployed. In the midst of relentless enemy pressure, the Helldivers held firm, defending strategic locations with exceptional tenacity. The Terminid threat remained severe, with infestation spreading rapidly, and the Automatons continued their unjust invasion of Federation territory. Despite the urgent situations at hand, including the Terminid attack on Heath and the rising threat on Meridia itself, the Helldivers' relentless defense allowed Super-Earth to maintain a foothold long enough for the deployment of the weaponized payloads of dark fluid. With these payloads now operational, they were deployed across the Super Destroyer fleet, making the strike on the Terminid supercolony inevitable. The path to Meridia was now clear, and with the weaponization of dark fluid complete, Liberty's greatest weapon was in place. The Terminid supercolony on Meridia was about to face its end. Phase 2 of the operation began shortly afterwards. Phase 2 required Helldivers to deploy the payloads and ensure that the critical mass of dark fluid, enough to implode the planet, was reached before the Moridesh research facility exhausted its ability to manufacture the substance. The Helldivers, bolstered by patriotically inspired citizens who had supported the effort with homemade napalm to augment their loadouts, plunged into the fray. The first signs of success came quickly. Scientists from Moridesh noted a decrease in Terminid activity on the supercolony, indicating that the dark fluid had begun to take effect. Microbubbles were forming beneath the planet's crust, destabilizing the surface and disrupting Terminid hives. The planetary tectonic integrity was crumbling, and with it the foundation of the supercolony itself. The final stages of the operation were harrowing, as the Helldivers raced to ensure the last payloads of dark fluid were deployed before the planet's collapsing infrastructure could implode. And the eruption of dark fluid's full force triggered the anticipated effect. Meridia was consumed, its entire mass collapsing inward to form a black hole. The Terminid supercolony was no more. A massive gravitational pull now emanated from the heart of the collapsing planet, drawing in every Terminid spore within several billion kilometers. Interstellar spore levels across nearby systems plummeted, signaling the success of the mission. Though the Terminids still plagued the galaxy, their ability to spread with the devastating acceleration provided by their supercolony had been curtailed. Containment was once again possible. The Moridesh research facility was decommissioned, its dark fluid stores fully depleted after the completion of the Moridesh project. The tireless scientists who had made the breakthrough that saved the galaxy were awarded the Super Citizenship Medal of Freedom. Though the war was far from over, with the Terminids continuing to ravage distant worlds and the Automatons still a looming threat, the victory marked a turning point in this conflict. The Helldivers had won a historic battle for liberty, an unprecedented act of destruction that had secured a future for all free people. With the Terminid supercolony on Meridia destroyed, the focus of the Federation war effort shifted to clearing the infestation and giving the citizens of Super-Earth the opportunity to rebuild their lives on the worlds that had once been stolen from them. Though the Terminid control system was no longer operational and the threat remained significant, the recent mobilization of SEAF recruits provided a much-needed boost in manpower, allowing for a more conventional ground-based response to the infestation. Super-Earth's most brilliant chemists were also working around the clock on the creation of Termicide 2.0, an even more advanced and efficient version of the chemical weapon that had proven effective in combating the Terminid scourge. The Helldivers were deployed to a number of key planets including Arata Prime, Turing, Akamar 4, and Fact Bay, all of which had fallen victim to the Terminid plague. As the Helldivers fought to liberate these worlds, reports came in of escalating automaton activity, with the planet Acer Pass falling to their forces and the newly constructed SEAF training facility on the planet being destroyed. This setback weakened SEAF's ability to replenish its forces and maintain the momentum needed for planetary liberation. But the Helldivers pressed on undeterred. They successfully cleared the Terminid infestation on the targeted planets, reversing much of the devastation wrought by the super colony. With the Terminid scourge cleared from several key worlds, resettlement efforts could finally begin, allowing citizens to return to the homes they had once been forced to abandon. While the galaxy had been distracted by the overwhelming Terminid threat, the Automaton had continued their ruthless expansion, conquering world after world and seizing control of vast quantities of resources. Critical gaps remained in Federation intelligence as well, particularly concerning the origins of the invasion fleet and the inexplicable focus of Automaton information sources on the planet Cyberstan. It was a mystery that demanded answers. To unlock these secrets, analysts identified a high-value target deep within Automaton territory, a massive data center, codenamed Database 1, that contained encrypted intelligence crucial to understanding the Automaton's plans. The center was highly fortified, surrounded by layers of protection designed to keep its secrets hidden. The Helldivers were ordered to liberate the planet Wasat, capture Database 1, and allow cyber warfare specialists to extract the intelligence stored there. A swift and direct assault was necessary, and High Command provided the route to Wasat through the neighboring system of Wezin and Vega Bay, streamlining the Helldivers' approach to the heart of enemy territory. Despite heavy Automaton resistance, the Helldivers pressed forward, cutting through the enemy's defenses and securing control of the target planet. With Database 1 finally in their hands, cyber warfare specialists wasted no time in breaching the robust encryption. What they uncovered was a treasure trove of data, much of which would take months to fully decode. However, early analysis revealed a critical piece of information. The Automatons were planning a massive terraforming project on Cyberstan. The decoded data also revealed other cryptic references to keywords like Vessel 00, Nucleus, and the Final Collective. None of which were fully understood yet, but each hinted at a larger and more ominous objective. With the initial intel in hand, it became clear that the next strategic target in the war against the Automatons would be Cyberstan. The Federation now had a foothold in enemy territory, and with more intelligence to be uncovered from Database 1, the Helldivers were poised to dismantle the Automaton threat, piece by piece. The Automaton occupation of vital Federation territories, however, continued to wreak havoc, and in response to urgent requests for aid reached High Command. The first came from Vernon Wells, where a distress call described thousands of civilian survivors trapped in the collapsed remains of Super Citizen Ann's Hospital for Very Sick Children. With food and water supplies running dangerously low, the survival of so many civilians, especially the 4,311 critically ill children, would be nothing short of miraculous. Meanwhile, on Marfark, intercepted Automaton communications had pinpointed a critical explosives repository containing materials stolen during the initial invasion of Chuhey. These explosives were essential for the creation of MD-17 anti-tank mines, which were badly needed in the ongoing war effort. However, time was short. Only one of these two critical missions could be completed in time to ensure success. The Helldivers were entrusted with the task of deciding which mission to prioritize: the rescue of innocent civilians or the recovery of critical materials. In the end, the Helldivers chose to prioritize the rescue of the trapped civilians on Vernon Wells. The decision was made with the understanding that while the materials on Marfark were crucial for the war, saving lives, especially those of the Federation's most vulnerable citizens, was an imperative that could not be ignored. Upon the arrival on Vernon Wells, the Helldivers were able to clear the debris and secure the safety of the hospital's civilian occupants. Against all odds, the majority of the trapped civilians, including all of the children, were found alive. Rescue operations were swiftly initiated, and the children were evacuated to safety, with many en route to Super Citizen Mary's Hospital for Tragically Ill Youths, where they could receive the best medical care available. The children, deeply moved by the heroic actions of the Helldivers, made an inspiring gesture of gratitude. All 4,311 signed MOD Form 11 intent to enlist forms, vowing to join the ranks of SEAF once they were of age, carrying forward the spirit of valor and sacrifice that had saved their lives. While the Automaton forces had successfully moved the critical materials and shuttered the MD-17 anti-tank mine factories, the Federation could take pride in knowing that the lives of many innocent citizens had been spared. Following the heroic success of the Helldivers on Vernon Wells, High Command issued a strategic directive to deploy Helldivers to purge the Terminid swarms from the Mirren and Draco sectors. These regions were deemed crucial to Super Earth's future, both for military security and as potential zones for citizen resettlement. The newly developed Hivebreaker drill, a repurposed version of the tectonic drill previously used in the Super Colony operation, was now Super Earth's best tool for the task. With the ability to target Terminid nurseries deep beneath the surface, the Helldivers would deploy nuclear devices to eradicate millions of larvae before they could mature into the devastating creatures that had already ravaged many worlds. In the designated battle zones, Hellmire, Nivel 43, Istanu, Crimsica, and Fori Prime, Helldivers began making quick work of the colonies. Equipped with the newly authorized FLAM-40 flamethrower, the Helldivers advanced through the infested regions with overwhelming firepower, clearing out subterranean Terminid nurseries and rendering the planet's surface and air safe for future settlement. The Hivebreaker drill proved to be a resounding success. Despite an initial surge in interstellar spore emissions, likely a last-ditch survival adaptation by the Terminids, Helldivers maintained unyielding pressure. The offensive did not falter, and the operation succeeded in eradicating the heart of the infestation. The planets were then reclaimed by Super-Earth citizens, contributing to the long-term prosperity and expansion of the Federation. As Terminid outbreaks were neutralized, renewed incursions by the Automatons into the Tsar's sector began. These incursions threatened not only the integrity of the sector, but the sacred memorial of Malevolent Creek. Super-Earth forces, bolstered by the temporary authorization of the ACA autocannon, mobilized quickly to repel the enemy. The battle that followed saw the Automatons' advance halted across key planetary positions, ensuring that these worlds remained securely under Super-Earth control as the operation drew to a close. The Automatons, whose once dominant factories had lain dormant for years, were denied the opportunity to revive their operations, securing both a tactical and symbolic victory. The heroes who had fallen at Malevolent Creek were honored with the peace of knowing their sacrifices were not in vain. For now, the Automatons would not advance further into the region. Victory was short-lived, though, as the relentless expansion of the Terminids, driven by their insatiable hunger for new worlds, continued to threaten Super-Earth's ambition in the Falstaff and Jinji sector. Following the successful expulsion of the insectoid menace from the Mirren and Draco sectors, the Terminids had rapidly spread to these new regions, areas long marked by the Ministry of Expansion for colonization and democratic settlement. Considering unprovoked infestations came on the heels of recent devastating hive annihilation actions, some analysts speculated a potential connection between the two events. The prevailing theory was that the Terminids' new behavior stemmed from a random mutation, further complicating efforts to predict and control their spread. In response, Super-Earth forces, supported by the elite Helldivers, launched a critical counteroffensive to prevent the Terminids from gaining a foothold on the pristine worlds of Ursan Sands, Boar Rock, Pandian 24, Fact Bay, and Akamar 4. Despite outbreaks occurring in the Jinji sector, linked to large-scale spore dispersals from adjacent worlds, swift action by the Helldivers contained the threat before it could spread uncontrollably. The campaign, though taxing, was ultimately a success. While some worlds in the Jinji and Falstaff sectors now bear the scars of Terminid infestation, many of the designated colonization planets remained largely untouched, preserving their potential for future settlement. Despite the Federation's recent victories, all was not well in the Ymir sector. In this sector, the planet X-45, once the site of an advanced weapons lab from the First Galactic War, held the blueprints for an interplanetary battle station that could tip the balance of power in the galaxy. After years of being abandoned due to lethal radiation levels, the planet had recently become safe for excavation, and the plans for the powerful weapon were in the process of being unearthed. However, the Automatons had caught wind of the lab's significance, likely through malicious cyber attacks designed to disrupt Super-Earth's efforts. They seized the opportunity, launching a concerted push to break through the Ymir sector's defenses and rout the forces stationed at Acer Pass. Despite the best efforts of Seif, the Automatons succeeded in capturing Acer Pass, reducing the chances of linking up with the cut-off forces in the sector. With the situation growing dire, the Helldivers were ordered to hold X-45 at all costs, ensuring that the plans for the battle station could be recovered. The defense of the planet became a desperate struggle, with each moment spent delaying the Automatons vital to the success of the mission. In a fortunate turn, excavation efforts unearthed a cache of MLS-4X commando rocket launchers, a relic of the First Galactic War, which were immediately pressed into service to bolster the planet's defense. The Helldivers fought with tenacity, enduring waves of attacks, and ultimately, they succeeded in securing the battle station plans before the Automatons could overrun the planet. Though the fate of X-45 was not ideal, with the planet left in ruins and its advanced weapons lab destroyed, the critical research had been preserved. The plans for the interplanetary battle station were in hand, setting the stage for future construction of a weapon of unprecedented power. Additionally, the MLS-4X commando rocket launcher, once thought lost to history, had been successfully shipped off-planet, enabling rapid production of the weapon for Super-Earth's fleet. For Super-Earth's next daring and controversial initiative, the Ministry of Science launched the Terminid Research Initiative, aimed at better understanding the evolutionary patterns of the Terminids, and, in turn, predicting potential outcomes for future human-Terminid interactions. The project hinged on a seemingly paradoxical strategy: applying controlled duress to the Terminids in order to accelerate their evolution and observe the resulting behaviors. The Helldivers were tasked with executing this initiative by eradicating 100 million Terminids, ideally through a variety of lethal methods, to provide the necessary data for the Ministry's research. Though the directive raised ethical concerns among some, the overarching goal was clear to all: to advance scientific knowledge and ultimately guide humanity toward more democratic outcomes, not only for itself but potentially for the Terminids as well. This massive culling provided the Ministry with invaluable data, significantly advancing the Terminid Research Initiative. Through the research, several key findings emerged. Perhaps the most noteworthy was the discovery that Terminids, when subjected to extreme duress, produced higher quality E710. This insight promised to reshape future E710 acquisition strategies, ensuring Super-Earth's continued dominance in space exploration and travel. Additionally, the Helldivers' efforts uncovered a new, albeit non-threatening, behavior among the Terminids: the construction of large, spore-producing towers, roughly the size of small skyscrapers. While these towers pose no immediate danger, they would be closely monitored as part of ongoing Terminid research. Returning to the automaton front of the war, following the aftermath of the hard-fought defense of X-45, Super-Earth forces in the Ymir sector remained isolated, cut off from vital reinforcements and support. However, a strategic opportunity presented itself. Despite the automatons' extended control over vast swaths of the galaxy, their overreach had left them vulnerable to a well-timed strike. The decision was made to push through the Andromeda sector, severing the automaton forces into two halves. The bold maneuver would disrupt their communication and supply lines. The Helldivers were tasked with this critical operation, which involved liberating the designated planets: Matar Bay, Martail, Marfark, and Acer Pass, thus cutting a clear path through the automaton-held territory. As the Helldivers pressed their attack, reports came in indicating a marked decrease in automaton resistance. The usually methodical and unyielding enemy appeared to have miscalculated, perhaps overconfident in their inevitable triumph over the banner of managed democracy. The Helldivers seized on this opportunity, delivering a lethal strike to automaton forces. In a swift and decisive operation, the automaton dominion was fractured by this unrelenting force of Super-Earth's military might. The rupture cut off a significant swath of automaton-held planets from their central command hub in Cyberstan. This disruption of supply lines and communications left the automaton forces scrambling to reorganize and recover, with their defenses on the cut-off planets severely weakened. With the automaton's domains fractured, the Helldivers wasted no time in pressing the advantage. The next operation was a coordinated blitz aimed at liberating key planets once taken by the enemy: Charon Prime, Charbal 7, and Cholpessa 4. Within a matter of days, the Helldivers liberated all of the designated worlds, cutting through the enemy's diminished defenses with surgical precision. However, the aftermath of the assault revealed a tragic truth: the planets were in ruin. Surveyors found extensive environmental devastation, the result of relentless automaton exploitation. Vast mines had been stripped bare of precious ore, leaving behind scorched earth and empty quarries. These once vibrant worlds had been transformed into industrial wastelands, places where dreams of colonization of new homes and communities for citizens had been shattered. The automaton's ruthless greed had consumed these planets for resources, denying the future of countless would-be settlers. Still, despite the ruin, the victory was a significant one. The Helldivers' lightning-fast assault had not only liberated these territories, but also struck a blow to the heart of the automaton occupation. While justice had not been fully served, and the environmental toll was immense, this operation had brought the galaxy one step closer to liberation. As the automaton theater of war continued great advancements, in response to the success of the initial phase of the Terminid Research Initiative, the Ministry of Science authorized a second one, with far more ambitious trials, aimed at further understanding the mysterious link between Terminid extermination methods and the yield of E710. To this end, High Command authorized the use of a rotating series of lethal methodology designed to eliminate large number of Terminids using various approaches, ensuring a broad spectrum of data. The objective was to eliminate 1 billion Terminids in order to advance scientific understanding and support ongoing research efforts. As the Helldivers proceeded with the extermination campaign, their efficiency and enthusiasm for the mission were as unwavering as ever. Increased Terminid aggression was expected, and indeed the enemy responded with heightened expansion efforts in retaliation. Despite these challenges, the Helldivers remained focused, pushing through waves of resistance to meet the target. In the meantime, a cybersecurity update caused a brief but disruptive outage in destroyer surveillance systems, leaving personnel to manually record their actions until repairs were made. At the conclusion of the operation, the results were deemed a resounding success. The Ministry of Science now had an extensive trove of data to continue its research, although the trial did not yield the anticipated breakthrough in terms of a clear connection between extermination methods and E710 production. No single method appeared to outperform the others in producing higher E710 yields. Nevertheless, the vast data set accumulated over the course of the trial proved invaluable. More unexpectedly, a new phenomenon emerged from the data. The frequency of Terminid mutations seemed to decrease as the proximity to Super-Earth increased. The finding suggests that the genetic variation in Terminid populations may not be randomly occurring, but are instead tied to deep-rooted sources within Terminid-controlled space. The precise cause of this anomaly remains unclear, and further investigation was required. Meanwhile, in the wake of the Helldivers' successful liberation of key territories, the Automaton forces, though fractured, had proven resilient. The threat posed by their new orbital weaponry, the orbital cannons, now loomed large. These massive platforms stationed across Automaton-controlled planets had been used to disrupt Ceph air superiority, targeting super-Earth fleets and delaying extractions. The cannons, designed to operate as a linked system across multiple worlds, presented a new challenge in the ongoing effort to reclaim occupied territories. Fortunately, intelligence revealed a critical vulnerability. Liberating any one of the Automaton planets would destabilize the targeting system, allowing a temporary return to standard extraction times. A second plan of action suggested that if 2 planets were liberated in quick succession, within 12 hours, the system would enter a severe state of disruption, yielding even shorter extraction times. With this intelligence in hand, the Helldivers were tasked with a high-risk operation: liberate the designated planets Wasat, Vega Bay, Wezin, Virilia 5, and Ustodu, while facing the direct threat of the orbital cannons. Despite the determination and sacrifice of millions of Helldivers, the operation ultimately failed. The Automaton's orbital cannon network proved more resilient than anticipated, with the cannons continuing to rain down hellfire on Helldiver forces, prolonging extractions and undermining war efforts. The cost of the failure was staggering, as countless Helldivers gave their lives in the attempt to break the enemy's stranglehold on Federation worlds. While the pilot shortages caused by these sustained operations had been addressed, the failure to disrupt the orbital cannon systems had marked a painful setback. Following a directive issued by High Command, the Helldivers were tasked with completing an efficacy review of available mines to assess their effectiveness in eliminating Liberty's enemies. They were tasked with eliminating 1.5 billion adversaries using the current arsenal of mine-based tactics. If the Helldivers failed to meet the target, High Command would authorize the urgent production of anti-tank mines as an addition to the Helldivers' weaponry. The review was seen as crucial as the current mine system had not been fully tested in such large-scale engagements. Should the Helldivers succeed, the status quo would be maintained and no additional weapons would be deemed necessary at that time. The operation commenced with the typical dedication expected from the Helldivers, who sought to leverage the current mines to their maximum potential. However, despite their relentless efforts, the mission fell short of the target. The arsenal, while effective in certain scenarios, proved inadequate for the scale of enemy resistance faced during the engagement, revealing significant gaps in existing mine strategies, particularly encountering heavier armored forces and rapidly moving targets. As a result, High Command made the decision to approve the immediate production of anti-tank mines on a large scale. These mines, designed to deal with increasingly well-armored and mobile enemy units, were rolled out fleet-wide in short order. However, the decision came at a significant cost. The funds required for their mass production diverted resources previously allocated for critical infrastructure projects, notably the much-needed schoolyard air quality improvement initiatives. Reports then began to surface of an overwhelming Terminid incursion on Sakaro 3. Initial assessments from Ceph indicated a strange new breed of Terminid. However, it was suspected that such claims were likely the result of poor training and overzealous reporting. Nonetheless, the scale of the assault was undeniable. The presence of the so-called new variants led to heightened concerns, and an urgent response was ordered from the elite Helldivers. Their mission was twofold: to eliminate the Terminid infestation on Sakaro 3 and to prevent the spread of any potential new threats to neighboring systems. The Helldivers' orders included the eradication of 500 million Terminids on Sakaro 3, as well as the liberation of Esker and Boar Rock, which had fallen under siege. Complicating matters was the detection of an unusual interstellar phenomenon, a massive Terminid spore cloud, unlike anything previously encountered. Spanning several light years, the cloud's sheer size and density was staggering. While Terminids were known to send spores between planets, nothing of this magnitude had been observed before. As the situation unfolded, it became clear that the spore cloud had played a pivotal role in the Terminid surge on Sakaro 3. Genetic analysis of the spores indicated a connection to these new Terminid variants, supporting the theory that the cloud was not merely a passive element but perhaps the source of the mutation. As the Helldivers began their operations, the bombardment of the embattled planets led to the collapse of several Terminid hives, weakening resistance and offering a temporary respite. However, even as they secured victory on the ground, the expanding spore cloud, dubbed the Gloom, remained a pressing threat, one that could not be easily eradicated. In the face of the growing threat posed by the Gloom and the relentless expansion of Terminid forces, the Federation found itself confronted with a precarious dilemma. The interstellar spore cloud continued to accelerate the Terminid spread, pushing the once-contained infestation towards new planets at an alarming rate. Yet, despite the urgency of this threat, the Federation could not afford to neglect the lingering menace of the Automatons, whose territorial annexations had steadily encroached upon Federation space. The final pocket of automaton resistance, comprising the isolated planets Trust and Vandalon 4, remained a significant weak point. If the Helldivers did not act swiftly to liberate these planets, the machines would reinforce their positions and further entrench their hold. Tasked with securing the automaton pocket and staving off the spread of Terminids, the Helldivers fought with unyielding determination to protect both Federation territory and its future. The outcome was nothing short of remarkable. The Helldivers succeeded in liberating Trust and Vandalon 4 while holding back 5 major attacks from the Terminids. The last remnants of automaton resistance in the Trigon sector were wiped out in a series of decisive strikes, and citizens across the Federation celebrated their hard-won victory, burning scrap metal in symbolic defiance of the machine's oppression. Despite the hard-won victory, the relentless spread of the Gloom continued to suffocate Terminid space, and the Federation faced a dire situation. The vast, impenetrable cloud of Terminid spores had now claimed entire star systems, and every vessel sent into the Gloom, whether manned or unmanned, had failed to return, ceasing all radio contact within minutes. The cloud, mysterious and deadly, was an enigma that could not be ignored. The Helldivers, ever the Federation's last line of defense, were tasked with a critical mission to procure viable Terminid samples from planets on the fringes of the Gloom, so that the scientists could study the composition of the spores and determine a potential strategy for combating the spread of the Terminid plague. The Helldivers' objective was to extract 45 million common Terminid samples from the planet Nivel 43, along with smaller batches of rare samples. These samples would provide the necessary material for an in-depth study into the nature of the Gloom and its connection to the accelerating Terminid mutations. True to form, the Helldivers completed their mission, securing the samples and ensuring the safe transport back to the Federation laboratories. However, despite their success, complications soon arose. Upon arrival, Super Earth High Command detected a batch of counterfeit samples within the most recent delivery. Though the majority of Helldivers performed their duty honorably, a small group had attempted to falsify their findings, submitting fake samples. As per Federation policy, those responsible for the deceit were swiftly dealt with, punished by the execution of their pet fish, a harsh but symbolic reminder of the gravity of the mission. The consequences of this deceit were far-reaching. Laboratories across Super-Earth space were now faced with the arduous task of filtering out the false samples, a process that significantly delayed research into the Gloom. The anticipated scientific breakthroughs that might have offered a breakthrough in the fight against the spore cloud were severely compromised. With the situation growing more dire and no immediate solution in sight, the Federation was forced to implement resettlement protocols for worlds located near the Gloom. These planets would need to be evacuated or fortified in anticipation of the growing Terminid threat, while efforts to counter the spread of the Gloom continued. The Helldivers' mission, while successful in part, had not yielded the decisive victory needed to turn the tide against this overwhelming interstellar plague. As the relentless spread of the Gloom continued to demand the Federation's attention, the Automatons, ever the opportunists, had used the diversion to inch ever closer to the heart of Super-Earth. The threat they posed was unmistakable. If left unchecked, their mechanized forces would soon encroach upon the developed worlds, home to the Federation's high-classification citizens, the very backbone of managed democracy. These individuals had demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the Federation's ideals, and their safety was paramount. The Helldivers were therefore tasked with pushing the automatons back from the sectors closest to Super-Earth, while simultaneously defending against incoming attacks. The Helldivers acted with lethal effectiveness, liberating the planet Curia and holding firm against 3 separate automaton incursions. Their mission was bolstered by an unexpected but critical factor: the disgraced soldiers who had previously submitted counterfeit Terminid samples. As part of their punishment, these individuals were reassigned to the Federation's chemical weapon facilities, where they were tasked with assisting in the production of highly toxic chemical agents. Their work proved invaluable, as the chemical weapons they produced were integrated into the Helldivers' arsenal, most notably through usage of a new orbital gas strike. This augmented firepower played a crucial role in breaking the automaton advance, allowing the Helldivers to repel the mechanical menace with greater efficiency. The operation was a resounding success. The automatons were pushed back from critical sectors surrounding Super-Earth, ensuring the safety of the Federation's elite citizens and safeguarding their dedication to the ideals of managed democracy. As for the soldiers who had once betrayed their comrades, their debt to the Federation was considered repaid in full. Having completed their laborious task in the chemical weapons facility, they were granted a fresh start. New roles within the Federation, their slates wiped clean. Their actions had not only contributed to the defense of Super-Earth, but it also demonstrated that, even in the face of failure, there could be redemption through service. Still, the Federation found itself in a race against time as the Gloom continued its relentless expansion across Terminid space. Despite the valiant efforts of scientists, hindered by the need to filter out counterfeit samples, little had been learned about the true nature of the spore cloud. The Gloom now spanned nearly a dozen star systems, and its growth showed no signs of abating. Should it continue unchecked, the galaxy could be consumed within weeks, drowning countless worlds under a blanket of Terminid infestation. Yet even without a clear understanding of the cloud's origin or composition, the Federation would not stand idly by. The Helldivers were called upon to take decisive actions, deploying in full force to eradicate as many Terminids as possible and deliver a resounding message to the mindless swarm. Freedom will not be intimidated. The Helldivers' mission was one of mass extermination, specifically targeting the largest and most dangerous of the Terminids, the Bile Titans. These monstrous creatures, towering over the insectoid horde, were a symbol of the Terminid threat, their sheer size and destructive potential a physical manifestation of the Gloom's unchecked spread. Along with the Bile Titans, the Helldivers were tasked with eliminating 750 million Terminids, driving back the infestation to prevent it from reaching new worlds. The operation was a staggering success. The Helldivers, deploying every weapon at their disposal, exterminated vast swaths of Terminids and struck fear into the heart of the insect horde. 5 million Bile Titans were killed in brutal skirmishes, their towering forms collapsing as the Helldivers unleashed wave after wave of destruction. With the Bile Titans neutralized, the remaining Terminids found themselves less organized and more vulnerable. By the time the operation concluded, the Terminid swarm had been significantly thinned, and the spread of the Gloom had been halted, at least for the moment. The effects of the operation were immediately felt across the Federation. Citizens who had lived under the ever-present shadow of the Gloom reported high levels of defiance and pride. The sight of the Helldivers' successful assault seemed to reignite hope and resolve in the hearts of the people. While the true secrets of the Gloom remained elusive, one thing was clear. The Helldivers had once again proven that no force, whether machine or insect, could stand against the will of Super-Earth. Despite this, the Federation's strategic ambitions were increasingly hampered by critical shortages of vital materials necessary for the continued development of its most powerful weapons, specifically the orbital napalm barrages to be deployed by the super-destroyers. Every minute the shortages persisted represented an economic drain, costing the Federation valuable super credits and the labor of its citizens. In response, the Ministry of Defense ordered an immediate operation to rectify these shortages. Intelligence indicated that Vernon Wells held the key to solving this crisis. The planet was home to an enormous automaton repository of unexpanded polystyrene. Coupled with automaton scrap metal, readily available in the wake of their relentless militarism, this would provide the necessary components to jumpstart the production of the orbital napalm barrages. The mission, however, did not go as planned. Despite the Helldivers' heroic efforts, including the brutal decommissioning of millions of automatons, the mission failed to secure enough resources to resolve the supply shortage. The delay in the fleet-wide distribution of orbital napalm barrages was a significant blow, hindering the Federation's ability to quickly address both the automaton and Terminid threats. More concerning still, the automatons, with their vast industrial capabilities, continued to destroy natural resources on a galactic scale, churning out endless supplies of war materials at the expense of the galaxy's ecological balance. Left unchecked, these machines threatened to consume all the natural treasures of the galaxy, reducing planets to nothing more than smoldering husks of ash and metal. All the while, the Terminid outbreak that surged from the Gloom into the Jinji sector represented a critical challenge for the Federation. With colonies only weeks old, these newly established worlds were vital to the future prosperity of Super-Earth. Their loss would not only set back the Federation's ambitions, but would also deal a devastating blow to the families who had recently made these planets their homes. The Terminid swarm, emerging in unprecedented numbers from the Sten sector and other outlying regions, threatened to overrun the Xinji sector within days. Faced with this overwhelming threat, the Ministry of Expansion mobilized the Helldivers to hold back the two-pronged Terminid assault, giving the trapped civilian populations a fighting chance to escape before their homes could be consumed by the insectile tide. The Helldivers responded swiftly and decisively, defending key planets in the region. The operation proved to be a grueling test of strategy, resilience, and firepower, as the Helldivers were forced to balance defensive efforts with evacuation procedures. While the Terminids wreaked havoc across the Xinji sector, forcing thousands of families to flee their homes in desperation, the Helldivers did what they do best. The loss of life and property damage was substantial but remained within acceptable Federation parameters. The swift action of the Helldivers ensured that the majority of the sector's infrastructure and territorial claims were preserved, with the Ministry of Expansion's investments protected for the future. In the aftermath, evacuation efforts were successful, and the displaced families were soon returned to their homes. The Terminids, ever the shadowy foe, continued to hide their undemocratic activities behind the Shroud of the Gloom, and efforts to peer deeper into the cloud persisted. Meanwhile, in a brazen move that revealed the growing desperation of the Automatons, intelligence intercepted signals indicating a fresh territorial incursion aimed at seizing a vast titanium repository on the planet Imber. The Automatons, eager to bolster their war machine, sought to harvest these crucial resources for the construction of an enhanced strike force, likely intended to take advantage of the ongoing turmoil created by the Gloom. The Helldivers thus launched a decisive defense of Imber and its vital titanium reserves. Over the course of the mission, the Helldivers successfully repelled 6 waves of automaton attacks. Despite the Automatons' effort to overwhelm the defense and seize control of the titanium deposits, the Helldivers stood firm, ensuring the retention of these critical resources. Decrypted intelligence from the campaign further revealed that the Automatons, though thwarted in their immediate efforts, had not abandoned their plans. They were continuing to pursue the construction of a limited-use strike force, though the exact nature of the force remained unclear. Regardless, the denial of crucial resources would significantly delay their ability to expand their warfighting capabilities. The Helldivers were then, once again, called to the front lines to stem the growing threat posed by the Terminids, whose population was spiraling out of control. If left unchecked, the Terminid hives threatened to reach exponentially explosive levels of reproduction, further endangering the stability of Super-Earth and its citizens. The operation would focus on targeting medium-sized Terminid specimens, specifically the bile spewers and warriors, that formed the backbone of the swarming hives. By reducing their numbers, it was hoped that the wider population could be contained before it reached catastrophic proportions. Amid this urgent mission, the strategic opportunity arose to augment the Helldivers' arsenal with the powerful orbital napalm barrage. Key to this was the liberation of 2 automaton-controlled planets, Tarsh and Mastia, each housing significant factories that produced the essential polystyrene foam required to create napalm. With the liberation of Mastia, the path was cleared to take Tarsh, an automaton stronghold that had been isolated from its surrounding systems. Though fiercely defended, the weakening resistance on Tarsh allowed the Helldivers to press the advantage, ensuring that the orbital napalm barrage would be available for immediate requisition once the planet was fully secured. Despite the tactical victory on Tarsh and the successful acquisition of the orbital napalm barrage, the overall outcome was far from satisfactory. While the Terminid population was reduced, it fell short of the target numbers required to effectively control the spread. The bile spewers and warriors were culled, but the overall reduction was insufficient to prevent further outbreaks. As a result, the Ministry of Science devised its projections indicating that Terminid incursions would intensify, and citizens in threatened planets were warned to prepare for evacuation. Super-Earth citizens were subjected to new austerity measures, including an increase in work hours by 14% for all Class B and below workers. These additional burdens were yet another toll placed upon the citizens' shoulders as they continued to bear the weight of the ever-looming threat of Terminid fascism. In the face of the escalating threats from both automatons and Terminids, Super-Earth High Command chose to issue an urgent directive for an evaluation of the Helldiver force readiness. With recent adjustments to fleet-wide capabilities, the Helldivers were tasked with an ambitious goal to expand the influence of Super-Earth by liberating more planets than those lost to the enemy during the evaluation period. This was to be a show of strength and determination, a statement that the Helldivers were capable of holding the line and pushing back against the growing threats that encroached on the Federation's borders. Citizens on frontier planets were warned of a potential disruption to their daily lives, with the understanding that the fight for freedom would require personal sacrifice. The Helldivers executed their mission with the utmost determination, launching assaults across multiple sectors and defending strategic locations. However, despite their best efforts, the combined might of the enemy forces proved overwhelming. The Automatons, sensing an opportunity amidst the chaos, initiated a powerful and sustained offensive, targeting several key planets on the front lines. The Terminids likewise continued their ceaseless spread, pushing the limits of their numbers as they threatened to overrun any system in their path. Despite successful liberations, the total number of planets lost to the enemy's invasions outpaced the Helldivers' territorial gains. The operation thus ended in failure. While the Helldivers made tremendous sacrifices and fought valiantly to spread the light of freedom, the balance of success tipped in favor of the enemy's encroachments. High Command, in their evaluation of the operation, concluded that the Helldiver force readiness was moderately ready. This was a sobering assessment, as it fell short of the ideal. However, a key takeaway from the evaluation was the correlation between increases in weapon lethality and overall battlefield effectiveness, suggesting that further advancements in weaponry could tilt the balance in future engagements. The Helldivers were then tasked with securing a construction site for the highly anticipated Democracy Space Station, a gargantuan weapon that would reshape the galaxy in the name of managed democracy. Months earlier, the Helldivers had liberated the vital blueprints from the ancient archives of Planet X-45, but turning these plans into reality required a massive infrastructure push. The Democracy Space Station would serve as a symbol of democratic might and be used as a tool to secure strategic advantage across the galaxy. The first critical step of this monumental project was to secure a construction site. After careful consideration, the Helldivers chose to liberate Yelavar, securing an ideal location with a sufficiently strong magnetosphere to support the DSS's ambitious construction. With the site now in hand, a DSS logistics hub was immediately established nearby to oversee the infrastructure requirements. This success marked the beginning of a new phase in the war, one that would see the Helldivers leading efforts in advancing critical technologies in zero-gravity materials science, faster-than-light propulsion, and the massive staffing needs required to construct such a formidable structure. The construction of the Democracy Space Station would be a slow and vulnerable process. While the Helldivers' victory on Yelavar had secured a crucial foundation, the DSS would be exposed to attacks during its lengthy construction phase. If its developments were delayed for too long, enemy forces would discover its location and attempt to sabotage or destroy it. Despite these risks, the Helldivers' success on Yelavar provided a hopeful beacon for the future. With their protection and leadership, the Democracy Space Station was on track to become the galaxy's most powerful symbol of freedom and managed democracy. The Democracy Space Station thus entered the first of its construction phases. Once completed, the DSS would not only serve as a massive space station, but as a strategic level weapon. Its deployment would be determined not by centralized command, but by cutting-edge voting systems, allowing the Helldivers themselves to decide where and when to use the station's formidable capabilities. The final vision for the DSS was grand, an immense structure far larger than any super-destroyer. The construction and operational potential for the DSS, however, hinged on scientific breakthroughs that could overcome the logistical challenge of moving such a colossal structure. Alcubierre warp drives, still in their infancy, had yet to achieve the necessary efficiency to move objects on the scale of a gigastructure. Thus, the Ministry of Science's efforts were focused on the establishment of a state-of-the-art xenoentomology center on the planet Turing, intended to develop high-efficiency drives capable of transporting the DSS and similar structures. Yet, the planet was not without its threats, as the Terminids sought to sabotage the project at every turn. Despite multiple attempts to disrupt construction, the Helldivers repelled the Terminid forces with exceptional strategic coordination. Meanwhile, the Automatons attempted to capitalize on the situation by attacking Mastia in a bid to sever the DSS logistics hub from its source, but the Helldivers' swift counteroffensive secured Mastia, even liberating Shelt in the process. The success of these missions allowed the Helldivers to hold Turing long enough for the groundwork of the new Xenoentomology Center to be laid. The center, now home to some of the finest minds in Terminid research and faster-than-light engineering, would soon begin the critical work of refining warp technology. Humanity was therefore on the cusp of a new era of interplanetary mobility, enabling the swift deployment of the DSS and its associated capabilities. As construction of the Democracy Space Station continued to progress with unwavering momentum, the next critical phase was initiated, the creation of the Deep Mantle Forge Complex. This new facility was designed to utilize the extreme heat and pressure near a planet's core to produce a chromium-cobalt-nickel alloy, a material strong enough to endure the immense force generated during the station's warp speed accelerations. Without this crucial alloy, the DSS would be vulnerable to catastrophic structural failure during its faster-than-light travel. However, the project faced an unforeseen challenge. Intelligence reports revealed that the Automatons, ever the industrious opponent, had already established deep mantle mining operations on the planet Chlorel. This revelation provided an opportunity. Liberating the site would not only deny the Automatons access to valuable resources, but also expedite the construction of the Forge by repurposing their facilities. The Helldivers were ordered to seize Chlorel and clear its deep mantle mines. The battle for Chlorel unfolded swiftly, with Helldiver forces advancing through the planet's surface to confront the remaining Automatons entrenched in their subterranean holdings. Despite the initial strength of the Automaton Legion, resistance faltered as their strategic calculations seemed to indicate an inevitable defeat at the hands of the Helldivers. The collapse of resistance allowed the Helldivers to press their advantage, liberating the mining tunnels and clearing the way for Super-Earth miners to move in. Among the wreckage of the Automaton mining operations, it was uncovered that the enemy had been working on their own metal alloy, an exceptionally light material seemingly designed for armor plating. This revelation raised immediate questions about the Automaton's broader intentions and capabilities, suggesting that they might be developing new technologies to counter the growing threat of the DSS. Investigations into the nature of this alloy and its potential applications were launched as the Helldivers prepared for the next stage of their strategic efforts. In a stunning act of defiance and aggression, the Automatons refused to accept the peaceful liberation of Chlorel and the subsequent construction of the Deep Mantle Forge complex. Rather than acquiesce to the loss of their mining operations, they launched a series of heavy assaults on the planet, determined to seize control and reverse the Helldivers' hard-won victory. The Helldivers were given a simple yet urgent mandate to hold Chlorel at all costs. The Helldivers successfully fended off 3 major automaton assaults on Chlorel, ensuring that the Deep Mantle Forge complex remained safe and operational. The Forge, now fully constructed, began producing the crucial alloy needed to reinforce the DSS hull. With this new material, the DSS was one step closer to completion and its eventual deployment. Yet, the celebrations were tempered by a new threat. A data breach had been discovered at the DSS logistics hub on Tarsh. Although the breach was swiftly contained and the network quarantined, the possibility of sensitive information being stolen by the Automatons left a shadow of doubt. While significant progress had been made on the DSS, the Xenoentomology Center on Turing had encountered a significant bottleneck in research: the limited availability of Terminid specimens. Faced with this dilemma, High Command ordered the establishment of a Terminid research preserve on Akamar 4. To ensure that no external Terminid forces could interfere, the Helldivers were tasked with establishing a strict planetary quarantine around Akamar 4, with a focus on preventing any outside Terminid influence from contaminating the preserve's controlled environment. The Helldivers launched a series of operations to secure the planets around Akamar 4, establishing a defensive ring around the preserve. The Helldivers did their duty gracefully, and the preserve was completed. With the preserve fully operational, the first collection of Terminid specimens were made, marking a significant breakthrough in E710 extraction and exploitation. The lessons learned from the earlier failures had been carefully applied to ensure the security of the preserve. Seif bug wardens maintained constant surveillance over the Terminid population, while powerful electrified fences encircled the preserve both above and below ground. In the event of a containment breach, automated nuclear bombardments stood ready to neutralize any threat. The preserve was also home to a new and exciting venture: Tyranny Park. This area, designed for citizen tourism, allowed visitors to observe Terminids in their natural habitat. For those with a taste for adventure, the park even offered the opportunity for a big tyrant hunt, where well-paying citizens could hunt the most dangerous of the Terminid creatures. Despite the continued successes in the construction of the DSS, the war was far from over. The Automatons launched a massive invasion of Matar Bay, led by their newly formed Jet Brigade, an elite detachment equipped with advanced jetpack technology designed for rapid assault and mobility. The invasion caught Helldiver forces off guard and was not merely an attack on territory, but a calculated attempt to discover the location of the DSS and its critical substations. The Helldivers were ordered to defend Matar Bay at all costs. The situation was dire. Numerous Seif bases had already fallen, and reports indicated the presence of the devastating Jet Brigade leading the charge. Though the sheer scale of the assault was overwhelming, the Helldivers were determined to bring victory to the Federation. Despite their valiant efforts, Matar Bay ultimately fell to the Automaton forces. The Jet Brigade, with its jetpack-enhanced mobility, proved to be a highly effective and deadly force, quickly overwhelming the defenders. The cost was staggering, with many Helldivers lost in the brutal battle. But in the chaos of the invasion, the Automatons sustained significant losses as well. The Jet Brigade, though victorious in securing the bay, had been heavily diminished, leaving the Automatons vulnerable to future counterattacks. The loss of Matar Bay was a heavy blow, but it was not in vain. The defense of the region had successfully delayed the Automatons' ability to uncover the location of the DSS and its substations. The Helldivers' sacrifice had bought precious time that would prove essential in protecting democracy's most critical weapon. While the immediate danger had passed, it became painfully clear that the DSS needed additional protection to safeguard against any future attack. To create a protective buffer around the station, High Command identified the liberation of Lissith as the most urgent course of action. Should the Jet Brigade return, or if the Automatons regroup for another offensive, it would form a crucial defensive line. However, a new crisis quickly emerged. A Terminid outbreak had erupted near the Terminid Research Preserve. The preserve, vital to the continued construction of the DSS, housed critical research that could provide the final technological breakthroughs needed for the station's operation. The Helldivers now faced a difficult choice: expand the defensive perimeter around the DSS, or defend the preserve. After careful deliberation, the Helldivers made the difficult decision to prioritize the security of the DSS over the immediate defense of the preserve. The Helldivers swiftly mobilized and successfully liberated Lissith, pushing back the Automatons and solidifying the defense of the Democracy space station. This success allowed the DSS to advance to the third and final phase of its construction. With the infrastructure secure and defense strengthened, the station was now nearing completion. All of this was about to be put on hold, however, for Liberty Day was right around the corner. On this day, the Helldivers were given a rare respite in the midst of their tireless campaign, a chance to pause, reflect, and celebrate the very foundation of Super-Earth and managed democracy. A time-honored tradition, Liberty Day was more than just a holiday. It was a reaffirmation of the values that the Helldivers fought to protect every single day. Across Super-Earth, citizens engaged in festivities that blended joy with patriotism. The Helldivers were encouraged to partake in the celebration, and so they did, donning their favorite helmets and capes, saluting one another with newfound vigor, and commemorating the day in their own heroic fashion. Some orchestrated pyrotechnic displays of their own, while others took the opportunity to strike back at the enemy with renewed force, a reminder that even in the moments of celebration, the Helldivers never lost sight of their duty to defend freedom. As Liberty Day drew to a close, Super-Earth stood brighter than ever. The televised lunar bombardment had filled the skies with fire and light, and the children eagerly devoured the last crumbs of commemorative sponge cake, as their parents exchanged stories of valor and sacrifice. In the heart of it all, the Helldivers stood, heroes not only of Super-Earth, but of the galaxy itself. Liberty had been celebrated, and tomorrow, the fight for it would continue, stronger than ever. As the war continued, and in a time of great need, multiple strategic priorities converged, demanding the full attention of the Helldivers. High Command issued a decisive order to secure critical intelligence on the Jet Brigade, protect the Terminid Research Preserve from external threats, and halt the Automatons' territorial expansion before they could further jeopardize the security of Super-Earth. The mission began with a surge of momentum as the Helldivers launched an assault on the Automaton strongholds. In a stroke of fortune, a catastrophic weather event decimated enemy forces, clearing the path to Matar Bay. With the tide of the battle turning in their favor, Helldivers swiftly captured the key Automaton database, uncovering valuable intel on the location of the Jet Brigade staging ground, a critical strategic asset that could reveal the bot's plans for future offensives. Meanwhile, as Helldivers pushed forward to secure the Terminid Research Preserve, multiple invasion attempts from Automatons erupted across several fronts, threatening key Super-Earth assets. Despite these harrowing assaults, the Helldivers succeeded in limiting the Automaton territorial expansion, ensuring that more planets would not fall under the oppressive weight of their mechanized control. However, the mission did not achieve all of its goals. The external threats to the preserve were not fully neutralized, leaving the invaluable research conducted at the Xenoentomology Center still at risk. Meanwhile, the data retrieved from the Automaton database had yielded concerning revelations. The Jet Brigade, though battered from their previous defeat, was recovering quickly and preparing for another offensive. Despite these setbacks, the third phase of the DSS construction was underway. While the station's structural components were nearly complete, the critical task of staffing it with the necessary workforce stood as the final hurdle before it could be activated. To meet this demand, the Ministry of Humanity sanctioned the relocation of over 1.3 million colonists to the DSS, a massive logistical effort that would provide both manpower and the symbolic commitment of the citizens who would serve aboard the station. As the Helldivers prepared to safeguard these settlers, they were faced with a significant complication: the ever-present threat of the Terminid Horde. The gloom-adjacent planets, which had been ravaged by Terminid attacks in recent months, were now the critical evacuation zones for the workers, who would make the DSS operational. Despite recent incursions along the Gloom border, the settlers, eager to escape the devastation and start anew, volunteered for the task. With the Automaton Jet Brigade still on the move, and the Terminids proving a constant menace, the Helldivers were called upon to defend these vital evacuation points. The planets of Terex, Cirrus, and Angel's Venture would be the staging grounds for the final push to ensure the successful relocation of the colonists. Throughout the campaign, the Helldivers faced numerous attacks from the Terminid Horde, including a particularly aggressive attempt to invade Boar Rock. Yet the Helldivers' resilience and superiority led to a series of hard-won victories. In the end, the designated planets were successfully held, and the evacuees were safely relocated to the DSS, where they began accelerated training in weapons handling and station operations. With staffing now complete, the DSS could begin the critical process of fueling its 20-story tanks and preparing for its activation, an event that promised to reshape the course of galactic history. And history was indeed made. The Democratic Space Station had been fully constructed and was ready for activation. Before it could be brought online, one final step remained: the procurement of enough E-710 to power its high-efficiency drives. However, the Automaton Jet Brigade launched a devastating strike on the DSS logistics hub on the planet Tarsh. Their attack, swift and overwhelming, was a calculated move to sever the Helldivers' access to vital supplies and delay the activation of the DSS. Despite the effort of the Helldivers, the Automaton forces succeeded in capturing Tarsh, and with it, the location of the DSS itself. With the hub destroyed, the fate of the station now hung in the balance as the Jet Brigade set its sights on Yelavar, the next key target. During the invasion, an unexpected twist of fate occurred as a catastrophic security breach at the Terminid Research Center triggered a subterranean outbreak beneath Tyranny Park, a massacre that spread quickly to neighboring systems. The situation was dire, but the Helldivers remained resolute. Their fight could not end on these planets. They would hold their ground and defend the DSS at all costs. As the conflict raged on, the sufficient quantity of E-710 was reached, and the DSS was activated, and its strategic value became immediately apparent. It was more than just a space station, it was a beacon of hope, a symbol of resistance against the forces of tyranny, and the keystone in the Helldivers' campaign for a just and democratic galaxy. The station's advanced systems allowed for the coordination of tactical actions, resource distribution, and defense operations, all controlled by the Helldivers. With an active DSS, a looming Terminid gloom cloud, and the incursion of the Automatons nearing Super-Earth, the Galactic War was reaching new heights of grandeur and terror the citizens of Super-Earth could have never fathomed. Only time would tell if the Federation could overcome the onslaught. For now, the battle continues. The Helldivers then launched a sweeping counteroffensive to reclaim occupied planets from the twin threats of automaton tyranny and Terminid infestation. With the DSS, the Helldivers were able to democratically direct orbital fire with precision unseen in prior campaigns. The DSS served not merely as a tool of war, but as a beacon of hope for all citizens yearning for the restoration of their rightful dominion. The campaign saw brutal engagements across multiple systems. Chief among them was the decisive battle on Imber, where the notorious Automaton Jet Brigade was at last cornered and obliterated. Although victory was declared, the production facilities capable of resurrecting such threats remained active. The Ministry of Defense then enlisted Helldiver forces for a vital experiment to determine which of Freedom's support class weapons reigned supreme in combat efficiency. The operation targeted the Terminid Horde with an ambitious directive: achieve 50 million confirmed kills using each of 3 specific machine guns. Initially marred by a bureaucratic miscalculation that set the target at a staggering 500 million kills, the review's goal was quickly revised when the decimal error was discovered, prompting an internal audit of mathematical protocol procedures. The operation concluded in what was heralded as a triumph of both martial science and Helldiver resolve. The MG-43 machine gun emerged as the foremost instrument of mass eradication, achieving the adjusted target ahead of its counterparts and thus earning the prestigious designation of Helldiver Approved. As promised, the civilian workforce responsible for its manufacturing was granted a rather legendary lunch hour, a highly coveted morale boon. Their productivity, however, was expected to surge immediately afterward, with orders for mandatory and permanent overtime to capitalize on the weapon's popularity. Though the MG-43 was elevated, the ministry emphasized that all tested weapons retain their honored place in the defense of Super-Earth. Though the Jet Brigade's terror campaign had since been crushed beneath the righteous heel of the Helldivers, the echoes of their violence continued to ripple through the fractured silence of liberated space. For while the warriors have been broken, the forges that birthed them still churned. Factories of annihilation, hidden amid the stars. In a bid to end the threat permanently, the Helldivers launched an ambitious twofold campaign: seize the Jet Brigade staging ground on Chuhei and dismantle a staggering 150 million automatons to harvest vital intelligence from their data cores. Initial successes emboldened the operation. Liberated scrap yielded valuable memory drives, and the resource surplus from fallen enemies allowed Super Earth to unlock the devastating orbital rail cannon strike for all combatants. However, the greater goal proved elusive. Chuhei was too deeply entrenched in automaton control, as they resisted every assault. In the end, the planet's secrets ended up erased, leaving only fragments behind. The forces of Super Earth were then struck with a peculiar crisis, a shortage of chlorine, driven by mysterious labor disappearances and unforecasted population dips in colonial workforces, which brought the production of MD8 gas mines to a halt. Esker, Blistica, and Mintoria were designated priority targets, their salt-laden crusts rich enough to be refined into war-winning materials. Yet, both the Automatons and the Terminids had entrenched themselves across these vital worlds, and time was not on the Helldivers' side. Despite scattered victories and the provisional deployment of the very weapons they were meant to help produce, the Helldivers failed to secure the entirety of the targeted planets. The mission, having been strategically overextended, ended in failure. In response, sodium once allocated to patriotic nutrient formulations was rerouted to weapons development, another compromise in humanity's long war for survival. Official investigations into the missing colonists revealed only a bureaucratic euphemism, navigational errors while hiking. If true, it was a curiously localized epidemic. The partnership between Super Earth and AM Defense was heralded as a shining example of the defense marketplace synergy doctrine, proof that capitalism and militarism, properly aligned, could birth both profit and planetary security. With a multi-trillion-dollar supercredit contract in hand, AM Defense was poised to construct a vast factory hub on Achernar Secundus, a sprawling industrial complex that promised not only cutting-edge weaponry for the Helldivers, but also millions of labor opportunities for loyal citizens. The project symbolized more than mere expansion. It was the forging of a new era in Helldiver armament, one where democratic enterprise and firepower marched hand in hand. Yet the Terminid response was immediate and primal. Swarms erupted in the Jinji and Sten sectors, converging on Achernar Secundus as though drawn by some instinctual hatred for free market innovation. Military scientists had long theorized that the insectoid menace could somehow sense concentrations of democratic activity, and the explosive construction efforts of AM Defense appeared to confirm that grim suspicion. The Helldivers were deployed to hold the line, ordered to repel 4 major assaults and secure the site for the future of warfare. But before the campaign could reach its conclusion, everything changed. A high-priority emergency broadcast overrode all existing directives. The Illuminate, long silent, had returned. The defense of Achernar Secundus was abruptly aborted. Though the Helldivers received their commendations, the project's fate remained unclear, now overshadowed by a far larger threat. In what is now known as the Second Illuminate Incursion, the once quiet colony of Calypso became the stage for an event that shattered decades of assumed security. Planetary defense systems faltered under the onslaught, and the Democracy space station, orbiting high above, went dark amidst catastrophic system failures suspected to be sabotage. The Helldivers were issued an emergency level 1 liberation condition, LibCon 1. All other operations were abandoned. Every available unit was ordered to Calypso. Despite the chaos, the Helldivers held the line. In a single grueling engagement, the attack was repelled and Calypso was not lost. Thousands were missing in the aftermath, and entire settlements were in ruin. But the larger threat had receded. The Illuminate had returned, but so too has the fire of humanity's resolve. Despite this victory, the Illuminate soon launched a coordinated campaign of aggression against multiple Super-Earth colonies. Intelligence assessments indicated these Illuminate attackers were likely survivors from the war a century prior, isolated, but no less deadly. Despite the unknown scale of the threat, High Command recognized the opportunity. The cell was small enough to be extinguished permanently. What followed was a grueling series of defensive actions across 7 major colonies, including key battlegrounds such as Andar, Acubenus Prime, and the crucial AM Defense Factory Hub on Achernar Secundus. Though colonies lay smoldering and resources were stretched to their limits, the Helldivers accomplished their mission. In securing the AM factory hub and repelling the Illuminate from all fronts, the Helldivers achieved a great victory that made it clear to all enemies of democracy, freedom would not falter in the face of alien tyranny. What had once been Meridia, a shining jewel of civilization, was consumed by dark fluid to eradicate the Terminid supercolony that had infested its surface. Now, years later, anomalous activity around the black hole stirred unease across Super-Earth. Electromagnetic surges and horizon distortion suggested the singularity was far from inert. With the recent resurgence of the Illuminate, the Ministry of Science urged immediate investigation, positing a possible connection between the alien menace and the strange cosmic phenomena. To this end, High Command authorized the construction of the Center of Science on Fenrir 3. But as always, knowledge had a price. Fenrir 3 and its neighboring world, Errata Prime, had fallen prey to renewed Terminid infestation. Before any research could begin, the Helldivers were deployed to cleanse the area in a campaign of extermination. In the face of violent hordes and acid-slick battlefields, the Helldivers did what they do best: secured victory through superior firepower and unshakable resolve. Their efforts paved the way for the construction of the new research facility. There, the galaxy's brightest minds confirmed the unthinkable. The Meridian Singularity was not a black hole, but a wormhole, an ancient cosmic bridge to places unknown. But now was a time for celebration. The Festival of Reckoning is a state-sanctioned celebration marked not only by the unity and sacrifice of Super-Earth's populace, but also their fierce commitment to the eradication to threats of democracy. On this particular celebration, ordnance expenditure reached record highs, fueled by the ever-growing Reckoning Fund, as families gathered in communal celebration to witness Helldivers deliver divine retribution upon the enemies of freedom. Each day of the festival was marked by its own theme, curated by the Ministry of Prosperity. The first day's inferno of incendiary justice gave way to the second day's jubilant display of explosive might, culminating in the revered Feast of the Electorate. The third day paid homage to the Federation's first free and managed election. Despite a surprise Illuminate incursion on Yulheim, which briefly disrupted the solemnity of the proceedings, the Helldivers responded with swift and overwhelming force to eradicate the enemy. By the end of the festivities, the death toll had soared, and the spirit of reckoning had fulfilled its sacred duty. Thus closed another vengeful festival, with the citizenry once more reminded that peace is best secured by the explosive weight of a well-armed resolve. In the wake of escalating hit-and-run assaults by the Illuminate, High Command authorized a bold campaign designed to impose an unbearable cost on the elusive enemy while seizing the opportunity to conduct vital research. With over 7 million harvesters obliterated and 115 million voteless freed from their existence, the operation delivered a dual message: deterrence through destruction, and that science marches hand in hand with war. Early findings from the Ministry of Science revealed chilling insights. The voteless were the product of genetic manipulation, the presence of foreign proteins consistent with Illuminate biology, and widespread brain damage in areas tied to cognitive autonomy. These revelations deepened the Federation's resolve. Peace can only be secured when every last Illuminate has been exterminated, their insidious ideology buried alongside them. Despite the recent victories, the terror campaign unleashed by the Illuminate had shattered public confidence, not merely through their assaults on vital colonies, but also through their insidious capacity to twist the minds of citizens into the soulless ranks of the voteless. Recognizing that firepower alone would not counteract this creeping dread, the government enacted the historic Freedom Act. Legislation designed not only to bolster external defense, but to root out internal threats through comprehensive citizen monitoring. To implement this ambitious doctrine, Helldivers were deployed to the contested world of Mastia, then under automaton control. Their objective was to secure the region to allow construction for the Center of Citizen Surveillance and Safety. Victory was inevitably declared, and with Mastia secured, the Ministry of Unity broke ground on what would become the nerve center of the Freedom Act. In the months following, a wave of loyalty enforcement initiatives swept across Super-Earth. With the Unity Core in full operation, citizens began to sleep more soundly, knowing that even their thoughts were protected from the enemy's reach. In the coming days, a sudden and unprecedented surge in Terminid spore activity erupted in the depths of the gloom itself, sending waves of infestation across Terminid-held territories and triggering multiple outbreaks across the Farsight sector. With the Terminid outbreak risk level raised to very high, neighboring worlds braced for impact. Civilian populations were placed on evacuation standby, and high-priority civilians, along with their tallest children, were prioritized for transport, in accordance with Federation triage doctrine. The Helldivers were deployed with urgency, tasked with a singular mission to stem the Terminid tide before it could engulf the sector. As the Terminids advanced, the Helldivers executed a series of rapid response engagements, aided by patriotic surplus initiatives that temporarily expanded their arsenal. Through hard-won victories and bitter sacrifices, the Helldivers ultimately succeeded in liberating the originating hive world of Heath. With that decisive action, the Terminid offensive collapsed. Though the war for the galaxy would rage on, the bloom from the gloom was halted, and the heroes of the Federation ensured that the light of Super Earth would shine another day. In the aftermath of the DSS being brought back online, a renewed attempt was made to stem the relentless assault of the Illuminate across the Freedom sector. Engineers and defense planners had overhauled core tactical systems, deactivating planetary bombardment due to unintended collateral consequences, and instead introducing the heavy ordnance distribution program to bolster Helldiver ground capabilities. The most daring innovation came in the form of a six-fold increase in DSS mobility, a gamble meant to give the station tactical fluidity never before seen. Initial trials revealed no technical regressions, and the upgrade was declared a permanent protocol enhancement. Despite these efforts, the Illuminate proved once again to be a foe unlike any faced before. 14 separate incursion points were repelled with valor, yet the campaign ultimately ended in failure. The DSS, though formidable, was insufficient to halt the creeping advance of Illuminate domination. Millions perished, and still more were subjugated under the blinding ideology of xeno-autocracy, stripped of their voice and freedom. As Super Earth mourned its dead and recalibrated its defenses, one truth remained clear. Until the Illuminate were eradicated in full, peace would forever be a fleeting illusion. Following the reactivation of the DSS, the Xeno-Entomology Center on Turing announced a scientific breakthrough with far-reaching implications. Through meticulous experimentation on Terminid bioforms exposed to gloom spores, researchers observed a tenfold increase in element 710 yields, an astonishing result that would redefine the energy economy across colonized space. The announcement triggered immediate strategic realignment. All secondary research was suspended, and the Helldivers were dispatched to secure massive quantities of viable specimens across gloom-adjacent worlds. While Helldiver units conducted hazardous extractions across hostile biospheres, astronomical monitoring stations detected unexplained gravitational distortions, space-time fluctuations linked to Illuminate activity. Despite this, the Helldivers completed their mission with staggering efficiency, enabling the Xeno-Entomology Center to recreate gloom-like environments in laboratory conditions. Here, the first prototypes of gloom-resistant technologies emerged. The success of this campaign not only marked a triumph in scientific resolve and democratic might, but laid the groundwork for humanity's eventual penetration of the gloom itself. For the first time in recorded history, the impenetrable veil of the gloom no longer appeared eternal. Meanwhile, decryptions from the staging grounds on Chuhei revealed the origin point of the still yet to be totally annihilated Jet Brigade, the clandestine automaton factories buried within the ravaged industrial complexes of Chort Bay. The Automaton Legion had quietly begun reconstruction efforts, aiming to unleash the Jet Brigade anew. In response, the Helldivers were dispatched to prevent the return of one of democracy's most lethal adversaries. The assault was decisive and resoundingly successful. No aerial units were encountered, confirming that the Automatons had failed to restore even a partial Jet Brigade before the Helldivers' advance. The destruction of the Jet Brigade factories ensured that the jetpack-clad machines would not completely darken the skies of democracy anytime soon. In the wake of the destruction of their key manufacturing sites, the surviving members of the Automaton Jet Brigade launched a calculated offensive against Lesseth, aiming to exploit the stretched position of sea forces in the region. Thanks to the timely DSS blockade of Menket, where automaton forces had been amassing, the enemy attack was delayed and significantly blunted. This disruption allowed critical preparation time and disrupted the Jet Brigade's capacity to maintain the offensive initiative. Though the automaton assault was fierce, the Helldivers held the line at Lesseth long enough to enable a strategic withdrawal of the bulk of SEAF personnel stationed at Short Bay. Despite recent victories over the automatons, it was soon confirmed that the Meridian Singularity, once locked in a stable orbit, began an unprecedented and ominous drift across the sector. Reports from the Ministry of Science confirmed that the anomalous motion was being artificially fueled by dark energy harvested by the Illuminate. Intelligence gathered from intercepted transmissions and field recon revealed the grim truth. The Illuminate's seemingly aimless invasions had a singular purpose: to power the Singularity itself. As the dark energy stockpiles grew, so too did the speed of the celestial anomaly. It became apparent that, if left unchecked, the Singularity would collide with the thriving colony of Angel's Venture. High Command issued immediate orders to the Helldivers to intercept and annihilate all Illuminate forces before they could further empower the threat. Despite the valorous effort mounted by the Helldivers, the mission ultimately failed. The Illuminate completed enough energy harvests to push the Singularity beyond the point of no return. Angel's Venture, once a shining beacon of super-Earth civilization, was consumed by the relentless gravitational forces of the Singularity. This world, with its heritage and people, including countless who could not be evacuated in time, were obliterated. In the face of this cataclysm, Super-Earth declared a galaxy-wide mourning period. Despite this time of mourning and grief, there was no rest for the Helldivers as the Terminids launched a massive assault on Fenrir 3, threatening the center of science where Super-Earth's top astrophysicists were conducting critical research on the Meridian Singularity and the dark energy powering its movement. With the fate of the galaxy potentially hinging on this research, Helldivers were ordered to defend the facility at all costs. A new and dangerous Terminid mutation, dubbed the Predator strain, emerged during the assault, further escalating the threat. Despite the severity of the attack and the appearance of this new strain, the Helldivers successfully defended the center. Afterwards, the carcasses of the mutated Terminids revealed an unexpected scientific breakthrough. E710 shares all known properties with dark energy. This discovery opened a promising new path for understanding how the Illuminate were manipulating the Meridian Singularity, and potentially a path on how to stop it. Thus, the Helldivers embarked on a high-risk mission to 4E Prime, equipped for the first time with gloom-resistant technology developed by the Xeno-Entomology Center. With E710 reserves dwindling due to the intense demands of astrophysical research on dark energy and the Meridian Singularity, the Gloom represented a bold new frontier with potentially war-altering benefits. Seizing a rare window of low spore density, Helldivers were ordered to survey the Gloom for E710 deposits and engage the dense Terminid population. The mission was a resounding success. The Helldivers not only survived the treacherous Gloom environments, but also confirmed the Gloom-mutated Terminids carried significantly higher concentrations of E710, up to 436% more than their non-mutated counterparts. The Ministry of Expansion established a Gloom Exploitation Committee to oversee future harvesting operations, though the rapidly thickening spore cover rendered 4E Prime temporarily inaccessible. The Operations E710 Hall greatly accelerated efforts to understand and disrupt the Illuminate's control over the Meridian Singularity, bringing humanity one step closer to turning the tide in its existential struggle. Suddenly, in a brazen move, the Automatons launched a calculated strike amid the chaos sown by ongoing Terminid and Illuminate offensives. Their targets were the industrial powerhouse of Dumatir, where the long-delayed MD8 gas mines neared operational readiness, and the fragile refuge of Yulheim, home to the Good Citizen Andrews School for moderately feeble young adults. Faced with limited resources and impossible odds, the Helldivers were confronted with a devastating moral dilemma: secure the gas mines vital to the war effort, or rescue the vulnerable civilians. High Command issued no directive, only trust in the Helldivers' judgment. Against every expectation, the Helldivers defied the limits of strategy and capacity, launching a two-pronged defense that secured both Dumatir and Yulheim. The MD-8 gas mines were safeguarded and readied for imminent deployment, offering Super Earth a powerful new tool in its arsenal. More importantly, the young civilians of Yulheim were successfully evacuated, their lives snatched from the brink of annihilation. The victory stood as a testament not only to the tactical prowess, but to the enduring strength of managed democracy, even as the war against the robotic menace dragged on. And drag on it did. As the Meridian Singularity crept ever closer to the heart of known space, the beloved world of Moridesh stood on the brink of annihilation. On the ground, the Moridesh research facility had uncovered trace amounts of dark fluid, an anomaly with the potential to unravel the secrets behind the Illuminate's manipulation of the Singularity. Yet, even as the scientists toiled under mounting pressure, a sudden automaton offensive ignited a second crisis. The target was Clarel, and more specifically the Deep Mantle Forge complex, a keystone of Federation industry, whose loss would empower the mechanical foe in untold ways. High Command issued no priority as to whether the Helldivers should go to Moridesh or the Deep Mantle Forge, trusting Liberty's fate once again with the choice of the Helldivers. The Helldivers chose Clarel. Their campaign repelled the automatons from the Forge, preserving its strategic capabilities and denying the enemy a foothold in the sector. Intercepted communications during the enemy's disordered retreat revealed a chilling ambition: to replace their fallen Jet Brigade with an even more ruthless construct. While the Forge's defense was a triumph, it came at a high cost. The Illuminate, unchallenged on Moridesh, accelerated the advance of the Meridian Singularity. The planet's scientists were evacuated, but their promising research into dark fluid was left unfinished, and the facility, along with all potential breakthroughs, was doomed. Despite the setback, the scientists at the Center of Science, empowered by the vast quantities of E710 harvested from the gloom, had finally uncovered the mechanism by which the Meridian Singularity accelerated. Gravitational wave analysis revealed that the Illuminate were funneling dark energy directly into the Singularity, propelling it across space. With Illuminate methods of interstellar transport of dark energy still veiled in mystery, High Command ordered the construction of a massive blockade. Thousands of ships forming together to hopefully intercept or at least disrupt further dark energy transfer. The Helldivers were tasked with a goal to gather billions of gallons of E710 and mountains of scrap metal by dismantling the Federation's enemies in record numbers. Though the Helldivers fought with unwavering ferocity, dismantling over 1 billion automatons and countless Bile-Titans, the blockade ultimately fell short of its full potential. Scrap metal quotas remained unmet, resulting in a less than aspired for, although functional, barrier. Despite the imperfections, early signs were encouraging. Dark energy accumulation slowed, and the Singularity's relentless pace was partially hindered. Yet, the cost was immense. Moridesh was torn apart by the Singularity's gravity, its research lost, and its lands destroyed. As citizens mourned the planet's passing, they found solace in the fact that this imperfect blockade might yet spare other worlds the same fate. The war against the Illuminate continued, but the first true resistance to their cosmic weapon had at last been formed. As the Meridian Singularity inched closer to Ibis, its gravitational influence threatened to consume not only that world, but also Nublaria 1, Pylon 5, and ultimately, even Super Earth. With time dwindling, the Center of Science enacted an ambitious countermeasure. The first phase, the partial blockade of the Singularity, was executed successfully, buying critical moments. Stage 2 aimed to build the Penrose Energy Siphon, a technological marvel designed to leach a portion of the Singularity's immense energy using a rocket laden with E710. Despite setbacks, including the catastrophic fall of Achernar Secundus to the Terminids, the Helldivers held the line on the necessary worlds long enough for construction of the energy siphon to proceed, and the necessary parts of the siphon were now being assembled in orbit around Ibis. However, automaton forces soon launched a coordinated and ruthless assault against multiple Federation planets. At the heart of this offensive was the newly deployed Incineration Corps, mechanized units wielding advanced incendiary weapons and exhibiting simulated emotions that mimicked sadistic pleasure. Colonies were reduced to cinder under their onslaught, with entire homesteads destroyed in what witnesses describe as acts of performative cruelty. The Helldivers faced a difficult choice: repel the wave of brutal assaults or prioritize the activation of the Penrose energy siphon. Despite heroic resistance, the campaign ended in failure. The Automatons, exploiting the Helldivers' divided attention and strategic indecision, seized large tracts of territory and destroyed thousands of civilian dwellings. Their advance now threatened the Severin sector, home of the dormant industrial complexes where the Automatons were first forged. Where still, insufficient quantities of E710 were gathered during the campaign, leaving the Penrose energy siphon inert in orbit above Ivis. The cost of inaction had become painfully clear, and the threat of gravitational annihilation loomed larger than ever. Following the devastating Automaton offensive, the Federation faced not only territorial losses, but also the critical loss of time. Time that could have been used to slow the advance of the Meridian Singularity. With the gravitational anomaly now approaching dangerously close to Ivis, the planet's citizens began preparing for the grim prospect of a full-scale evacuation. High Command issued an immediate order. No further delays could be tolerated. The Penrose energy siphon had to be activated, and to that end the Helldivers were dispatched on rapid, high-risk E710 gathering operations. The mission required liberation on heavily infested Terminid worlds, specifically Boar Rock and Esker, where resistance would be fierce and casualties all but certain. Nevertheless, the strategic necessity of the operation outweighed the risk. The campaign ended in a hard-won victory. The Helldivers, in acts of courage and sacrifice, secured the required volumes of E710 and ensured the completion of the siphon's fueling process. Once powered, the Penrose energy siphon was launched and maneuvered into the ergosphere of the Meridian wormhole. There, it successfully harvested a portion of the Singularity's rotational energy. The operation achieved its objective. Scientific teams confirmed a measurable decrease in the wormhole's velocity, indicating a reduction in dark energy accumulation. On Ivis, the mood shifted from despair to hope, as its people offered their thanks to the Helldivers, whose efforts had bought them more time, and perhaps a future. Projections from the Center of Science indicated that, without further Illuminate interference, the Singularity would eventually come to a stop beyond the orbit of Super Earth. However, this outcome was only guaranteed if the Helldivers could sustain a concentrated suppression of Illuminate dark energy accumulation. Thus, High Command issued a directive: repel a wave of Illuminate invasions to ensure that the heart of democracy itself remained untouched. To support this effort, a prototype stratagem, the EGL-21 Grenadier Battlement, was deployed for use in the campaign. The Helldivers answered the call with characteristic courage. Over several days of intense planetary defense, they repelled 6 coordinated Illuminate assaults, halting the enemy's efforts to refuel the Singularity. As a result, the Meridian Singularity was de-energized to the point that its trajectory was now conclusively out of range of Super Earth. For the first time in months, the people of Super Earth could look up to the sky without fear. Thanks to the Helldivers, the cradle of democracy had been preserved. Analysis of automaton movements would come to reveal a chilling objective of the mechanical horde: the desecration of Malevolent Creek. This sacred battleground, where countless Helldivers, known reverently as Creekers, had given their lives early in the war, stood as a symbol of defiance and sacrifice. The enemy had timed its assault to coincide with Malevolent Creek Memorial Day, evidently seeking to maximize the psychological and symbolic impact of their desecration. High Command issued an immediate order: all Helldivers were to hold Malevolent Creek at any cost and unleash the full force of Super Earth's righteous wrath. What followed was a campaign of extraordinary ferocity. The Automatons committed overwhelming resources, including a resurrected jet brigade, in their effort to seize the planet. Yet, the Helldivers held with unmatched courage and tactical brilliance, even amid ammunition rationing and reinforcement delays. And as news of Ivis's tragic destruction by the Meridian Singularity cast a shadow across the galaxy, the Helldivers stood firm in the trenches of the Creek. A decisive Seath counterattack on Vandalon 4 further weakened the enemy's position, and the eventual dismantling of the Jet Brigade shattered the momentum of the Automaton advance. On Malevolent Creek Memorial Day itself, while citizens paused to remember the fallen, the Helldivers ensured no enemy would take that hallowed ground, driving back the enemy entirely. Their efforts preserved the legacy of those who came before and added new names to the Roll of Honor. Malevolent Creek remained unbroken, faith not in fire, but in freedom, now and forever. Engineers at the Deep Mantle Forge complex on Chlorel had completed advanced upgrade designs for the Democracy Space Station, following its instrumental role in the recent defense of Popely 9. High Command prioritized the enhancement of its orbital support capabilities. Two distinct upgrade paths were developed: the Exosuit Support Bay, which would significantly reduce cooldown times for exosuit stratagems, and the expanded Convocation Bay, which promised faster rearming of Eagle strikes. The Helldivers were tasked with securing the necessary resources by liberating one of two enemy-occupied worlds, Wezin, held by the Automatons, or Trandor, overrun by the Terminids. The Helldivers chose Wezin, and by liberating it from automaton control, they reclaimed vital Federation industrial assets and ensured the construction of the Exosuit Support Bay. This victory enabled the immediate enhancement of the DSS, allowing for a 35% reduction in exosuit stratagem cooldowns whenever the station orbited a combat zone. As the arsenal of freedom expanded, so too did Super Earth's ability to enforce peace, stability, and righteous domination across the galaxy. Meanwhile, astrophysicists at the Center of Science on Fenrir 3 had nearly achieved a breakthrough, one that promised to initiate the third and final phase of the effort to halt the Meridian Singularity. However, further progress in manipulating dark energy required vast amounts of E710. The gloom, though deadly, had proven to be a fruitful source during earlier scientific expeditions. With that precedent in mind, High Command authorized a second limited incursion into the region, tasking the Helldivers with the campaign. The operation concluded in resounding success. Helldiver units secured Nivel 43 and enabled the scientific teams to safely extract the required quantities of E710. As a result, the final phase of the plan to stop the Meridian wormhole commenced. On Pylon 5, construction began on the first repulsive gravity field generator, a structure based on recovered Illuminate technology. The generator was designed to project a counterforce strong enough to entirely halt the Singularity's advance. While some voiced caution about using alien-derived systems, the Federation pressed forward with this ambitious project. The sudden emergence of mutated Terminids from gloom-adjacent planets triggered a high-priority crisis that demanded the immediate mobilization of Helldiver forces. The enemy matched the profile of the Predator strain. This time, the scale of the attack revealed a disturbing reality. The strain had been silently multiplying within the gloom, and now it surged outward in a wave of violence. As countless civilians fled in panic from their frontier homes, the Helldivers alone stood between them and total annihilation. Over the course of 9 intense engagements, the Helldivers managed to suppress the mutated Terminid advance. Despite their victory, the toll was staggering. Millions of civilians were lost, and the financial aftermath in insurance claims promised to reach unprecedented levels. The Predator strain, though weakened, remained present across multiple non-gloom worlds. Xenoepidemiologists warned that the strain spread followed viral patterns with high genetic variability, introducing unpredictability of future outbreaks. Then the Illuminate launched a bold and coordinated assault against two of the Federation's most vital sites: the Center of Science on Fenrir 3 and the nearly completed repulsive gravity field generator on Pylon 5. Their objective was unmistakable: to cripple the efforts to halt the advance of the Meridian Singularity. High Command swiftly mobilized the Helldivers to defend the strategic locations and to seize on a rare opportunity to collect and pacify a massive number of vote-lists for study, with the aim of unraveling the mystery behind the Illuminate's mind control technology. After a series of brutal engagements, the Helldivers emerged victorious. Though parts of the Center of Science on Fenrir 3 sustained damage, its essential operations continued, bolstered by emergency treatment programs for stressed researchers. The attack on Pylon 5 was successfully repelled, and construction of the repulsive gravity field generator moved forward without critical delays. In the process, over 1 billion voteless were neutralized, many of whom were found to exhibit unique neural abnormalities requiring intense mind control intervention. This trove of biological data promised to bring the Federation closer to countering Illuminate influence over the innocent. Thus, the final push to halt the Meridian Singularity began. The repulsive gravity field generator neared completion. Anticipating fierce resistance from the Illuminate as activation approached, High Command ordered the Helldivers to defend key planetary locations and weaken the enemy's forces. At the same time, Helldivers were tasked with containing the Predator strain outbreak on Turing, both to gather critical E-710 reserves and to prevent a secondary catastrophe. Despite the Helldivers' commitment, mission objectives were not fully achieved. As a result, construction of the generator fell short of intended specifications, and many designated operations remained incomplete. Yet, in the face of overwhelming pressure, the decision was made to activate the device in its partially finished state. Despite this, its usage caused the Meridian wormhole to decelerate, with projections confirming it would soon halt entirely. Simultaneously, all active Illuminate incursions ceased, and the enemy vanished from all known regions of space. Although the generator suffered what some described as a catastrophic implosion, the sacrifice of the staff aboard was honored as the final, necessary price for securing victory. The resulting crater on Pylon 5 was designated as a memorial site. As scans continued for any Illuminate remnants, the citizens of every world once endangered by the wormhole could finally exhale in relief. The threat was over, thanks to the valor of the Helldivers and the enduring triumph of managed democracy. Analysts from the Ministry of Defense concluded that the Illuminate had likely been reduced to such insignificant numbers that they no longer posed an organized threat. It was further believed that any remaining Illuminate forces were attempting to evade detection in a desperate effort to survive what would inevitably become their second and final extermination. Though the alien menace had been all but annihilated, the other foes of managed democracy, the Terminids and Automatons, remained active and dangerous. In their final hours, the Illuminate had inflicted considerable damage on the defenses of numerous strategic sites, weakening formerly fortified planets and creating openings for renewed enemy offensives. The Helldivers were called to defend these compromised locations as both the Terminids and Automatons surged forward. Despite the Helldivers' rapid deployment and exemplary tactical execution, Clarel, home to the Deep Mantle Forges complex, was lost to an automaton assault. Still, nearly all other objectives were held, and enemy intelligence suggested that both remaining factions were likely to fall victim to their own hubris in the aftermath of this limited success. The return of the Automaton Jet Brigade and Incineration Corps, coupled with the rapid proliferation of the Terminid Predator strain, posed an urgent threat to the Federation's hard-won security. In response, the Helldivers were deployed with a singular mission: to ensure that more planets were liberated than lost during the duration of the Order. Strategic discretion was entrusted to their expert judgment. Despite numerous individual victories and heroic efforts across multiple fronts, the campaign ended in failure. Enemy forces succeeded in preventing Super Earth from achieving net territorial expansion. Still, morale remained high. Citizens across the Federation looked forward to upcoming celebrations marking the end of the Meridian Singularity threat and the erasure of the Illuminate. Meanwhile, recovered automaton parts were repurposed by the Center for Citizen Surveillance and Safety to support the launch of the Pre-Dissidence Program, a forward-looking initiative designed to identify potentially non-conforming citizens. As mass celebrations approached, Super Earth reaffirmed its unwavering commitment to freedom, promising that justice would prevail and that every voter would one day rejoice in a galaxy free from fear and tyranny. However, the calm of the Meridian frontier was shattered as defense satellites stationed near the Meridian wormhole abruptly fell silent. Within moments, multiple outposts across the Widow's Harbor system broadcast urgent distress signals before going dark. Surveillance confirmed the unthinkable. A vast Illuminate fleet had emerged from the wormhole, defying all previous intelligence that suggested their eradication. The assault was swift and brutal. The strategic Earth-armed forces immediately declared a state of extra-tyrannical emergency, converting Illuminate victory parties into rapid enlistment events as they raced to intervene in the enemy advance across the systems of Widow's Harbor, Pylon 5, and New Haven. The DSS was deployed to Pylon 5 but was critically damaged during initial engagement and forced into an emergency warp to Chlorel. Though operational, the station remained at high risk, with evidence suggesting the Illuminate possessed specialized anti-DSS weaponry. High Command projected that all 3 planets between the Wormhole and Super-Earth would inevitably fall. The Helldivers were charged with inflicting as much damage as possible to buy time for Megacity's defense grid to be bolstered. As of this writing, the outcome remains uncertain, but one thing is clear: conflict on Super-Earth is inevitable. The war for Super-Earth has officially begun. The Illuminate invasion of Super-Earth had begun with a brutality unseen for more than a century, as landfall was confirmed at multiple sites and the megacities came under immediate siege. Hostile forces had breached the sovereign homeworld at last, forcing High Command to declare that the battle for Super-Earth had begun and would be fought across successive major orders. With the population concentrated in 7 vast urban bastions, among them the federal capital, Prosperity City, the strategic calculus was stark. Should all 7 fall, Super-Earth would be lost. The first directive therefore demanded not merely survival, but annihilation. Helldivers were ordered to thin the invading ground forces and obliterate Illuminate formations on a scale sufficient to shatter cohesion, with tactical analysis calling for the extermination of 2.5 billion enemy combatants to erode operational capability and deplete the invading fleet before it could tighten its grip around the heart of democracy. Even before the order's full weight descended, the wider catastrophe had already unfolded. Mars had been razed, and the Helldiver training sites that once defined the planet's disciplined regimen were destroyed along with the facility operators, who died defending them, though training had been relocated in time to spare the program's continuity. In orbit above Super-Earth, Illuminate craft were intercepting Eagle fighters, lengthening rearm times until countermeasures were fielded, while the enemy pressed assaults against Remembrance and Equality on Sea, later shifting away from Remembrance and concentrating on Eagleopolis as it neared collapse. Countermeasures eventually restored orbital tempo, and the temporary wide release of the M105 stalwart stratagem bolstered frontline lethality. Yet the price of the opening phase was etched into civic memory when Eagleopolis fell, its great mall reduced to rubble, and the Congressional Rapids Family Fun Zone wiped from the earth. Still, the Defenders' stand was recorded as a strategic success. Waves of invaders were slain in a coordinated defense alongside SEAF battalions, inflicting a further 10% reduction in Illuminate fleet strength beyond attritional losses, even as the grim truth remained that no longer did all 7 megacities stand, and the struggle for Super-Earth was far from finished. In the wake of Eagleopolis's ruin, its shattered promenades and tattered shopping centers endured as a public testament to what failure would mean for the remainder of Super-Earth. Helldivers and their SEAF allies dug in for a defense without respite, ordered to redeploy as enemy pressure shifted from city to city, knowing that once a megacity fell, it could not be reclaimed. After an exhaustive military choice-making process, High Command directed a sustained campaign of successful operations on Super-Earth, an effort intended to force an additional reduction in enemy fleet strength through relentless attrition. The mandate was staggering in scale: to extract from successful missions against the Illuminate 20 million times, thereby turning countless localized victories into a strategic wound deep enough to blunt the invasion's momentum. The fighting soon convulsed around Administrative Center 2 as the M105 stalwart's temporary availability ended and multiple bastions began to fall in rapid succession. Remembrance and Administrative Center 2 both neared collapse, prompting a dire rally and emergency authorization of the shield generator relay. Yet the bureaucracy's hollowed core ultimately burned as Administrative Center 2 fell, followed soon by the occupation of Remembrance itself. Pelican extraction times lengthened, orbital stratagem cooldowns were increased, and the planet-wide defense network faltered until Super Defense Protocol Sapphire was activated after a third megacity was lost, sacrificing remaining rainforests across the globe to turn them into vast tactical airstrips to hasten Eagle rearm by 45 seconds. The Illuminate then probed York Supreme and Port Mercy, and despite unhesitating obedience from the Helldivers, overwhelming enemy numbers prevented completion of the required operations. The order concluded in failure amid mass death and civic devastation. Illuminate fleet strength was nevertheless driven down to an estimated 24% of its original power, but only 4 megacities remained standing, although Force sentiment surveys still reported morale at 100%. As the battle for Super Earth intensified, the Democracy Space Station neared operational status, its frame restored, but its revival delayed by a shortage of critical materials. Command assessed that only a forced requisition of resources from Automaton-held territories could bring the station online in time to influence the unfolding defense of the homeworld. The solution was the liberation of sufficient scrap through the dismantling of enemy machines, with projections estimating that the destruction of 200 million automatons would yield the metal required for immediate, full repair. Though issued not as a standard major order proclamation but relayed by dispatch, released while the preceding campaigns still had roughly 24 hours remaining, the directive spread quickly through the ranks, and detachments turned their fury upon the Automaton Legion. The effort concluded in success, and the DSS was restored to full operational capacity, as it was ordered to Super Earth without delay. Fleet positioning protocols were enacted to shield the station from anticipated Illuminate retaliation, acknowledging that the DSS itself would become a prime target once it entered the battle space. The station operated in temporary overdrive and introduced a new tactical action that fused the effects of 2 prior doctrines into a single instrument: Eagle Blockade. Thus, what began as a desperate industrial scavenge ended as a strategic renewal, returning the Federation's most formidable orbital asset to the war at the moment it was needed most. The battle for Super Earth entered its final stages, with freedom balanced on a knife's edge, the ruins of ancient megacities standing as mute testimony to days of unrelenting siege. High Command anticipated a final, century-prepared assault to seize the last 4 remaining bastions. Port Mercy and York Supreme teetered on collapse, and despite frantic calls for every available Helldiver to rally, Port Mercy fell, and York Supreme soon followed, its defeat triggering a dire cascade of effects. Ammunition combat loads halved, stim capacity was reduced, and personnel reserves strained until reinforcement budgets were cut indefinitely. In response, Super Defense Protocol Diamond stripped away collateral mitigation entirely and augmented every loadout with an orbital napalm barrage. And when only 2 cities remained, Protocol Ruby entered Super Destroyer high-cost reserves to field fast recon vehicles across Super Earth missions. Under these measures, the Illuminate shifted their pressure toward equality on sea, and then the capital, Prosperity City. During the siege, the president of Super Earth was killed in action while defending the presidential security bunker with only a pistol, and authority passed to the Minister of Defense as the final hours of the conflict began. The campaign ended in success when the Illuminate had retreated from Super Earth battle space. Impromptu celebrations were approved across the Federation. In their flight, the invaders also abandoned New Haven, Pylon 5, and Widow's Harbor, scorching those worlds as they withdrew, and then disappearing into hiding beyond the reach of immediate sensors. But the battle for Super Earth had been won, as the swearing in of a new president commenced after a landslide managed election. The war's tempo had scarcely allowed the ink to dry before another gambit unfolded. A former satellite technician had fashioned a strain of malware meant to cripple Illuminate technology at the source. As the long-range satellite array on the planet was hurriedly refitted to broadcast the civilian-made code toward the distant silhouettes of enemy spacecraft, the opportunity had hung in the balance like a held breath. Transmit successfully, and the Illuminate fleet might be maimed without a single boarding action. Yet the same reports that carried this promise also carried an alarm, warning that Terminid infestation had crept across the planet's approaches. Fort Union, so vital as a transmitter and so fragile as a foothold, had to be held for the plan to remain alive long enough to speak into the void. The Terminids pressed, but the fort endured, and the satellites kept climbing toward readiness while the air trembled with impact and emergency power reroutes. When the final threat broke, the transmission followed. Clean civilian code hurled through planetary relays into the heart of Illuminate command systems as multiple large spacecraft had been destroyed, and the fleet as a whole suffered an estimated 5% damage. In the same breath that reported the success, the dispatches recorded an unusual reward befitting the moment's improvised nature. The unnamed technician received a field promotion to command the 405th Cyber Warfare Detachment. Later archivists, however, remarked on how strangely the event had been delivered. Initiated before the major order had concluded, with roughly 2 days still remaining, and relayed not with the usual formal briefing and outcome proclamations, but as a dispatch. Distress calls soon rose from multiple planets where automaton invasion ships had come down like iron blots against festive skies. The enemy struck precisely when forces were still strained by the Illuminate incursion and outer defenses stood lightly manned. In response, Helldivers were dispatched immediately. The fighting unfolded as 5 hard tests in succession, each automaton attack arriving with the same barbaric opportunism and meeting the same swift refusal. Meanwhile, a commemorative cape entered production even as the shooting continued, intended to honor those who had defended Super Earth against the Illuminate, and promised for delivery in the weeks that followed. When the final engagement broke against the Illuminate and the outcome was declared a success, the dispatches credited the Helldivers' decisive response with curtailing the assault before it could deepen into occupation. Survivors on the afflicted planets received extensions to their merrymaking permits, a quiet acknowledgement that their right to celebrate had been unjustly interrupted, while for all others, the sanctioned period of joy was formally closed. Reconstruction began immediately. Wreckage was cleared by fortunate citizen work crews, and reseeding efforts took root again on Widow's Harbor, Pylon 5, New Haven, and Mars, with the promise that time would heal their surfaces. That the automatons had struck when liberty was weakest surprised no one. But even after a galaxy-shaping conflict, the Helldivers' martial obedience showed no sign of fatigue, only forward motion. The first scattered dregs of the cowardly Illuminate invasion force were finally pinned down after their failed assault on Super Earth, when faint traces of fugitives surfaced in outlying systems already scarred by earlier fighting. The Ministry of Science earned open commendation for turning wreckage salvaged from the megacities into a method of pursuit. Their analysts determined that the enemy's cloaking arrays had relied on dark fluid to bend light around smaller craft, and that the trick left telltale gravitational distortions. Those distortions, mapped and compared, drew sharp lines to multiple worlds, and orbital reconnaissance soon confirmed hurried reconstruction below, ships being raised in silence. Orders went out for Helldivers to liberate the identified hideouts on Mog, Hydrobius, Haldus, and Bellatrix, with the promise that rooting out these nests would expose still more hidden planets. Yet, when boots met soil and fire met shadow, enemy resistance rose far beyond expectations. The Illuminate had not merely fled, but had kept significant forces in reserve once their assault became untenable. The campaign ended in failure. Remnant militants slipped away from justice, and some remote bases endured to haunt the fringes. Massive Terminid outbreaks then erupted in dreadful unison across multiple super-Earth cities. And the sudden surge of fascism into crowded streets placed millions of citizens in immediate peril. Safe urban garrisons, thinned to skeleton strength after withdrawals to bolster the wider defense of Super-Earth, had begun to buckle and then to break as swarms poured in through transit corridors, plazas, and residential blocks. With no time to preserve prior momentum, Illuminate pursuit operations were suspended by necessity, and the Helldivers were redirected at once to the heart of the Federation's population centers. The order was to repel the invasion and hold the line at Crucible, Alta 5, Volterra, Karamor, and Inari before the mandate expired. As the fighting raged street by street, another shadow had fallen across the stars. A deep space satellite near Super-Earth had failed, and evidence pointed to interference devices planted during the battle for Super-Earth, leaving nearby worlds unobservable, mute, and unreachable by FTL. Even as analysts judged the likelihood of anti-democratic activity on those cut-off planets to be very high, the cities still standing demanded every drop of attention, and so the Helldivers fought on and prevailed. Each of the 5 designated urban centers were secured. Yet the victory carried a grievous cost, with skylines scarred, foundational infrastructure shattered, and unsettling reports of novel Terminid crust-burrowing behavior spreading through after-action briefings. Cleanup and decontamination began under Seif direction as citizens returned to damaged homes, and the insectoid biomass was slated for conversion into E710 reserves and agricultural protein rations for the displaced. This conclusion hardened into a new resolve. As the enemy adapted, so too would the Helldivers, and this unprovoked escalation into the most populated centers would be met with a response that was proportionate, measured, and decisively final. In the wake of the Illuminate's sabotage, the Super-Earth Satellite Observation Network was restored to full operability, and with it returned the Federation's long-range gaze across contested worlds. The first sweeps of renewed oversight confirmed that the fugitives had progressed beyond occupation into deliberate transformation. Cities once governed by civic ordinance had been reshaped into rigid strongholds, their streets and skylines re-engineered without sanction. Comparative readings of terrain and urban elevation disclosed alterations so extensive that the very topography of several metropolises no longer matched their registered plans. Of the millions believed to be enclosed within these refashioned cityscapes, no reliable accounting could be made. Prevailing assessments judged that many had been converted into hostile biological assets, and thus were deemed compromised unless proven otherwise. Orders were issued for the Helldivers to reclaim these cities for Super-Earth, dismantling non-compliant xenostructures, extracting any uncorrupted survivors, and eradicating hostile elements to prevent resurgence. Yet the ensuing campaign ended in failure. An unfathomable number of citizens were rendered into voteless monstrosities, and the loss of the cities granted the aggressors time and foothold to pursue a larger design. Intelligence recovered from dismantled structures and captured stockpiles affirmed that the Illuminate were attempting to re-establish their former empire upon worlds rightfully held by Super-Earth, twisting seized holdings into harsher domains of their totalitarian cult. Expecting further strikes against isolated planets, particularly those judged to exhibit lower overt patriotism, The Ministry of Unity moved immediately to bolster the federal pre-dissidence program, promising CCS score boosts and multiple rewards for verified reports of subversive activity. When the monumental work of rebuilding Super-Earth began in earnest, a complete damage assessment was concluded, an exhaustive ledger of the homeworld's incalculable wounds rendered into monetary terms and adjusted for inflation. Under intergalactic law, substantial war reparations were judged to be owed by the Illuminate, yet the allotted period for redress expired without payment. In response, the Federation declared its hand forced and announced compulsory asset forfeiture as the only remaining path to fund reconstruction and secure a brighter future for all citizens. The Helldivers were tasked with executing 290 million Illuminate fugitives, a figure analysts deemed commensurate with the reparations due and sufficient to yield the technology, materiel, and justice required. A tribunal of trusted citizen servants further designated the Terminids as abettors bearing secondary liability, ordering the culling of 2.9 billion of the insects to harvest E710 as restitution, later reduced to 900 million following the liberation of Krakatu and Nublaria 1. The campaign concluded in success, with the mandated war restitution collected in full, and the Ministry of Prosperity reporting that the lawfully procured E710 and seized Illuminate material produced a pronounced fiscal benefit that accelerated multiple rebuilding projects. The victory was not merely as a material gain, but an emphatic lesson delivered to hostile debtors. The galaxy had witnessed the price of attacking freedom, and now it learned the cost as well. Official declarations marked the outcome as only the first installment, pledging that the full debt would be collected with interest until every wrong was righted and every enemy account closed permanently. A new Jet Brigade offensive began soon after as a sudden, coordinated automaton assault, threatening multiple systems and forcing an immediate, full-spectrum defensive mobilization. Forward orbital observation posts confirmed that the rebuilt Jet Brigade served as an unmistakable signal that the Automaton Legion had returned with intent to rupture the defensive perimeter and deny citizens the reconstruction of their ruined homes. Early encounters produced troubling indications of novel capabilities, and field dispatches soon clarified the principal augmentation. The Jet Brigade had mastered propulsion for their heavy units, enabling unconventional advances meant to stretch defenders to exhaustion. In response, Helldivers were ordered into every active war zone with standing directives to counter the offensive, defend all affected planets, and assess and neutralize any emergent tactical enhancements. The offensive concluded in decisive victory. High Command singled out the heroes of Curia, noting that valor and unwavering obedience in the initial brutal engagements broke the assault's spine. Thereafter, enemy resistance on Borea was rendered largely ineffective against sustained Helldiver pressure. Though the resurgent Jet Brigade was defeated for the present, official statements tempered celebration with warning that the automatons rebuild what is broken, and the brigade's return is expected whenever conditions permit. So long as stolen worlds remain in automaton possession, the record emphasizes the danger to citizens endures, and the perimeter must be held with the same aggression that turned this incursion back into scrap. In the period that followed, there were heightened calls for total galactic security, and so the Federation enacted the Freedom to Serve Act and financed its immediate implementation through a temporary planetary defense gratitude tax. The measure's stated purpose was expansion of the super destroyer fleet and, by extension, the enlargement of the active Helldiver force to meet projected operational demands. In accordance with the act, a mandatory volunteer recruitment drive commenced across population centers, schools, and veterans hospitals, while High Command announced construction of a new, state-of-the-art Helldiver training facility on Zegama Paradise. The facility was pledged to replicate the best-in-class elite curriculum that had trained Helldivers for decades, intended as a replacement for the tragic loss of the Mars site. A critical prerequisite for this undertaking was the acquisition of live-fire training assets. Helldivers were ordered to liberate the specified Terminid planets, Garherin and Gatria, to enable follow-on teams to capture fully grown specimens at a casualty rate calculated to be 67% lower than alternative methods would incur. Concurrently, breeding programs demanded a reserve of 50 million Terminid samples to safely raise subsequent generations for controlled use in future training. The operation concluded in success, and official reports recorded that all required live-fire assets for the Zegama Paradise facility had been secured, with subsequent Terminid capture efforts achieving commendably low casualty rates, ensuring that incoming recruits would be refined to the Helldivers' peerless martial standard upon completion of rigorous instruction. Construction of the new facility, described as the anvil upon which continuing freedom would be forged, proceeded on schedule. The victory also coincided with a notable surge in public enthusiasm. Citizens were reported to be flocking to participate in the legally mandated volunteer drives. In parallel, the Super Destroyer fleet's expansion advanced as planned, and the anticipated armada, crewed by this new generation, was proclaimed an unbreakable shield for the Federation and a guarantor of a brighter, more prosperous future. As the rebuilding of Super Earth entered a more ambitious phase, the Ministry of Prosperity selected Remembrance as the first of the fallen megacities to be raised anew after its destruction in the completely failed Illuminate invasion of the homeworld. The reconstruction was to be financed by the final balance of war restitution owed by the Illuminate and their formally recognized Terminid abettors, while ongoing offensives by those same aggressors threatened further harm to civilians and demanded an immediate Helldiver counter-offensive. Orders were issued to hold a ring of designated worlds: Errata Prime, Veld, Slith, New Stockholm, and Valmox, until the campaign's expiration. Millions of medium or higher operations were required to secure and transport the resources necessary to lay the city's new foundations. When projections showed the material target difficult to reach, High Command struck a deal with AM Defense to repurpose steel and concrete reserves on Akamar Secundus, previously allocated to colony housing, lowering the required operations by half. However, the resulting surge in transport drew a Terminid attack, and it was made clear that the planet's loss would mean the loss of the diverted resources as well. The campaign concluded in success, the first of many steps toward healing the capital planet and the grief carried by its citizens. Helldivers held the designated worlds and secured the foundation upon which Remembrance would be reborn, earning particular commendation for those who defended Afoye Bay and Errata Prime amid simultaneous, separate assaults by the Illuminate and the Terminids. With territory reclaimed, civilians rescued, and enemy assets seized as the concluding installment of compulsory restitution, reconstruction began immediately. Ruins were cleared and supply chains stabilized under guard. To mark the megacity's rebirth, a new triumphant name was slated to be chosen through a well-managed democratic selection process, intended to signal not merely restoration, but improvement beyond what had been lost. The operation stood as a promise made tangible, that Super Earth would return to glory, and return greater, through the unyielding mandate of managed democracy. A series of new automaton city assaults began as abrupt simultaneous invasions against highly populated worlds, immediately threatening the Federation's urban centers and the infrastructure that sustained the Democracy space station. Assessments identified the attackers' strategic intent was to seize 3 key facilities that underpinned DSS output and coordination: the Deep Mantle Forge complex on Chlorel, the DSS logistics hub on Tarsh, and the original DSS construction site on Yelivara. The movement pattern suggested that this was only the first of several planned waves, while further analysis judged that the invaders also sought the wholesale murder of civilians as an objective in itself. Helldivers were ordered to report at once to every assaulted planet, holding the DSS sites at all costs and preventing the capture of cities that anchored local governance and civilian life. As the fighting spread, sightings of the Automaton incineration core on Aurora Bay and Merak signaled an escalation in destructive intent, foreshadowing the ruin that would follow if defenses failed. However, the campaign ended in failure. Yelivara fell first, severing the DSS construction site that had served as the nexus of space station coordination since completion. In the immediate aftermath, cooldown times for all DSS tactical actions were extended by 24 hours until further notice. Chlorel then collapsed under pressure, and the Deep Mantle Forge complex, an irreplaceable engine of industry, was taken intact. The human toll was catastrophic. Cities were reduced to ruins, and millions of families were driven into refugee camps as the invasion reaped a heavy harvest. With the Chlorel facility in enemy hands, captured automaton data later revealed a second motive: vengeance for the destroyed jet brigade factories on Chort Bay. An admission interpreted as further evidence of the automatons' efforts to algorithmically approximate emotions they were incapable of truly possessing. Official proclamations closed the account with a vow: the travesty would be answered, and the Helldivers would reclaim the stolen cities and territory, pressing the enemy until the limits of its ability to simulate terror, agony, and regret were made plain. In a season when managed democracy seemed most beleaguered, the citizenry of Super-Earth endured a steady parade of burning skylines and slaughtered innocents, scenes repeated so relentlessly across the public broadcasts that fear became a daily companion. Reports of dread, of invasion, disenfranchisement, and the dismemberment of loved ones rose to a peak that threatened the people's confidence in their own safety. In response, the Super-Earth government ordered the creation of maximum security cities, ironclad bastions of freedom built with limitless surveillance and dissident detection, with ground first broken on 3 pilot sites: Fort Union, Fort Sanctuary, and Emeria, while a sweeping campaign sought to reassure households that the galaxy's greatest fighting force stood watch. To feed that assurance with visceral proof, the Helldivers were tasked with a grim arithmetic drawn from the monsters most common in citizen nightmares: the sanctioned extermination of 20 million Shriekers, 12.5 million Impalers, 6.25 million Factory Striders, 7.5 million Flesh Mobs, and a vast Leviathan tally that would soon be reshaped by events in the field. At the same time, the shattered megacity of Remembrance, rebuilt after its destruction during the battle for Super-Earth, received a stark new name through democratically managed voting: Gun, a title meant to burn itself into the public mind. The outcome of the operation at hand was ultimately declared a success. Valorous footage of enemy destruction flooded workplaces and home screens. Nightmare incidences fell to a 6-month low, and construction began in earnest on 3 fortified urban projects: New Yearning City on Fort Sanctuary, New Aspiration City on Emeria, and New Hope City on Fort Union. engineered to be impregnable to dissidents and tyranny, with ubiquitous facial recognition cameras, intensified foot and drone patrols, dedicated surveillance satellites, and residency screening so exhaustive that only the most vigilant patriots would pass. As the gloom continued to blunt the reach of faster-than-light travel, Super Earth committed its industrial and scientific might to making the spore cloud penetrable without ruinous loss. Working in tight concert with the factory hub on Akamar Secundus, where millions of civilian laborers kept the machinery of war and exploration turning, Xenoentomology Center scientists on Turing approached a decisive breakthrough in drive shielding. Their experiments identified the culprit for FTL issues inside the gloom. Gloom spores-coated FTL components fused to them under high heat and triggered catastrophic meltdowns at the moment of greatest need. The proposed remedy was an engineered polymer coating whose protein structures, derived from Terminid exoskeletons, disrupted the spore's ability to cling. When spore-burst Terminids traced back to Fori Prime spread beyond the gloom for the first time, alarm rippled through the sectors, yet the government recognized an opening within the danger. Specimens from inside the cloud might provide the final biological leverage needed to synthesize the coating at scale. The Helldivers were therefore tasked with extracting an immense trove of 30 million rare Terminid samples, while simultaneously holding the worlds of Turing and Akamar Secundus so that scientists and engineers could work without interruption. The enemy answered this effort with a sudden escalation, as spore-burst scavenger populations surged across multiple fronts in Akamar 4, Crimsica, and Gar Heron, and then struck at the very heart of the project on Akamar Secundus and Turing themselves, as if drawn to the scent of their own harvested kin. Yet the line was held. Under Helldiver protection and with fresh tissue delivered in staggering quantities, the Center of Science finalized a method to mass-produce the gloom-resistant polymer coating, transforming a fragile laboratory insight into an industrial process. With success declared, military spacecraft began rotating out of service for retrofit, inaugurating a new cycle of readiness in which extended expeditions into the depths of the spore cloud became a near certainty rather than a distant aspiration. Expeditionary teams were raised swiftly, often staffed by junior and intern scientists hungry to be the first into the unknown. Soon the cloud's interior would be mapped, its secrets forced into the light, and whatever lurked within would be met with deliberate, annihilating force. The first true test of the Maximum Security City initiative came not with blueprints or proclamations, but with footsteps. Families arriving, unloading their lives, and taking residence beneath the watchful geometry of New Hope City, New Aspiration City, and New Yearning City. New Hope and New Yearning stood as comfortably removed from hostile pressure, yet New Aspiration's skyline rose within sight of the Automatons' menace in a neighboring sector. The Automatons' intent was understood as psychological sabotage, aiming to intimidate incoming residents, stain the MSC project's early days, and bend public perception towards doubt. In response, the Helldivers received a twofold mandate. First, to sweep the Nanos sector clean of automaton belligerents to form a buffer around Imeria's fledgling stronghold, and second, to make an unmistakable demonstration of resolve by erasing 2.5 million automaton troopers specifically through orbital rail cannon strikes. The outcome was declared a success. The Nanos sector was liberated, New Aspiration City was secured, and the automatons were confronted with force so absolute that intelligence later claimed their death fear simulations spiked in frequency and vividness despite their emotionless void. With the buffer established, populations of the maximum security cities accelerated, with streets filling with families who moved under omnipresent surveillance that captured their prosperity from every angle, across spectra, and even through walls. Planners began selecting future sites and drafting upgrades to older cities, and the MSC project shifted from an experiment into a trajectory, as the Federation's promise was made concrete in steel and surveillance. After more than a year of war imposed and sustained by the enemies of freedom, the citizenry of Super Earth remained resolute, yet visibly wearied, and the demand for relief grew too loud to ignore. In response, the Super Earth government authorized Tyranny Park 2, a vast recreational and educational complex meant to display the direst threats to managed democracy while granting families a sanctioned diversion from the grind of conflict. The shadow of the first Tyranny Park hung over the announcement, but that calamity was recast as instruction rather than warning. The new facility was conceived as larger, safer, and engineered for far greater merchandising reach, its very existence intended as a public declaration that freedom does not retreat. To set the project on firm ground, the Helldivers were ordered to secure the construction site by liberating Boar Rock, gathering the biological stock required to populate its tightly controlled exhibits, and thinning the Titan-class menace so xenozoologists could recover eggs with sharply reduced losses. The operation proceeded with tactful spectacle, as Boar Rock was taken, and 40 million common samples and 15 million rare samples were extracted from Terminid-held worlds, and the Great Cull was dismantled until the threats were judged pacified enough for construction to begin. Success was declared, and the aftermath carried the unmistakable stamp of triumphal planning. Sponsors pledged funds for a water feature memorial to the fallen of the first park. Subterranean scanning was adopted to secure what lay beneath, and every patron was promised a personal defense weapon for the duration of their visit. The park's most telling innovation, however, was cultural rather than mechanical. Youth tours designed to culminate in age-appropriate group retribution against restrained Terminid scavengers, an edutainment ritual meant to transmute fear into certainty and to offer a bright, controlled distraction from the war's unending darkness. Yet a new crisis soon began, with a sudden call to high alert when multiple large-scale Terminid incursions erupted on the worlds ringed around the gloom. Achenar Secundus, Errata Prime, Fenrir III, and Turing, an assault declared wholly unprovoked and immediately dire. Spore outflow surged to levels never before seen and climbed with frightening speed, and xenobiologists at the center of science warned that a population explosion within the gloom was driving the swarm outward. The prescribed remedy was not containment but attrition on an unprecedented scale. The Helldivers were ordered to reduce the Terminid host by 6 billion, under the belief that nothing short of that tally would break the onslaught, while the flagship maximum security city, New Hope City, was singled out for absolute protection. Then, at 2:30 p.m. on August 25th, the directive widened in scope without easing the original demand. Managed democracy was declared under simultaneous invasion by all three long-standing enemies, forcing the defense of not one, but 3 maximum security cities, each a repository of the Federation's most loyal citizens and their families, and each to be held at any cost. The ensuing days were marked by hard reversals and relentless counter-pressure, even as the Helldivers fought to meet the kill threshold that would end the 3 offensives. Achenar Secundus fell, and its defense hub evacuated and field logistics strained. Turing fell next, taking the celebrated Xeno-Entomology Center with it, and a rupture of high-pressure hunter pheromone tanks foretold heavier hunter presence in the aftermath. The Automaton Jet Brigade struck Curia, the Incineration Corps assaulted Beckvam III and Tarsh, and Factory Strider numbers surged on Fenmire, as if to grind defenses into debris. The Democracy Space Station suffered a crippling cyber attack that knocked the evil Convocation Bay into catastrophic failure. And the Eagle Storm tactical action went dark for roughly 3 days until SEAF combat engineers restored it to service through continuous repair work. As fronts multiplied, Tyranny Park 2 fell, first threatened by a charger behemoth malfunction and then overrun, its inhabitants spilling into neighboring systems. Then New Aspiration City came under direct attack, and Helldivers were urged to deploy to Ameria to hold the impregnable future at all costs, while strategic advisories emphasized cutting the assault at its source by liberating Charvel 7 to end the attacks against Charon Prime, Yulheim, and Mort. New Yearning City then came under peril, as millions of citizens faced the prospect of being remade into voteless monstrosities, or worse, by the Illuminate. A rolling chain of emergency authorizations came and went in tight windows, culminating in the moment when New Hope City itself came under direct attack and Helldivers were urged to converge on Fort Union. Reinforcements arrived as thousands of newly built super destroyers expanded the fleet, and tactical advisories emphasized striking the enemy's originating worlds to collapse entire attack webs. In the end, the tripartite invasion failed. Enemy forces were annihilated, and New Hope, New Aspiration, and New Yearning stood secure as intended, prompting plans for a new national holiday. The Day of Unanimous Retribution. Yet the victory did not soften the reckoning. Multiple planets remained lost, millions were dead, millions more displaced, and the Federation drew a stark conclusion from the sequence of events. This catastrophe had been sparked by the Terminid assault sheltered within the gloom, and a purely defensive posture would no longer suffice. The gloom itself was marked for destruction. The gloom was a blight that had long sheltered the Terminid and loosed terror upon managed democracy, and it could no longer persist. Every Super Destroyer's FTL systems received no fewer than 2 layers of gloom-resistant polymer coating. As new recruits swelled the Helldivers' ranks, Helldivers were ordered to brave the mutative darkness again to establish a forward operating base within the gloom's perimeter, a foothold from which deeper strikes could be launched into the gloom. This campaign was named Operation Righteous Reclamation. The initial campaign narrowed around a single requirement: hold one of 3 worlds long enough to anchor the base. The outcome was declared a success, as Hellmire was liberated from the gloom's grasp, and Outpost Alpha became the first enduring forward operating base inside the Spore Cloud, granting the Helldivers unprecedented access to its interior. From that foothold, initial geological scans of Oshane, deep inside the gloom, revealed signs of vast surface and subsurface terraformation, paired with spore output surpassing even the most generous estimates. In response, the planet earned the new designation of a hive world. With Outpost Alpha secured, the Helldivers gained a rare corridor into a foreign hive world, and the secrets it nursed beneath its shroud. Spore-resistant super-destroyers established an orbital rhythm around Oshane, refueling, resupplying, and scouring clogged filters to blunt the logistical knife edge imposed by extreme spore density. Yet the planet answered intrusion with interference. Pelican landings grew perilous, extraction windows lengthened by 50 seconds, Eagle craft were forced into filter changes after every rearm, and dwindled support halved ammunition yields. Even so, orders held. Survey the hive world, seize research samples, and map the strange biome and its endemic life, for understanding was deemed the prerequisite for eradication. As the planet-wide survey commenced, the wider gloom front convulsed. Outpost Alpha came under siege, where winged Terminids of unprecedented size surfaced, and a new subterranean mutation, the Rupture strain, broke long-trusted patterns with tunneling assaults that demanded overwhelming force. Reports soon followed of Titan-class creatures on Oshane, whispered to resemble Hive Lords, thought extinct, while the Hive world itself revealed a new E710-like substance promising enough to justify rapid installation of extraction pipelines. Sadly, the Major Order's ambitions collapsed. Helldivers were violently mobbed by monstrous mutants and failed to meet the vast sample quotas of common and rare material. yet they refused to surrender the line. Hellmire did not fall. The dragon roaches were beaten back, and Outpost Alpha endured, preserving access to Oshane. The campaign continued. For as long as the path remained open, the fleet would return, and the thunder of boots would follow until the Hive World's life was cataloged, exploited, and finally crushed under the weight of renewed assault. Suddenly, the gloom-adjacent frontier was struck by an unprovoked and coordinated Terminid onslaught. Swarms descended on multiple Federation-held worlds with a ferocity that shattered local siege lines, consuming colonists and collapsing settlements faster than evacuation corridors could be established. What made these assaults more than another border war was the atmosphere that came with them. Low-density gloom clung to occupied systems like a rising tide, as if the spores themselves had learned to march behind the insects. Reports spread through the fleets of strains once thought confined to the gloom. Mutations that fought with unfamiliar patterns and monstrous mass, until the warnings gained grim substance on Hellmire, where subterranean disruptions hinted at Hive Lord presence, and Outpost Alpha came under direct attack, threatening the Federation's last access point to the Hive world within the Spore Cloud. High Command answered with urgency, widening the arsenal to match the scale of the emergency. Recoilless rifles authorized fleet-wide for a brief window, then flamethrowers released for immediate use as the battles turned close and incendiary. Yet the situation deteriorated even as forces rallied. Gakrix fell into infestation and became laced with gloom. Overgo Prime was ringed by creeping haze, and later, Esker showed the same encroaching veil. Each world a suspected stepping stone in a widening pattern of envelopment. Against this, the Helldivers executed rapid counter-liberations and hard defenses, even finding time amid the greater emergency to secure New Alexandria on Seychelles Beach and drive off an Illuminate menace, a small victory that steadied morale. By campaign's end, the outpouring from the gloom had subsided, and the Federation emerged with a new understanding of the danger. Invasions from the gloom did not merely originate there. They seemed to carry it, leaving a trail for spores to follow. The Great Expedition into the Gloom was more necessary than ever, and would continue until the Hive World and any hidden counterparts in the Spore Cloud's depths were found and liberated. While one front of the war still smoldered from the gloom-tainted raids, a new revelation surfaced in the form of decrypted automaton traffic, revealing secret mining operations buried deep beneath Mintoria's crust. The mines of Mintoria possessed precisely the kind of technology that could deny the gloom its favored pathways: geothermally resistive siding panels, filtration systems, and other subsurface innovations whose very existence had been tainted by betrayal, leaked by traders among Super-Earth's own mining contractors. Orders followed to clear the approach to the Ultramafic mine and repatriate the habitat technology piece by piece to assist in the creation of a spore-proof haven on Hellmire. The campaign advanced in a chain of victories. Classa was liberated, then Zephia, so that the path to Mintoria's mine was finally opened. Mintoria fell back under Super-Earth control long enough for the mine's systems to be dismantled and reverse-engineered, even as the automatons counterattacked to reclaim what they had stolen. In the midst of this, the subterranean war shifted again. The Terminid rupture strain, which had eroded sieve cohesion and degraded sustained firepower, abruptly receded after Helldivers inflicted punishing losses, as if instinct had ordered the survivors to burrow away in terror. Success was declared not merely because territory held, but because the spoils were already reshaping the battlefield. Outpost Alpha's transformation into an expanded, spore-proof complex began at once, with reinforced habitat walls, rupture strain detection networks, and improved ventilation. with Gloom Base Alpha rising as an interconnected subterranean haven staffed by elite logistics officers selected for merit and cohesion. The Federation had secured a stable artery of support aimed to blunt the Gloom's pressure and sustain the long work of liberation in the shadow of the nearby Hive world. The Great Expedition into the Gloom met immediate and stubborn resistance, yet High Command pressed forward to seize the Hive world and its stores of E711, the highly condensed form of E710, and to ready the Democratic Space Station as the spearhead of the campaign. Orders were issued to take Carlia, despite its position in contested Illuminate territory, because its gravity and atmosphere offered the rare conditions needed to aerosolize spore-resistant polymers for rapid spray application. As the Helldivers moved to secure the staging worlds, an alarm rang out from the front. Outpost Alpha on Hellmire came under attack, and its loss threatened access to the Hive world within the Gloom. The fighting was urgent, with the expedition's momentum depending on holding the line while Carlia was brought under control. Carlia was inevitably liberated, the DSS was warped into position, and engineers began the long work of hardening the station for the choking haze ahead. Reports soon followed that the Gloom was spreading across Terminid-held worlds, encircling Parshan and then Estanu in low-density cover, sharpening the warning that delay would only widen the stain. Even so, the operation concluded in total success. Carlia's skies were saturated with polymer aerosols, laying down a precise quintuple coating that made the DSS fit to enter the Gloom, while a crew-wide spore quarantine protocol took hold with strict, peer-enforced discipline. A prototype atmospheric autoclave was installed as well, able to sterilize vast volumes of spore-laden air each minute, insufficient to clear a world outright, but enough to blunt the Terminids' advantage where the Gloom clung thickest. The DSS had gained the capacity not only to traverse the Gloom, but to fight within it on harsher terms, and the expedition stood better armed for what waited beyond the haze. In the early days of the Galactic War, Helldivers struck Wasat in a bold raid and seized an automaton data center known as Database 1. The prize was vast, but the contents resisted decryption, yielding only scraps. A later breakthrough began far from that battlefield, inside the recently freed Ultramorphic mine on Mintoria, where enemy files pointed to two possible sets of encryption keys, one on Menkent and one on Acer Pass. The automatons were expected to wipe one cache the moment the other was threatened, meaning only a single key would likely be recovered. Orders went out for a decisive liberation on either Menkent or Acer Pass, and the Helldivers moved, knowing that whichever world they chose would shape what the war would learn next. Menkent was liberated, the key was secured and transmitted, and Database 1 finally opened on the subject tied to that route. Vessel 00. The decrypted material described a spacecraft that departed Cyberstan in 2180, about 4 years before the first automaton attack, with its cargo and destination left unknown, and its voyage spoken of as the last it would ever make. In the enemy's own language, Vessel 00 was treated with praise and strange reverence, called a seed or origin, a hint that it mattered to their beginnings, in a way that was hard to ignore. The revelation tightened the war's focus on Cyberstan. Immediate needs kept its liberation out of reach, but the goal did not fade. In time, Cyberstan would be taken, and the answers behind Vessel 00 would be forced into the light. The Ministry of Science then announced that strange phenomena had been found near ancient Illuminate ruins preserved for public learning, structures older than the First Galactic War and long treated as silent lessons from a distant age. Instruments detected space-time disruptions similar to those seen near the Meridian Singularity, and ground-penetrating scans suggested that ruins continued several meters below the surface. access to the sites was restricted as excavation teams prepared careful digs, while concern grew that similar structures on worlds held by the Illuminate might be turned into weapons of persuasion, used to spread lies, rewrite the past, or twist meaning into something that served the enemy. Orders followed as the Helldivers were sent to liberate Allart III, Herthon Secundus, and Z Ragosia, and to hold Hellmire as the operation's wider pressure mounted. The campaign unfolded under grim warnings from elsewhere in the sector as the gloom tightened around Terminid worlds, with Errata Prime surrounded in low-density haze and spores detected in Crimsica as invasion threatened to pull it into the same fate, all while Outpost Alpha on Hellmire was under siege. Despite these dangers, the Helldivers succeeded, and all 3 targets were returned to the dominion of Super Earth. The ruins on each planet were sealed off and excavations began, and the same close-range anomalies were observed again and again. Gravitational waves that did not fit the expected pattern, and brief temporal microdilations that made time feel uneven at the edge of the sites. With the world secured, the Illuminate were denied the chance to use the ruins to rebuild revisionist propaganda, yet the mystery remained unresolved. And the search for further hidden structures, especially on enemy-held planets, continued and would continue until the source of the disturbances could be found. As preparations for Liberty Day began across the galaxy, a renewed spirit rose among the citizens of Super Earth, strengthened by the need to heal after the craven Illuminate strike that had reached even the homeworld itself. People remembered the horror of that assault, but they also remembered the Helldivers who drove the attackers away, the civilians who refused to break, and the crews who worked without pause to restore what had been lost. In the weeks that followed, High Command tied celebrations to resolve by assigning the Helldivers a practical task of securing explosives for the Super Earth Patriotic Pyrotechny display, a tradition cherished by children and held up as a symbol of renewal. Intel pointed to automaton stockpiles on Marfark and Zosma, as Helldivers were given the order to seize and hold both worlds long enough to claim the material. The operation was backed by fleet-wide access to the Airburst rocket launcher, authorized to hasten liberation and support the wider morale effort, even as new threats emerged, with the Jet Brigade resurfacing on Aurora Bay. Yet the main objective held, and the campaign ended in success. The automaton hordes were decimated, and Liberty Day was secured for families across Super Earth. The supra-nostalgic pyrotechny display was cleared to run for a continuous 24 hours, as tradition demanded, while applications surged for the Liberty Day celebratory Super Earth Visa raffle for gifted children, spreading the promise of travel and wonder to colony youth. When the sky finally bloomed with color, each bright spark would carry a simple meaning: celebration made possible by struggle, and joy protected by those who fought to keep it. Meanwhile, after weeks of preparation, Sea forces stood on the edge of a decisive push to liberate the Terminid hive world Oshane. Yet the plan rested on a weak point. Hellmire continued to endure relentless Terminid assaults, and losing it mid-campaign would shatter the offensive at the worst possible moment. High Command answered with an order meant to steady the entire front. Helldivers were sent to liberate Errata Prime and Astanu, the neighboring worlds whose control would shield Hellmire by cutting down the number of attacks it faced. At the same time, secured territory around Hellmire promised to raise the reach and usefulness of Gloombase Alpha, turning it from a threatened outpost into a safer anchor for the coming strike. As the operation unfolded, warnings spread that the gloom spores had been detected in the atmosphere of Gakrix during a fresh Terminid invasion, a sign that the wider region could be swallowed whole if the enemy gained ground. Yet the Helldivers delivered on their mission. Errata Prime and Astanu were liberated, and a security buffer was established around Hellmire, giving Gloombase Alpha the protection it needed to support the larger war effort. With the Democracy Space Station now able to endure prolonged exposure to the gloom, and the base standing ready to feed supplies and strength into the line, the long work finally reached its turning point. The conditions to liberate Oshane were set. Liberty Day then returned once more as the Federation's most sacred celebration, a day meant to renew loyalty and remind every citizen of the moment managed democracy was first set in its final form. The holiday carried added weight after months of hard fighting, and the defenders of Super Earth were praised as the steady shield that kept daily life from breaking under strain. While families gathered for their own rituals and watched the long-awaited patriotic pyrotechny display in the orbit of Super Earth, Helldivers marked the day the way the front lines has always understood, by turning celebration into a test of discipline. They were ordered to reach a vast enemy kill count using only the classic R2124 Constitution rifle, a deliberate return to old methods meant to echo the first warriors who carried freedom on their shoulders. The challenge was met, though not without a moment of confusion that revealed how the smallest detail can sway the fate of a grand command. At first, the required count appeared short because bayonet kills were not included, even as Helldivers fought at close range and paid in sweat and blood for every meter gained. When those bayonet kills were finally added, the full measure of the day became clear, and Liberty Day was declared a triumphant success, with 40 million enemies accounted for by rifle and blade alike. The celebration ended as it always does, with the fireworks fading, the rifle barrels cooling, and the war resuming the next day. Yet the memory of unity and shared purpose remained as fuel for the battles ahead. With another successful Liberty Day come and gone, the order to liberate the hive world Oshane marked a turning point in the war against the Terminids, a decision born from years of loss and the spreading terror of the gloom. Oshane had swallowed trailblazers in its twisting caverns and fed the swarms that struck at the heart of democracy, killing civilians and casting a toxic haze over entire regions. Gloombase Alpha on Hellmire stood ready to support Deep Gloom operations, and the upgraded Democracy space station was sent directly to Oshane. The campaign immediately showed how wide the threat had grown, as the gloom tightened around Borrock and the rupture strain erupted on Terek, Gakrix, and later Crimsica. On the hive world itself, progress came in waves of hard ground taken and harder ground contested, with sudden spikes in Terminid activity that slowed the advance even as these desperate tactics proved the enemy understood it was being cornered. Heavy bombardment stirred Hive Lords into rampage, Impalers appeared in great numbers, and High Command opened brief windows of extra strength, authorizing the Exo-49 Emancipator exosuit, then the recoilless rifle, and even a short-lived Warp Pack issue to regain momentum. The DSS paid for its time in the gloom as its polymer shielding degraded from early wear to critical failure, forcing an emergency warp to Carlia for cleansing before it could return. But the offensive did not break. In the final stage, resistance surged across the planet and from the wider gloom, then collapsed after sustained pressure. Oshane was liberated, its tunnels set to be mapped by Seif crews, and the carcasses of massive hive lords were hauled away for processing and study. With 99% of the planet's hive lungs destroyed, local gloom density fell sharply, and the remaining E711 reservoirs became a prize to be harvested and used for the prosperity of Super Earth. One great hurdle cleared, with more hive worlds still waiting in the murk. In the wake of the Hive World's liberation, the war's triumph gave way to a larger truth. Prolonged fighting in the gloom had drained resources and left much of Super Earth in unrepaired ruin. High Command declared that citizens would be ignored no longer and ordered reconstruction to begin at York Supreme, which had been invaded and bombed into rubble during the Illuminate assault on the homeworld. To feed this rebuilding effort, attention turned to Andar and Asperoth Prime, where large, mostly untapped reserves of limestone, iron ore, and gravel lay beneath landscapes once guarded for their biodiversity and natural wonders. These protections were stripped away to speed extraction, permits were issued, and the work began under urgency, as Illuminate forces were already moving fast towards both worlds, determined to keep Liberty cities broken and to deny humanity the means to restore them. The Helldivers were ordered to hold Andar and Asperoth Prime until enough material could be taken, shaped into prefabricated structures, and shipped home. The struggle unfolded amid shifting fortunes on the wider front, including a catastrophic weather event that shattered enemy forces and opened a sudden advance on Fenmire, and a brief period where the orbital napalm barrage was authorized fleet-wide before being withdrawn after 24 hours. In the end, the Helldivers held the line long enough for vast quantities of construction resources to be extracted, processed, and sent back to Super Earth. With supply lines secured, the rebuilding of York Supreme could begin, and plans were set for a new name to be chosen through a managed democratic process. As volunteer demolition teams cleared the final wreckage, citizens said farewell to the fallen city and looked forward to the rise of a new megacity at the center of managed democracy. A disturbing report soon came in from the Center for Citizen Surveillance and Safety that warned that several domestic worlds had become riddled with dissident activity. Low enlistment, heavy sick day use, unconventional haircuts, and rising antisocial conduct were clear signs of this fact. In response, a state of patriotic emergency was declared on Yelivara, Alta 4, and Diluvia, and the Ministry of Unity deployed loyalty intervention and enforcement squads to find and seize traitors said to be hiding in plain sight. Seaf outworld garrisons were pulled back from outer defenses to bolster order on these planets until the crisis passed. At the same time, a broader directive was issued to expand surveillance capability at speed, with Helldivers ordered to secure vast numbers of enemy samples. 15 million from Illuminate forces and 62.5 million from Automaton forces, so new monitoring tools could be developed and to hold Mastia through the end of the operation. The operation became a grinding test of endurance and logistics, helped by temporary fleet-wide authorization of the orbital laser stratagem and a brief release of the LAS-98 laser cannon for general use. As the operation neared its end, a direct advisory warned that automaton sample totals were projected to fall just short, and Helldivers were urged to focus their efforts on automaton collection in the final stretch. In the end, success was achieved, and the required resources were delivered, clearing the way for an expanded center for citizen surveillance and safety, and new methods aimed at identifying disloyal thought and tracking it before it could spread. In the weeks that followed, thousands of dissidents were apprehended, while Seaf battalions maintained order and loyal citizens reported a stronger sense of security. The episode ended as a declaration of renewed unity, and as a promise that the Federation would continue tightening its grip until dissidence was driven back wherever it appeared. Incursions then struck across all three fronts at a moment when Seaf defensive garrisons were already strained. The enemy exploited the thinning outer lines with speed, pushing into vulnerable sectors and forcing High Command to call the Helldivers into immediate defense. The Terminid assault proved the most fierce, placing the Xeno-Entomology Center on Turing in direct danger, a site whose research was treated as too valuable to lose. For a brief moment, fleet-wide access to the orbital walking barrage was authorized to blunt the surge, while strategic alerts warned that the automaton incineration core had been sighted on Merrick and then Aurora Bay. Despite stubborn resistance, the defense failed to meet its goals, and the enemy gained ground on multiple fronts as all three factions pressed forward. Helldivers fought hard enough to prevent a full collapse, but not hard enough to stop retreats and the loss of key positions, and the cost was felt across the line. In the aftermath, Seaf forces were redeployed back to outer garrisons to shore up battered defenses, restoring a fragile hold on the front for the moment. The setback hardened the Federation's view that the crisis was fueled not only by threats beyond the border, but by weakness within it, and so the campaign closed with a grim lesson. When loyalty frays at home, the outer walls thin, and enemies move quickly to strike through the gaps. Meanwhile, the dissident crisis proved far deeper than first feared, when the expanded Center for Citizen Surveillance and Safety reported signs of disloyalty on every super-Earth planet, except for super-Earth itself, of course. Officials named ordinary habitats as warning flags, extended breaks, lingering or avoided eye contact with authority, and the use of slang, and argued that even small breaches in discipline could invite disaster, as recent attacks had shown. The government answered by declaring the war on dissidents, turning domestic territories into war zones under curfew and redirecting surveillance satellites inward to search for threats at home. SEAF units were deployed in force to cities across the Federation to hold order while dissidents were hunted, even as leaders warned that outside enemies would try to exploit the strain. At the same time, holding facilities neared capacity, and High Command ordered the construction of a mega-city-sized center for the containment of dissidents on a Foyer Bay, with Helldivers commanded to liberate the planet so building could begin. The campaign was fought under tightened limits meant to support internal security. Ammunition was rationed, stim supplies were cut for a day, and several stratagem systems faced longer cooldowns as non-lethal tools, flyovers, and city street deployments took priority. Even with these constraints, the Helldivers held the line and liberated a Foyer Bay, ensuring that more worlds were gained than lost during the operation and preventing the wider front from buckling, while SEAF and loyalty intervention and enforcement squads swept through dozens of cities. The first battle of the war on dissidents ended in declared victory, with millions of dissidents apprehended and new surveys reporting higher measures of loyalty than ever. Ground was broken on the Center for the Confinement of Dissidents, planned to hold up to 15 million detainees for long-term re-education, and the scale of that project reshaped national priorities. Materials were redirected away from rebuilding York Supreme and toward the new facility, a painful trade meant to show that unity would be purchased before comfort. The discovery of automaton mining operations on worlds of extreme volcanic activity widened the war into a new kind of battlefield. These lava-covered magma planets had long gone untracked because their environments were judged to be too hostile for sustained attention, yet the automatons used their artificial bodies to settle there and strip resources that should have served Super-Earth's citizens. Once the planets were added to the galactic map, 3 were named as the targets: Fury, K, and Mox, and scans revealed that the enemy had already built sprawling networks of mines, refineries, and processing plants of unknown purpose. To match the brutal conditions, the Eagle napalm airstrike was made widely available for several days, and the flamethrower stratagem was briefly authorized to help fight amid fire and ash. However, the operation ended in failure, and the automatons' exploitations continued largely intact, even though Helldivers managed to annex portions of the enemy industry. What was taken revealed an unsettling aim: the extraction of large quantities of high-grade platinum, with clear potential for new weapons of war. Worse still, the seized facilities pointed to the synthesis of an organic plasma, described as likely derived from human bodies, a claim that hardened resolve, even as the campaign itself fell short. After the first pushes on the magma planets brought only partial gains, automaton industry still held firm in the lava sectors, and the shortage of key resources threatened to slow the next stage of the war. High Command answered with a bold plan led by the Ministry of Expansion named Operation Free Space, meant to ensure the Federation would never lack room to grow. At its center stood Pandora Base, a top-secret foundry planned as the next great step in the evolution of the Democracy Space Station and the development of new defenses for the galaxy. Construction was designed to rely on supply lines from the magma planets and a vast workforce drawn from the Center for the Confinement of Dissidents, described as legally mandated volunteers seeking to earn back citizenship and voting rights. To keep the project alive, Helldivers were ordered to hold a Foyer Bay and to liberate and hold Fury, K, and Mox, so that transport shuttles and material flows could move without enemy disruption. The operation unfolded under widening pressures, as analysis of gloom outflow from Oshane revealed another Terminid hive world, Omicron, opening a fresh front in the war. Even with shifting demands, the Helldivers succeeded in safeguarding the needed worlds, and construction of Pandora Base began, allowing Operation Free Space to enter its implementation phase. Soon after, High Command revealed the initiative's ultimate goal: the Star of Peace, an upgrade meant to turn the Democracy Space Station into a beacon capable of projecting liberty's light across entire planetary systems. Work crews from the confinement centers were said to exceed productivity quotas by a wide margin, held up as proof of rehabilitation and the force of on-site motivation. With magma world resources feeding the Foundry, the Federation declared the project on track to reshape its defenses and extend its reach, turning heat, ash, and hard-won ground into the raw materials of a new chapter of freedom. The Festival of Reckoning began as a loud season of family gatherings, carols, gifts, and televised vengeance, meant to turn grief into unity and spending into purpose. This year, the Ministry of Prosperity stretched the celebration from 3 days to 14, claiming the debt of revenge had grown too large for a shorter holiday, and that the expanded Reckoning Fund had to be fully used. Helldivers were given a simple measure of success: liberate more planets than were lost, because every net gain would unlock greater consumer savings, while each net loss would trigger a patriotic VAT surcharge to cover the shortfall. To keep momentum through the long festival, High Command issued a steady chain of reckoning gifts for frontline use. When the 14 days ended, the Festival of Reckoning was declared a success. Helldivers had secured a net expansion of Federation territory, and the result was celebrated as both justice for the fallen and a victory for seasonal commerce. Experimental weapon data gathered during the marathon was sent to the Ministry of Science for immediate use, and a seasonal cape was granted to all Helldivers as a final gift, leaving the Federation with wider borders, emptied magazines, and a renewed taste for the next day's war. Operation Free Space moved forward on schedule, with the Star of Peace named as its centerpiece and the future heart of the Democracy Space Station. The new weapon was built around a beam of ionized dark fluid, a substance once tied only to the Illuminate, and now, for the first time, made by human hands using E-711 taken from Terminid hive worlds. But the promise of this breakthrough carried a steep cost in fuel. To fire the Star of Peace even once would require an enormous stock of E-711, and the reserves on the recently liberated hive world of Oshane were already close to being fully extracted. With the need rising and the supply shrinking, High Command shifted the burden to the mostly untouched hive world of Omicron and ordered Helldivers to complete a massive number of successful missions there, both to break Terminid resistance and to enable high-risk extraction. Regrettably, the effort fell short. Omicron proved so deeply infested that extraction was slowed again and again, and while some E-711 was secured, the process of turning it into dark fluid remained wasteful and inefficient. Projections showed that yields would not be enough to let the Star of Peace fire, and the setback threatened to delay the momentum of Operation Free Space. Even so, the larger machine did not stop. At Pandora Base, construction of key components continued as assembly lines kept running to prepare for the day when fuel supplies could catch up to ambition. Probationary citizens undergoing re-education through the Center for the Confinement of Dissidents were directed into this work, framed as a second chance to contribute through labor to the spread of liberty. In that way, the project endured, unfinished and hungry for E-711, yet still being built piece by piece in anticipation of a future that had not yet arrived. As the Star of Peace advanced toward readiness, construction began on its primary optical array, the key step in transforming the Democracy Space Station into a macro-scale laser meant to cast a single high-yield beam across the warfront. The promise came with a danger. The heat produced by such a projection would overwhelm standard orbital alloys and risk the station itself. An answer emerged from the close study of captured automatons, which showed that units operating on magma planets had been rebuilt with iridium-infused superalloy heat sinks designed to survive constant fire and molten air. High Command therefore set the task to plain terms: hold Fury, K, and Mox, secure the mining infrastructure, and break the Automaton offensive long enough to seize the needed internal components. In this campaign, the enemy's own heat resistance was to be taken, reshaped, and turned into a shield for Liberty's brightest weapon. The Helldivers succeeded, and the magma planets remained secure when the order expired, clearing the way for Seif scavenger crews to strip the battlefields and the factories alike. Several gigatons of illicitly mined platinum was confiscated, and the recovery of intact automaton components exceeded targets by a wide margin. The iridium-infused heat sinks were reforged into maximum density thermal housing for the Star of Peace, giving it the ability to endure its own output, and bringing the station's firing plan within reach. With thermal integrity achieved, the Star of Peace could finally prepare its beam by driving enormous energy into the gain medium, forcing a violent surge of excited matter that released a flood of coherent light meant for mass freedom dispensation. Surplus automaton parts were melted down into premium amenities as well, including iridium-plated latrines, novelty goblets, and viewing glasses meant to let children safely watch the first firing. High Command opened the final phase of Operation Free Space when the Star of Peace was finally mounted to the Democracy Space Station. The aim was now to remove enemy-held worlds from the map and free the space they occupied, securing long-term prosperity by force, a final example. Dark fluid reserves stood below recommended levels, but leaders pressed ahead, declaring that risk to facilities and personnel could not be allowed to delay peace. 3 targets were placed before the Helldivers: Penta for the Automatons, Valmox for the Illuminate, and the Hive world Zagon Prime for the Terminids. Yet only one firing was possible with the barely sufficient dark fluid on hand. A vote was scheduled as an exercise of managed democracy, and while the DSS was taken offline during the voting period, Helldivers were ordered to keep an adjacent world under Super Earth control so the chosen target would remain reachable at the moment of firing. When voting began, each Helldiver was allowed a single vote, with a warning that if the winning target could not be reached, the second choice would be struck instead. The vote concluded with Penta chosen as the inaugural target, and at the end of the order period, the Star of Peace fired, collapsing the planet into a conventional black hole and erasing all enemy forces present. The shot marked a decisive end to Operation Free Space, but it also scarred its own platform. The DSS took damage during the firing and was ordered to Pandora Base on a Foyer Bay for full repair, going offline for a short time. Unlike the Illuminate wormhole once created at Meridia, no abnormal effects were detected beyond what a normal singularity would show, though the Ministry of Science continued close monitoring. All synthesized dark fluid was spent in the strike, and the cost was vast, yet the act was treated as the opening of a new era, with Penta wiped away and a silent black beacon left behind as a warning of what awaited any world that stood against managed democracy. In the tense days after the Star of Peace erased Penta, a new fear rose within the Federation. Signs pointed to a data breach at or near the moment of firing, and the weapon's blueprints may have been stolen. The Democracy Space Station carrying the Star of Peace was placed under lockdown on a Foyer Bay, with entry limited to approved Ministry of Truth investigators. Crew members and Pandora base workers were sequestered and questioned, while alarms spread that the Illuminate were preparing an opportunistic strike on a Foyer Bay, intent on destroying the weapon and crippling the facilities gathered around it, including Pandora Base and the Center for the Confinement of Dissidents. With an attack expected within days, the priority shifted to survival and containment. Helldivers were ordered to hold a Foyer Bay and carve an evacuation route by liberating Valmox and Miriam, so base personnel and dissidents undergoing re-education could be moved out before the blow fell. The Helldivers cleared the path, held the planet, and repelled the Illuminate long enough for the majority of personnel to evacuate to a secure location. Once the immediate danger eased, the investigation reached a hard conclusion. An unauthorized download of the complete Star of Peace blueprints had indeed occurred. Questioning ruled out dissident involvement, leaving espionage by an external enemy as the only remaining cause, and the breach was declared an urgent threat. proof that hostile powers might try to build or twist the weapon into something meant for tyranny. Repairs to the DSS resumed, with the station expected back online in 3 days, but the mood did not return to calm. The theft left a shadow over the Star of Peace's promise. The Federation's answer was stated as a vow. The culprits would be found, stopped and destroyed before they could turn a tool of defense into a weapon aimed back at humanity. The theft of the Star of Peace blueprints was treated as a strike against the Federation's future, and the hunt for the culprit became a matter of survival as well as pride. Because the skill required for such espionage suggested either automaton precision or Illuminate finesse, High Command ordered simultaneous raids on suspected data nodes, naming Klasa as the primary target and prime suspect, with Yed Prior, Mog, and Adhara added to ensure every path was searched. Helldivers were tasked to hold each of these worlds long enough for recovery teams to run deep system synchronization and pull whatever proof could be found before it was wiped or altered. During this effort, the Democracy space station returned to service, but the Star of Peace itself remained unable to fire again, short on dark fluid until more E711 could be gathered and refined. The operation ended in failure as a full investigation, as planned, was blocked by enemy efforts to confuse and conceal. Even so, the liberation of Yed Prior isolated Klasa long enough for recovery teams to break through the pressure around the main suspect. On Klasa, the stolen blueprints were found in a blunt, almost brazen state, open and unencrypted on a terminal near a Seif extraction zone, an outcome treated as confirmation that the theft had been real and that the danger was immediate. From that point, the conclusion hardened into policy. The automatons were accused of intending to build their own Star of Peace and use it as a weapon of terror, and no further proof was required. The response moved beyond defense, and the campaign's end was marked by a single decision that reshaped the automaton front. Cyberstan was named for destruction. Operation Valid Pretext began under the valid pretext that the automatons were preparing to copy the stolen Star of Peace plans and build a planet-destroying weapon of tyranny. High Command answered by making Cyberstan the objective, ordering its full liberation to deny the Automaton Legion any chance to finish such a device. Phase 1, the march to Cyberstan, focused on securing a launch point by holding either Aurora Bay or Merrick, and it carried a hard limit: 200 million reinforcements allotted to the whole war effort. Merrick's defenses proved lighter than expected, a change credited to the earlier destruction of Penta, and the planet was liberated and turned into a staging ground as Seif began mass preparations for the assault. Along the way, casualty reports came in like a drumbeat. Millions lost day after day, and even the reinforcement tracker briefly faltered under an automaton cyber attack before control was restored and the numbers corrected. With Merrick held, the plan tightened into a countdown. Cyberstan's orbit was described as heavily fortified, requiring a single coordinated strike to overwhelm its guns, and fleets aligned for what was called the largest single FTL event in galactic history. Phase 1 was declared a success, though costly. With Seif nearly ready and the DSS kept operational, Phase 2, Landfall, was set to begin within hours, and the march ended in the stillness before the drop. However, a sudden rupture in the Federation's communications marked one of the strangest episodes of the war, when an enemy cyber attack seized control of top-secret galactic messaging systems and flooded the front with hostile broadcasts. The messages spoke directly to Helldivers in a taunting repeated voice, insisting the war was already lost and urging defection, while mocking the idea of heroism and painting service as mere consumption. They claimed the government had betrayed its fighters, and they pushed a simple command: defect, again and again, as if repetition alone could grind down loyalty. The attempt failed as systems were retaken and the broadcast was cut off. Control was restored and the incident was named for what it was: a concentrated psychological assault meant to weaken morale and split the ranks without firing a shot. The moment had passed, but it left a lesson the war would remember. When the enemy cannot break the line with force, it will try to break it with doubt. The 8th day of Operation Valid Pretext brought a sharper enemy into view. The Cyborgs returned openly, declaring themselves the minds behind the Automatons and taking responsibility for the horrors carried out in their name, including the theft of the Star of Peace blueprints. This did not change the mission, it strengthened it. Phase 2, Landfall, began with a single clear aim: to plant a drophead on Cyberstan and hold it long enough to pour SEAF peacekeeping forces onto the surface for a full ground invasion. Cyberstan's orbit bristled with anti-orbital guns, so the fleet struck with a synchronized blitz, ordering every super destroyer to jump at once to flood enemy firing lines. The assault achieved its goal with shocking speed. In roughly 14 hours, Helldivers reached the staggering count of 700 million automaton kills on Cyberstan and tore down the planet's anti-orbital defenses, though hundreds of ships were lost in the furnace of the approach. During the fighting, Helldivers met Cyborg forces on the battlefield for the first time since the First Galactic War and found an enemy far more calculating than their automaton servants, a sign that the struggle ahead would be more difficult and more personal. Elsewhere, a vote concluded with authorization to bombard Merrick, sending the Democracy space station into motion and taking its orbital support offline for an estimated 24 hours while the sequence completed. By the end of the push, the drophead stood secured. Sea forces began deploying planetside in massive waves, and attention turned toward the Cyborg-built megafactories, vast war hubs on Cyberstan that now marked the next targets as Operation Valid Pretext moved into Phase 3. On the 9th day of Operation Valid Pretext, Phase 3 began. The ground invasion across Cyberstan. The goal was no longer simply to hold orbit or land troops, but to push over the planet's surface toward the cyborg capital, Transcendence. SEAF armies moved in long, grinding lines, while Helldivers struck straight into enemy megafactories, fighting to destroy them one by one and weaken the whole war machine. Resistance shifted and hardened from place to place, forcing careful choices about where to deploy and when to press forward. Early in the phase, friendly forces claimed roughly half of the megafactory autonomy. The Democracy space station returned from bombardment of Merrick, and orbital support came back online. Yet the fight also turned inward. Falsified mission data was traced to dissidents, and orders tightened so only full operations would count towards progress. At the same time, resources were redirected to keep the assault moving, including temporary access to orbital rail cannon strikes, later reinforced by expendable anti-tank support as the push deepened. The campaign swung between sudden gains and costly stalls. Autonomy was wiped from the surface, opening routes to Omniparadis and Lurtza, and SEAF pressure near Omniparadis pulled enemy strength away long enough for its defenses to crack. An ammunition cache seized nearby ended reduced supplies for Helldiver deployments there, and Omniparadis briefly reached the halfway mark before the Democracy space station was sent away for 12 hours to Fort Justice to retrieve 35 million reinforcements from cryostasis. When the station returned, the added troops steadied the numbers, but the losses remained brutal. 29 million reinforcements were spent in a single day, leaving 110 million in reserve. Omniparadis was destroyed, new targets opened, and enemy supply lines strained under blockade, leaving newer bot frames more brittle, yet the major orders still failed. The offensive had taken ground and burned down several megafactories, yet it had not reached Transcendence. The cost in lives and momentum was too high, and the campaign was forced to continue under the weight of a defeat that could not be allowed to define the operation. Phase 4 opened as the final gamble: liberate Cyberstan. Transcendence, the capital megafactory and neural heart of the cyborg war machine, was declared the single point on which the planet's fate would turn. The remaining reinforcements were spent into one last push, with no reserve left to soften defeat. Across the skies, the fleet fought off swarms of automaton transports trying to slip past the blockade, while on the ground, SEAF momentum began to break the enemy's shape. Starkheeld reached the halfway mark, then fell in ruin, and the Seif 12th Armory Division severed the supply lines that tied the Cyborg North to their automaton servants in the south. A hard bayonet charge by the 3rd and 7th Armies ripped through the manufacturing belt, and Helldivers helped the 68th Air Assault Division seize full air superiority, turning Eagle squadrons loose on depots and convoys. The final days became a contest of rescue and ruin. A C formation, the 77th Mobile Infantry Corps, was trapped near Solidarité, and Helldivers tore down that mega factory to open an escape route, saving 30,000 soldiers who had expected to die there. Still, the cost of closing on Transcendence outpaced what remained, and High Command triggered the Terminal Directive. Seif units withdrew under fire while the Democracy Space Station began planet-wide bombardments, and Helldiver arsenals were bolstered with portable Hellbombs for manual high-yield strikes. Yet, as ammunition became rationed and the DSS was sent to bombard Short Bay to blunt a coming counteroffensive, the Liberation failed. Cyberstan did not fall, and Transcendence remained standing at the end of the campaign. Yet the operation burned deep into the Cyborg Bastion. Autonomy, Omniparatus, Starkheeld, and other industrial anchors were reduced to ash, supply lines were cut, and the enemy's war foundries were left smoking across a wounded world. The fleet withdrew to the orbital perimeter to regroup, carrying the bitter outcome alongside the damage it had inflicted, and the certainty that the surviving menace would strike again. The next several sections of this video will contain breakdowns of each Helldiver faction and their units. We will start with Super Earth, go into the enemy factions of Helldivers 1, and then the enemy factions of Helldivers 2. Super Earth is humanity's homeworld, and the capital of the galaxy-spanning Super Earth Federation. Super Earth is the radiant beacon that illuminates the stars with the light of democracy. It is the beating heart of mankind's pursuit of liberation. Here reside the wealthy, the influential, and the proud. Those who have risen through their own efforts, achieving their dreams and securing their place in the world. The formation of Super Earth's territorial sectors reflects a complex history of geopolitical evolution, shaped by the aftermath of the last Great War. These sectors, once home to distinct nations, now form the core of Super Earth, each with its own unique landscapes, histories, and cultural remnants. Sector 1, formerly known as Oceania, is dominated by the vast, arid desert continent of Australia, alongside tropical islands and peninsulas that once belonged to the ancient continent of Asia. This sector is home to Megacity 1, a bustling metropolis at the heart of the region. The landscape, with its unforgiving deserts and scattered archipelagos, speaks to the resilience of the land's people who forged a modern society amidst challenging environments. Sector 2 was once known as China and contains parts of Asia, stretching northward into ancient Mongolia and Siberia. This region is a mix of rugged mountains, dense forests, and arid steppes, once home to wild horsemen whose spirit of freedom continues to echo through the land. Megacity 2 proudly sits here, alongside the Great Wall of Democracy, a symbol of the enduring fight for freedom. Sector 3, covering much of what was once Russia and Scandinavia, is a land of cold mountains, tundras, and icy fjords. To the north and south, wasteland zones created by the ravages of the last Great War render these areas inhospitable, yet, despite its harsh conditions, Sector 3 remains a stronghold of Super Earth, home to Prosperity City, the illustrious capital of the Federation. The region's icy expanse is seen as a natural fortress, freezing the enemies of freedom in their tracks. Sector 4, formerly known as Europe, is one of the most urbanized sectors in Super Earth. It has witnessed much of the foundational history of Super Earth, with its plains, mountains, and sprawling cities embodying the spirit of human civilization. Megacity 4 stands at the sector's focal point, symbolizing both the progress and complexity of the region. To the north, a set of now uninhabitable islands is said to be the origin of the phrase, "How about a nice cup of liberty?" To the south, Sector 4 shares territories with Sector 5, which encompasses part of the Sahara Desert and the Atlas Mountains, regions once known as Africa. Sector 5, covering what was once India, Arabia, and parts of Africa, is a hot, arid land largely defined by deserts. However, it also contains two of the last three remaining rainforests on Earth. The sector is rich in cultural history, with rumors that it was here humanity first emerged. Home to the pyramids of Super Earth and Megacity 5, Sector 5 embodies both the ancient and the modern, a land where the past and future converge in the struggle for survival and prosperity. Sector 6, which encompasses the former regions of Latin America, is rich in biodiversity. The sector spans the central and southern portions of the ancient Americas, including the southern part of what was once North America. It is home to Megacity 6, a thriving hub of industry and culture, shaped by its storied history and diverse landscapes. Sector 7, once known as the United States of America, is considered the birthplace of Super Earth's core tenets of freedom and democracy. This sector is renowned for its patriotic citizens, whose love for their homeland and their compatriots would later be ingrained in all Super Earth citizens. Megacity 7, alongside the iconic Superstone Park, stands as a beacon of those values. Sector 7 represents a region steeped in the ideals of liberty, its land the foundation upon which Super Earth was built. The Federation of Super Earth is the largest faction in the Milky Way, comprising 261 planets spread across 55 sectors. Super Earth operates under a system of government called managed democracy, where citizens complete a form and an AI processes their answers to determine which candidate they truly wish to vote for. Super Earth is the galaxy's oldest known unitary sovereign state, governed by the core principles of prosperity, liberty, and democracy. All of its political institutions are based in Prosperity City, the heart of its governance. The government of Super Earth is made up of numerous administrative branches, each overseeing different levels of governance and ensuring the smooth operation of the state. As part of the Federation's delegation of power, authority is distributed through various executive ministerial departments. One such department is the Ministry of Truth, which is tasked with providing information rooted in facts and democratic values to the public. It serves as the primary source of truthful propaganda for the Federation, controlling a wide range of communication channels from the galactic wide web to the vast array of interstellar transmission frequencies. According to the ministry, their reports and evaluations are guaranteed to have an accuracy of 100%. The government of Super Earth has a long history of ruthlessly suppressing dissent. It is illegal to speak negatively about the Federation or the Super Earth government, and in severe cases, such expressions can lead to arrest or even termination. The Helldivers Corps is one of the primary military branches of the Super Earth Armed Forces, serving as the Chief's elite unit. Their mission is to defend and propagate the ideals of Super Earth against any intergalactic threats, no matter the cost. Highly trained and equipped with state-of-the-art technology, Helldivers are deployed deep behind enemy lines using the innovative Hellpod system, shock-absorbing pods launched directly from orbiting Super Earth destroyers. In Super Earth society, Helldivers are celebrated and revered as heroes, and those who fall in service are honored as martyrs for Super Earth. Citizens who eagerly enlist in the Super Earth Armed Forces, driven by patriotism and the desire to protect others, may have the chance to be drafted into the Helldivers Corps, a distinction considered one of the highest honors. To endure the grueling training and earn the right to wear the Helldivers cape, a symbol of freedom and hope for Super Earth and its people, is a source of immense pride, unrivaled by nearly any other achievement. The bugs are a highly evolved species, having spent millions of years adapting and thriving in the natural world, always emerging as the dominant force in their environment. They are intelligent beings that live in small organized groups, typically consisting of 3 to 10 individuals. While the exact method of their spacefaring capabilities remains unknown, it's believed they may use interplanetary impacts, such as those from meteoroids or even small planetoids, to launch their offspring or resilient microbes into space where they can travel between worlds. Scouts are the low-ranking, mindless laborers of the bug species. They appear in overwhelming numbers, relying on sheer quantity to make up for their lack of strength in combat. These creatures can be swiftly eliminated with a well-thrown grenade or in close combat. The Scouts' primary danger lies in their ability to release spores, which can summon additional bugs from nearby areas. Vanguards exhibit traits that seem to fall somewhere between a stalker and a standard scout. Vanguards have the ability to launch themselves into the air using their strong hind legs, and they release spores at a much faster rate than their less aggressive counterparts. Thought to be an evolved form of the Stalker, Shadows possess enhanced regenerative abilities while retaining the same fragile armor as their predecessors. They also maintain the camouflage ability of the Stalker, but have developed a new method for releasing spores that attract other bugs to their location. Known by various names, such as hunters, lurkers, or stalkers, these strange bugs have developed the ability to blend into their surroundings by changing the color of their skin. Often considered the more intelligent member of their species, they are capable of holding back from attacking until they perceive the right moment to strike. With their exoskeleton, their primary advantage lies in their ability to remain unseen using surprise as their key weapon. The warrior is a moderately armored, mid-sized enemy that tends to charge directly at its target without much regard for strategy. Lacking advanced tactics, they will often walk straight into gunfire. While their armor offers protection against minor blows, well-aimed shots can quickly deal lethal damage. The Elite shares many traits with the Warrior, but with heavier armor and greater durability. Their reinforced plating provides solid protection, so precise aiming and armor-piercing rounds are recommended to deal with them effectively. Luckily, they are just as lacking in intelligence as their Warrior counterparts and can be easily outmaneuvered. The Impaler presents a unique threat compared to other bugs. It buries its head underground, extending its tentacles through tunnels to strike suddenly when they emerge near its target. While the tentacles themselves are highly dangerous, the creature exposes a vulnerable spot when it burrows them, indicating a surprising lack of self-preservation instinct. These large mindless creatures are characterized by their thick outer shell and immense strength. Slow and unwieldy, they can be easily deceived or redirected. However, they are capable of charging at impressive speeds, though their turning ability is severely restricted. The Behemoth is an even more heavily armored variant of the tank, completely encased in thick plating that requires anti-tank weapons to defeat. Its armor is so durable that it can withstand multiple hits before being brought down. Despite its massive size, it retains the ability to charge, making it a fearsome adversary, especially in open terrain. Whispers from across the void speak of a terrifying black-colored bug, fierce, brutal, and unyielding in battle. These nightmare-inducing creatures continue to fight even when gravely disfigured. Scientists believe these insects function as the counterparts to Super-Earth military leaders, and thus they have been aptly dubbed commanders. The Bug Hive Lord is a formidable enemy capable of creating new tunnels for the bug hives, and if left unchecked, it will burrow through an entire planet's crust, establishing a network of tunnels. Primarily operating underground, they are incredibly difficult to target and eliminate. As such, any opportunity to strike at a Hive Lord must be seized without hesitation. Once human, these renegades have turned their backs on the peaceful ideals of Super-Earth, now fixated on chaos, destruction, and anarchy. With access to primitive technology, they have become obsessed with altering their bodies, fusing them with machines in a misguided attempt to transcend their humanity and find greater purpose. The cyborg leaders declared independence from Super-Earth, aggressively proclaiming that Super-Earth's ideals are a lie and its citizens are enslaved by propaganda, hoping to recruit more followers to their radical and dangerous cause. This soldier is typically the leader of patrol squads, armed with a grenade launcher integrated into their arm. They use it to launch alarm flares, signaling for reinforcements, as well as to unleash devastating high explosive attacks on their enemies. The Legionnaire is a heavily armored squad leader soldier, taking a cue from the brute force of the Hulk by wielding a large protective shield. While still vulnerable to anti-tank weaponry, the Legionnaire poses a heightened threat to liberty and democracy due to its formidable defense and leadership on the battlefield. A former member of Super-Earth, the Initiates are disillusioned rebels who now serve in the Separatist forces. These low-ranking soldiers are often looked down upon by more heavily modified war machines within their ranks. As part of their indoctrination, a weapon is typically affixed to the Initiate's arm, marking their shift to a life of hostility and rebellion. The Immolator is a grotesque transformation of once peaceful soldiers from the Federation of Super-Earth, now corrupted by a mix of body modifications and implants. About 30% of their composition is steel, the result of their twisted evolution into these perverse war machines. Armed with a short-range flamethrower, the Immolator can quickly incinerate its target, turning even the most innocent civilians into ashes in mere moments. Helldivers caught in the flames are advised to drop to the ground or activate their Lift 850 jump pack to help put out the fire. The Comrade represents the middle stage of the cyborg hierarchy. Fully immersed in their warped ideology, they engage in combat with a powerful cannon arm for close-range assaults and wield a melee blade, often used to execute captured enemies. It is believed that Comrades are driven by the need to prove their worth within cyborg society, which makes them highly motivated and ruthless in battle. Their ambition to climb the ranks pushes them to be relentless killers, eager to demonstrate their value through violence and bloodshed. Formerly Separatist soldiers in the service of the Cyborgs, Berserkers have been pushed to the edge of madness by excessive cybernetic enhancements and surgeries that have spiraled out of control. Obsessed with transforming themselves into brutal close combat machines, they charge at their enemies with relentless aggression. While they are incredibly dangerous in close quarters, their speed can be slowed down with a few well-aimed shots, providing an opportunity to neutralize them before they reach their target. The Butchers are thought to be the twisted surgeons behind the Cyborgs' implantations, transformed into monstrous abominations. Their bodies, grotesquely fused with bulky, hinged flesh, are incredibly resilient, able to absorb staggering amounts of damage. Once close, they charge at their opponent, wielding heavy weapons with devastating force, aiming to crush their enemies in close-quarter combat. The cyborg hounds are horrific, rabid versions of dogs, enslaved and repurposed by the cyborgs. Agile and relentless, they often target fallen soldiers, aiming to take the final blow. However, their light armor makes them vulnerable and they can be quickly taken down with a bayonet strike. The grotesques, as their name infers, are truly monstrous. Thought to be the former initiates who were gravely wounded in battle and then grotesquely regenerated into mindless, relentless creatures, they charge blindly at their foes with little purpose beyond destruction. These abominations stand as a dark testament to the twisted practices of the cyborgs. In truth, putting them out of their misery is an act of mercy, ending their tortured existence. The Hulks are towering figures, entirely encased in heavy metal armor, and armed with the most devastating firepower the cyborgs can produce. While they are formidable in strength and durability, their wills have been crushed, leaving them as little more than mindless instruments of destruction. These hulking giants represent the pinnacle of the cyborgs' twisted ambitions, though few ever attain this grotesque form. For most, the transformation into such an imposing machine is the ultimate, albeit horrifying, goal. Cyborg forces occasionally deploy infantry fighting vehicles to transport grotesques into battle. These heavily armored war machines are equipped with powerful cannons and exceptional protection, capable of withstanding most forms of attack. Their armor is resilient enough to shrug off all but the most concentrated anti-tank fire, and even then, a direct hit may not necessarily be enough to destroy them depending on the angle of impact. These towering giants surpass even the Hulks in size and strength. They represent the pinnacle of cyborg society, wielding immense power to dominate and control their cybernetic subordinates. These tyrannical figures are the true architects of the cyborgs regime's oppression. Cyborg siege mechs embody the extreme of self-modification practice, with little to no trace of their original human form left after their transformation. These monstrosities are heavily armed, equipped with anti-tank turrets, and armor thick enough to rival that of tanks. Engaging these monstrous machines requires heavy firepower, as they are formidable opponents capable of withstanding most conventional attacks. The Squith are a highly advanced species with a civilization that has persisted for hundreds of thousands of years. They wear ceremonial robes and have developed an intricate and highly sophisticated neural network that enables their space travel. Having taken their first cautious steps into interstellar exploration, the Squith have also begun producing weapons of mass destruction on a grand scale. As such, they represent a significant threat that the people of Super Earth cannot afford to overlook. The Scout unit is equipped with a highly advanced cloaking device, rendering it almost undetectable. It is believed that these drones are used by the Illuminate civilization to maintain tight surveillance on their surroundings. On the battlefield, they serve two purposes. They are deployed to gather intelligence on enemy positions and, when necessary, can teleport in more heavily armored warriors to reinforce their position. Watchers are essentially more heavily armored variants of the Observers, enhanced with a shield for added defense. The additional defense allows them to endure longer on the battlefield, providing them with precious time to alert their comrades in the case of danger. The Obsidian Observer is thought to be a more advanced and weaponized iteration of the Watcher, one which uses weaponized nanotechnology. Tripods are three-legged combat machines under the control of the Illuminate, designed to use electrostatic technology to capture, subdue, and torture their prey. These robotic units serve as a dark mechanical counterpart to their aquatic creators, embodying the cruel and oppressive nature of the Illuminate's forces. Specialized in stealth and hit-and-run tactics, Hunters are elite soldiers equipped with long-range electro-pulse gauntlets capable of vaporizing the air over distances of up to 10 kilometers. The ionized air trail preceding their shots is visible to the naked eye, allowing for the possibility of dodging the attack before the projectile is fired. For the Illuminate, ascending to the rank of Hunter is a crucial first step on the path to becoming an illusionist, a higher tier in their ranks. In Illuminate society, knowledge is the foundation of the hierarchy, with those who accumulate enough wisdom rising to the rank of illusionist. The role of apprentice is the final stage before this transformation. Apprentices are formidable opponents, often appearing in the vanguard of an Illuminate assault. They wield powerful nanotechnology capable of incapacitating foes from a distance before closing in to engage in brutal melee combat, using their advanced weaponry to slice through their enemies with deadly precision. Outcasts are apprentices who failed to achieve the required level of knowledge and were cast aside by Illuminate society. Shamed for their inability to learn quickly enough, they are relegated to the front lines, cloaked in a stealth field and armed with only basic melee weapons. These individuals serve as a grave reminder of the Illuminate's harsh caste system, where failure to meet intellectual standards results in being discarded and forced to fight and die in battle. The Strider is a more heavily armored variant of the tripod, equipped with enhanced shields and tougher plating. As the heavy infantry of the Illuminate forces, Striders are deployed to break through enemy lines, using their powerful electric attacks to inflict severe pain and disrupt formations. The Obelisk is a heavily fortified dome-shaped structure equipped with powerful shielding and the ability to teleport itself. It can generate an energy wall that allows Illuminate forces to pass through while blocking everything else. However, when the Obelisk activates the defensive barrier, it exposes its core, leaving it vulnerable as its only means of protecting itself is its shield. Illusionists are highly esteemed within Squith society, possessing the ability to manipulate other sentient beings through advanced nanobot technology. Soldiers on the front lines have reported experiencing vivid hallucinations, an overwhelming sense of dread, and a general loss of will to fight when confronting these twisted individuals. In addition to their mind-controlling abilities, illusionists are protected by a shield similar to that of the tripods, making them formidable opponents in battle. Council members are the supreme rulers of the Illuminate species, wielding immense political power and control over their most devastating weapons of mass destruction. They share similarities with illusionists in their abilities, but are distinguished by their higher status and significantly stronger defenses. Encountering a council member on the battlefield presents a rare and critical opportunity to weaken the Illuminate threat, as taking down one of these figures would severely diminish their influence and capabilities. Intelligence indicates that the Illuminate Great Eye is a massive AI entity tasked with overseeing their society, ensuring conformity by correcting any behavioral or even cognitive irregularities. These formidable creatures are heavily armored and may possess crucial control over the Illuminate's weapons of mass destruction. It is critical that the Great Eyes are eliminated whenever the chance arises, as doing so could disrupt their control and potentially cripple their access to devastating technology. Terminids, once casually called bugs before being formally classified, are fast-moving swarm-based extraterrestrials. They primarily assault with their sharp claws and corrosive bile. These creatures have since spread across the galaxy to the east of the Sol system. Driven purely by an instinct to reproduce, expand, and eradicate democracy, the Terminids are a rapidly evolving menace, an ever-adapting infestation with the potential to consume and disenfranchise every child on every world they invade. The Scavenger is the most prevalent and least formidable of the Terminid species. Scavengers are largely devoid of higher thought, driven by basic instincts. They will relentlessly move towards Helldivers, taking the most direct route and overcoming any terrain or obstacles in their way in order to attack with their claws. Additionally, Scavengers can release a pheromone cloud that triggers a bug breach. The Bile Spitter is a small variant Terminid believed to be a juvenile form of the Bile Spewer. Bile Spitters target Helldivers at close range, launching small globules of bile that slow their movement and inflict gradual damage as the corrosive substance eats away at them. The Pouncer, also called the Hopper, seems to be a young form of the Hunter. Using their wings, Pouncers can jump long distances straight at Helldivers. However, their leaps are not always precise, often resulting in them either falling short or overshooting their target. When they're not jumping, they will take the most direct route towards the Helldiver, climbing over obstacles and terrain in an effort to attack with their claws and stylets. The Warrior is a medium-sized, lightly armored Terminid known for its slow movement. It is the ultimate result of a species designed for unchecked mindless expansion. In controlled environments, they have been seen to disembowel baby cows in less than a second. If a warrior loses its head, it may enter a berserker state, during which its behavior changes. It will charge directly at its attacker, attempting to drag the Helldiver down with it, and it experiences a surge in both speed and attack power. The quickest way to kill a warrior is to destroy its head. If it enters a berserker state, Helldivers have two options: eliminate it with firepower or wait for it to bleed out. Warriors will also be killed by destroying two of their legs, which will stop them from entering the berserker state. The Hive Guard is a medium-sized Terminid, featuring light armor across its beige-colored body, with black medium armor plates covering the front of its legs and head. While hunkered down, the Hive Guard remains completely stationary, staying in this position as long as it's under fire. Helldivers can exploit this vulnerability by flanking its unprotected sides. The troublesome hunters are adept at evading incoming attacks by making rapid jumps. While this behavior might seem to suggest intelligence, scientists argue that it is simply a primal reflex, much like a housefly dodging a swatter. These creatures frequently try to outmaneuver their prey by circling around and seeking cover to stay out of sight before advancing for the attack. When closing in, hunters will leap at their target from close quarters, using their claws and stylus to strike. While a single hunter is relatively weak, they become far more dangerous in groups, particularly when supported by other enemies like chargers, and should be avoided in such situations. A byproduct of Terminid gene splicing research, stalkers have developed the ability to blend into their surroundings to the point of near invisibility. However, nothing can escape the purifying light of freedom indefinitely. The camouflage of a stalker is compromised when it takes damage or when it strikes. Despite lacking protective armor, stalkers are more resilient than regular hunters or other medium-sized Terminids. Their attacks possess enough force to knock back and disorient Helldivers, making them high-priority threats that should be dealt with immediately when encountered. The Shrieker is a medium-sized, unarmored flying Terminid with large wings known for using hit-and-run tactics. It swoops in to strike at Helldivers before quickly retreating back into the sky. Shriekers typically emerge from Shrieker nests if one is nearby. Bile spewers first emerged after accidental spills of toxic chemicals on Terminid E710 farms. These creatures have a distended thorax, packed with several metric tons of corrosive acid. Bile spewers seem to be fully matured bile spitters with significantly enlarged abdomens. They unleash powerful streams of bile that can both slow down their targets and, if a Helldiver is caught in a direct hit, can be fatal. Nursing spewers are massive hulking creatures with tiny faces and enormous abdomens swollen with orange eggs. Nursing spewers appear to belong to the same species as the bile spewer and are likely either gravid females who haven't been exposed to the toxic E710 runoff or subadult forms that have yet to reach full maturity. The Brood Commander is a rare and formidable strain known for its intense bloodlust and its disdain for democracy and the right to vote. It commands its fellow Terminids through a combination of pheromone-like spores and piercing authoritarian shrieks. In addition to possessing greater health than a warrior, the Brood Commander has the ability to call forth warriors to join the battle. It will charge directly at Helldivers, attempting to trample or smash them under its immense strength. The Alpha Commander is a larger, more formidable version of the Brood Commander, distinguished by its darker appearance and superior health and durability. It has the ability to summon enhanced warriors, which are notably quicker and more aggressive than the standard warrior, making them even more dangerous in combat. The Charger is a massive, heavily armored Terminid known for its aggressive behavior. True to its name, it charges directly at Helldivers, aiming to bash or trample them, often causing concussions and potentially launching them through the air. In close combat, Chargers will also use their powerful claws to strike at their targets. It is also rumored that they are particularly skilled in the art of online propaganda and misinformation. The Charger Behemoth is a more resilient variant of the Charger, featuring reinforced angled armor that enhances its health and durability, making it significantly tougher than the standard Charger. The Spore Charger is another unique version of the Charger, characterized by spores that cover its body, releasing a dense fog over a wide area to obscure its location and the surrounding environment. Upon death, it detonates, spraying corrosive acid across everything in its vicinity. Impalers tunnel their three-bladed tentacle head underground, allowing them to surface near Helldivers in order to obstruct and assault them. The Bile Titan is an enormous, heavily armored Terminid super heavy, seemingly the final evolution of a bile spitter. Despite its massive size, it can rapidly close the distance with Helldivers, unleashing deadly bile in a manner similar to a bile spewer. Its immense claws can also crush any Helldiver unfortunate enough to be close by. As the largest known Terminid strain, a single Bile Titan is capable of wiping out an entire Sief platoon. Engaging it without the backing of a powerful orbital stratagem is strongly discouraged. The Automatons are soulless, bloodthirsty machines, programmed solely for slaughter and violent socialist destruction. Their origins remain unknown, but their relentless disdain for freedom poses a grave threat to all citizens of Super-Earth. Be advised, attempting to uncover the Automatons' origins is considered a direct violation of Super-Earth's democratic principles. Super-Earth also reminds its citizens that any involvement with automaton propaganda is classified as socialist terrorism. The Trooper, also known as the Raider, is a lightweight infantry automaton armed with a laser assault rifle. These units are essentially just weapons with legs, primitive imitations of consciousness, combined with machine guns and rocket launchers. Unlike Super-Earth, the bots appear to think that outfitting disposable cannon fodder with heavy weaponry is the answer to every challenge. A rough imitation of military commanders, the Commissar is enhanced with marginally faster processing and a basic command subroutine. It generally avoids combat when it can, displaying an utter lack of courage while remaining completely devoid of sentience. The Brawler is a light infantry automaton armed with dual swords. Brawlers relentlessly advance on Helldivers, swinging their swords once they close the distance. The MG Raider is a light infantry automaton armed with a laser machine gun. Its weapons can fire almost without interruption, only pausing briefly after every 12 shots, making it highly lethal at medium to close range. MG Raiders are easily identifiable by two heat-sink fins protruding from the power pack mounted on their back. The Rocket Raider is a light infantry automaton armed with a rocket launcher. Thanks to their compact size and preference for engaging from a distance, Rocket Raiders can be a constant nuisance. Their rockets can send Helldivers flying, leaving them vulnerable to attacks from other automatons. The Assault Raider is a light infantry automaton outfitted with a jump pack, a laser pistol, and a sword. The Jet Brigade variants are capable of coordinating their jumps, allowing them to synchronize their movements and potentially overpower a Helldiver. The Marauder is a light infantry automaton armed with a laser assault rifle and serves as a lightly armored version of the Trooper. The Scout Strider is a basic automaton vehicle, a walking turret operated by the limited intelligence of an automaton trooper. It represents another failed attempt to mimic true intelligence, as its creators tried to exert control over a machine even more primitive than themselves. While it moves quickly in open terrain, its rotation speed is sluggish. It's formidable when engaged head-on, but highly vulnerable from behind as the rider has no armor. A light vehicle armor shield on the front protects the operator. The Scout Strider frequently fires its powerful laser cannon at targets without warning, making it difficult to avoid. The Reinforced Scout Strider is an enhanced and more lethal version of the Scout Strider, replacing the Trooper pilot with fully automated controls. It also adds 4 heavy rockets to complement its fusion repeater, making it a far more dangerous adversary. The Berserker is a brutal, primitive creation, with CPUs embedded in each of its chainsaws, programmed for a single purpose: closing the distance between the saws and their target as quickly as possible. As they charge towards Helldivers to attack, they let out a distinctive screech. Though they pose no threat outside of melee range, the real danger of Berserkers lies in their tendency to attack in groups of 3 or more. The Ironclad Devastator is designed to crush those who oppose the automaton's totalitarian ideology, armed with a wide variety of brutal weaponry, including arm cannons, shields, machine guns, and rocket launchers. Devastators advance slowly towards Helldivers while firing their arm cannon in a 2-shot burst, pausing for about 2 seconds before firing again. If a Helldiver gets too close, the Devastator can deliver a powerful punch, knocking them down. Additionally, if a Helldiver is lying prone, the Devastator can stomp on them, further adding to the threat. The Heavy Devastator is a variant of the Devastator, outfitted with a laser heavy machine gun and a large ballistic shield, making it an even more formidable force on the battlefield. The Rocket Devastator is a variant of the Devastator, armed with rocket pods and a double-barreled laser arm cannon, enhancing its destructive power at range. The Gunship is an airborne automaton vehicle armed with rocket launchers and laser machine guns. It is a highly dangerous adversary, distinguishing itself from other automatons with its speed and agility, making it difficult to hit. Gunships maintain a safe distance from their targets and are heavily armored, often requiring significant firepower to bring down. Due to the substantial threat they present, they should be prioritized for targeting in most combat scenarios. Like all automaton units, the lumbering Hulk is mindlessly designed for one purpose: to deliver overwhelming firepower. If encountered, Helldivers are advised to immediately request the largest available orbital bombardment. The Hulk comes in 3 distinct variants, each with its own weaponry and attack pattern. The Bruiser uses a rocket launcher on its left arm and a laser machine gun on its right. The Scorcher is equipped with a flamethrower on its left hand and a buzzsaw on its right, while the Obliterator is armed with dual rocket launchers. The Annihilator tank is a massive, heavily armored automaton vehicle equipped with a powerful heavy fusion cannon, as well as coaxial and hull-mounted fusion repeaters, making it a formidable force on the battlefield. The Shredder tank is armed with a fusion autocannon turret, capable of delivering sustained, devastating firepower. The Barrager tank, also known as the Rocket tank, is armed with multiple rocket launchers, enabling it to deliver a barrage of rockets on its enemies. The Factory Strider is a colossal, heavily armored, 4-legged automaton troop transport, designed to periodically deploy 4 Devastators from its undercarriage. It is equipped with twin Gatling lasers mounted beneath its chin and a modified cannon turret atop its body, capable of firing a 3-round burst. Once deployed, it can function as a walking automaton fabricator. With its formidable armament and heavy armor, it demands a response of coordinated firepower and relentless aggression to be dealt with effectively and immediately. The Illuminate were once known as the Squith, an aquatic race deeply devoted to the pursuit of knowledge and scientific advancement. However, during the First Galactic War, they became the target of Super-Earth forces, who sought to seize their sophisticated technology. The conflict ended in the apparent defeat of the Illuminate, who were believed to be either wiped out or driven beyond the known galaxy. A century later, the Illuminate re-emerged, launching a surprise offensive on the planet Calypso. Their forces consisted of small elite units known as Overseers, backed by massive waves of voteless, grotesque, zombie-like beings fashioned from abducted and genetically altered Super-Earth settlers. Although this savage and unprovoked assault was repelled by the Helldivers, it marked only the beginning of a renewed conflict. Unlike other factions, the Illuminate do not appear interested in long-term occupation. Their strategy revolves around swift, devastating raids, guerrilla-style invasions aimed at colony populations. Whether they succeed or fail, they typically withdraw soon after the campaign ends. The Voteless are the most common Illuminate units, found in nearly every enemy group, patrol, and reinforcement wave. They attack by rushing towards Helldivers and swiping with their clawed, tentacle-like arms, occasionally lunging to close short gaps. While weak individually and limited to close-range melee attacks, they serve to overwhelm Helldivers through speed and numbers, acting as cannon fodder to shield more dangerous enemies. Visually, they resemble grotesquely mutated Super-Earth citizens, altered by Illuminate biomodification and brainwashing, with features such as glowing blue eyes, gray flesh, elongated arms with tentacle-like digits, and a mouthpiece resembling a breathing apparatus. Overseers are ancient, powerful Illuminate warriors known for their strategic cunning and deadly arcane weaponry. They command the Voteless, using them as expendable pawns to preserve their own ranks. Armed with a versatile energy staff that functions as both a ranged and melee weapon, Overseers also carry an energy shield on their left arm, which they use defensively when not attacking. Elevated Overseers are airborne Illuminate infantry that engage Helldivers with rapid burst-firing energy weapons and grenades. They maneuver by flying above the ground, using sharp evasive maneuvers to avoid incoming fire while steadily advancing and attacking. Protected by armor plating that falls under a specific anti-vehicle category, they require either high-penetration weaponry to bypass their defenses or sustained fire to break the armor and expose their vulnerable core. The Flesh Mob is a massive, grotesque creature formed from multiple fused Voteless. Though unarmored, the Flesh Mob is exceptionally tough, capable of withstanding immense damage due to its abnormal anatomy and absence of vulnerable points. The Harvester is a towering mechanical tripod engineered by the Illuminate, protected by a durable energy shield which absorbs significant damage before breaking. It attacks from long range with a devastating laser beam fired from its single eye, which it charges briefly before sweeping across the battlefield to instantly kill Helldivers. At close range, it switches to a lethal arcing electrical discharge, making it a deadly threat at any distance. The Stingray is a high-speed support aircraft that patrols the battlefield from a distance. When engaging, it slows down and hovers while projecting a bright blue targeting column onto the ground, then unleashes a sweeping barrage of plasma munitions similar to an Eagle strafing run. After the bombardment, the Stingray quickly ascends and resumes its high-speed patrol, preparing to strike again when enemies come into range. Watchers are flying Illuminate drones that drift aimlessly across the battlefield until they are triggered by enemies. Once alerted, they halt in place and deploy holographic flares to summon warp ships and call in reinforcements. In addition to their support role, Watchers can also unleash arc lightning on nearby targets, posing both a tactical and offensive threat. In this section, we will go over every new enemy type encountered since the publication of the original version of this lore guide. The only enemies not included are sub-faction variations of standard unit types to avoid redundancy. The Dragon Roach is an enormous airborne Terminid, essentially comparable to a flying version of a Bile Titan. It typically appears alone, cruising in single creature patrols that are easy to pick out from afar. When undisturbed, it glides silently over the hive world's skies. If it detects a Helldiver, or takes incoming fire, it becomes aggressive and launches into attack patterns. It will sweep in with a strafing pass, blanketing a long straight stretch of ground with its fire breath. After the run, it briefly drops to a low hover behind its target, then follows up with a tighter, more focused burst of flame before climbing back to safer altitude. Once the fight is underway, it tends to keep circling overhead between strikes. Much like the Bile Titan, the Dragon Roach is protected by a thick armored shell, and the most reliable point to exploit is its head. The Hive Lord is a gigantic worm-like Terminid, currently the biggest and toughest threat Helldivers can encounter. No one's fully sure what triggers one to surface, but they seem especially prone to appearing around bug breaches. When a breach happens, there's a strong chance a Hive Lord will arrive shortly afterward. Most of the time, it travels underground, telegraphing its movement as a huge rolling swell of shaking earth that throws up dust as it advances. It often locks onto a particular Helldiver and tails them until it's close enough to strike. At roughly 100 meters out, it bursts from the ground to attack, and it can repeat this cycle several times before diving back beneath the surface. When it finally takes fatal damage, it forces its way above ground if it was still burrowed, gushes a heavy spray of Terminid blood, and then crashes down in a dramatic collapse. The Hulk Bruiser is a heavily armored automaton built for sustained firepower, carrying a rotary munition launcher on its left arm and a fusion autocannon on its right. When it spots a Helldiver, it typically engages at range as long as it has a clear line of sight, choosing between its two weapons. The fusion autocannon unleashes a 20-shot burst, while the rotary launcher delivers a 7-rocket barrage. If a target closes the distance, the Bruiser can switch to brute force, lifting an arm to smash down at close range. Even if its arms are destroyed, it isn't helpless. It can still attack by stomping with a heavy leg strike. The Hulk Scorcher is a bulky automaton assault unit outfitted for close quarters destruction, with a heavy flamethrower mounted on its left arm and a rotary saw on its right. Once it detects a Helldiver, it tends to charge aggressively rather than hang back. If its target is within about 25 meters, it sweeps the flamethrower in a broad cone to saturate the area with fire. Up close, it follows through with slashing attacks from the spinning saw. The Hulk Obliterator is a heavyweight automaton armed with revolving munition launchers on both arms, built to pummel targets with repeated rocket strikes. In combat, it fires 3 rocket bursts, switching back and forth between each launcher. Its volley comes out more slowly than a Hulk Bruiser's, but it maintains steady pressure through alternating salvos. If a Helldiver pushes in too close, the Obliterator can resort to a heavy arm smash. The War Strider is a heavily armored, 2-legged walker armed with high-output fusion culverins and grenade projectors. When it detects Helldivers, it adjusts its response based on distance. At range, it peppers targets with laser bursts from its culverins and lobs grenade volleys. If someone closes in, it can switch to a punishing stomp. The fusion culverins fire in 8-shot bursts, then pause to cool for roughly 4 seconds before resuming. Despite its firepower, the War Strider is sluggish and rarely gives chase. Instead, it prefers to hold position and bombard from afar, often launching a 10-grenade salvo when the target is far enough away, while continuing to rake the area with culverin fire. Its grenades travel in a high, steep arc, meaning they can sometimes sail over obstacles and threaten Helldivers who think they're safely behind cover. The Conflagration Devastator is a Devastator variant refitted for frontline pressure. It carries the same large shield used by heavy Devastators and swaps its usual armament for the lethal Conflagration Scattergun. In a fight, it advances with a steady, relentless pace whenever a Helldiver is in its line of sight, keeping up consistent scattergun fire at about 40 rounds per minute. Every so often, it can spike into a quick 2-shot burst closer to 100 RPM, which can drop an unwary Helldiver extremely fast. If a diver gets too close, it can use the shield offensively, slamming it into Helldivers to knock them down. And if someone is already on the ground, it can follow up by stomping them while they're prone. The Hulk Firebomber is a heavily altered Hulk platform built to saturate areas with flames. It combines a rotary launcher loaded with white phosphorus shells and a heavy flamethrower unit for close-range burns. When it identifies Helldivers, it tends to rush forward while bombarding the area. It fires 2 phosphorus shells every 2 seconds, then pauses for about 5 seconds before repeating the 2-shell burst. Where the shells land, they ignite lingering patches of fire that continue to threaten anyone moving through the area. Firebombers frequently angle the launcher upward so the shots arc, letting them drop burning rounds over cover. If a Helldiver gets within roughly 25 meters, it switches to the heavy flamethrower. It can also chain the flamer immediately after a shell volley if targets are already in range. The Incendiary MG Devastator is a heavy devastator offshoot built around suppressive, heat-based firepower. It carries a large ballistic shield and replaces the standard fusion repeater with a more dangerous variant, known as the Fusion Conflagrator. In action, it behaves much like its heavy devastator counterpart. If a Helldiver is in its line of sight, it advances in a slow, steady march while firing. The Conflagrator shoots in short cycles, 8 shots in a row, then briefly pauses to cool down for about 2 seconds before resuming. It can also use its shield as a weapon, bashing Helldivers to knock them off their feet. The Incendiary Rocket Raider is an automaton trooper variant armed with a portable fusion cannon designed to pressure targets at mid-range and punish exposed positions. When it acquires a Helldiver target, it fires a single fusion bolt. After each shot, it needs roughly 5 seconds to recharge before firing again. It prefers to fight from medium distance, but can also take long shots as long as it has a clear line of sight and has been alerted. If Helldivers try to close the gap, it will usually backpedal to maintain spacing, resorting to a punch only if someone gets too close. Like other Incineration Core variants, it will try to flush targets out of cover by throwing an incendiary grenade when it suspects a Helldiver is tucked behind protection, and once it's aware of an enemy's presence, it can also fire a flare to summon a bot drop. The Pyrotrooper is a lightly armored automaton from the Incineration Core, geared around close-range fire attacks. It carries a portable flamer and custom white phosphorus grenades, meant for forcing enemies out of safety. In combat, it rushes Helldivers to get within flamethrower range, then fires in rapid, sustained bursts. It typically sprays for about 2.4 seconds at a time, repeating that 3 times before the weapon needs a cooldown of roughly 3.4 seconds. If Helldivers are dug in behind cover, it may switch tactics and lob a white phosphorus incendiary grenade to smoke them out. A key vulnerability is its fuel tank. If it's hit and ruptures, it can detonate unexpectedly. The blast kills the Pyrotrooper instantly, but it also inflicts heavy damage and burning to anything nearby, automatons and Helldivers alike. The Agitator is a command-capable automaton that boosts nearby allies, most notably by increasing their movement speed. Unlike many other bots, it doesn't pause when it detects a Helldiver. Once contact is made, it commits to aggression immediately. Its signature behavior is rallying nearby units. Affected bots gain a speed increase that's visually marked by glowing yellow eyes, and the Agitator can keep renewing this effect for as long as it remains. At distance, it fights with a hydrogen charger cannon, firing slow, moderate damage volleys that can range from 2 to 7 rounds. It can also overcharge the weapon. This changes the shot into a stronger projectile that detonates in a small blast radius. After roughly 20 shots total, it needs to pause to cool the cannon. If a Helldiver breaks line of sight, the Agitator tends to respond by throwing a grenade toward the last known position. In firefights, it makes surprisingly smart use of cover, ducking behind waist-high obstacles and leaning around corners to shoot, sometimes even treating larger automatons as impromptu cover. When it's exposed, it may sidestep intermittently to make return fire harder to land. Up close, the Agitator switches to techno-martial arts, mixing kicks and strikes, straight front kicks with either leg, a left leg roundhouse, and swinging or backhand blows with either arm. These melee hits deal moderate damage and can knock a Helldiver down, and if the target is prone, it can finish the sequence with a stomp. The Radical is a cyborg built for close quarters fighting, combining a hydrogen-infused scattergun with aggressive techno-martial arts to deal heavy damage at short range. Before it commits to an assault, it will shout and immediately toss a smoke grenade between itself and a Helldiver, then charge forward under concealment. Its sprint is fast enough to match a sprinting Helldiver, even one wearing light armor, and it can refresh its cover by throwing another smoke grenade roughly every 30 seconds as it continues the chase. During combat, it may occasionally use a quick backstep to reposition. The Vox engine is a colossal cyborg war machine built around brute durability and overwhelming firepower. With thick armor plating, heavy treads, and multiple weapon systems, it stands as the largest, toughest, and most heavily armored automaton-class threat currently encountered. Helldivers can often detect one before it arrives, since it broadcasts cyborg propaganda loudly as it moves. Its armament is arranged in 3 paired weapon types: cannons, Gatling guns, and missile launchers. Once it's been alerted, it kicks into a more aggressive advance and blasts an alarm through the loudspeakers mounted on top, then begins engaging targets with whichever weapon suits the distance as it closes in. The Crescent Overseer is a mid-tier Illuminate infantry unit armed with a potent, arc-firing plasma bombard. It typically patrols at a measured pace, but once enemies enter its effective range, it halts to line up shots and begins lobbing plasma in a high arcing trajectory. This indirect fire can reach surprisingly far, and is especially dangerous for Helldivers relying on cover, since the projectiles can drop in behind barriers and even threaten positions tucked behind tall structures. If a Helldiver pushes in close, the Crescent Overseer changes tactics. It shifts its grip to hold the bombard with both hands, squares up, and fires directly at the target in a more straightforward aim style, similar to the standard Overseer. The Leviathan is a gigantic Illuminate warship, built to endure punishment while bringing overwhelming firepower to the battlefield. It hangs over the combat zone at changing altitudes, striking targets below with multiple weapon systems. Its main armaments include 4 underside-mounted disintegration culverins for direct attacks, plus 10 plasma bomb generators that release payloads onto threats beneath it. Those bomb systems are most dangerous to anyone directly under or very near the Leviathan, since they primarily drop their plasma strikes on targets in that area. The Illuminate Overship is a large, capital-class Illuminate vessel. It was first seen as part of the Great Host, an enormous invasion fleet that emerged from the Meridian Black Hole after Super-Earth managed to halt its advance. Even though overships weren't a major factor during the fleet's initial push towards Super-Earth, they later began dropping down onto the planet, forcing Seath to mobilize and respond. When it's fired upon, it can call in warp ships to deploy on Helldivers below. And that, my fellow patriots, is the entirety of the lore from the Helldivers universe. If you have any suggestions for other lore dives you'd like to see, please leave a comment so that I can consider it for a future video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm looking forward to the next video with all of you.